Chapter 7, Part 3 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 3 Influence of the Civil War. During the period of the Civil War, Unitarian activities were largely turned in new directions. Unitarians bore their full share in the councils of the nation, in the halls of legislation, on the fields of battle, in the care of the sick and wounded, and in the final efforts that brought about emancipation and peace. At least 50 Unitarian ministers entered the Army as chaplains, privates, officers, and members of the Sanitary Commission. The Unitarian Association also directed its attention to such work as it could accomplish in behalf of the soldiers in the field and in hospitals. Books were distributed, tracts published, and hymn books prepared to meet their needs. Reverend John F. W. Ware developed a special gift for writing army tracts, of which he wrote about a dozen, which were published by the association. As the war went on, the association largely increased its activities in the Army, and when the end came, it had as many as 70 workers in the field distributing its publications, aiding the Sanitary Commission, or acting as nurses and voluntary chaplains in the hospitals. The end of the war served rather to increase than to contract its labors, aid being largely needed for several months in returning the soldiers to their homes and in caring for those who were left in hospitals. Early in the summer of 1863, Reverend William G. Scanlon was sent to the Army of the Potomac as the agent of the association. Taken prisoner in July, he spent several months in Libby Prison, where he was kindly treated and exercised a beneficent influence. He was followed in this work by Reverend William M. Mellon, who established a library of 3,000 volumes at the convalescent camp, Alexandria, and also distributed a large amount of reading matter in the Army. Reverend Charles Lowe served for several months as chaplain in the camp of drafted men on Long Island, his salary being paid by the association. In November 1864, he made a tour of inspection as the agent of the association to the hospitals of Philadelphia, Baltimore Annapolis, Washington, Alexandria, Fortress Monroe, City Point, and the Army of the Potomac, in order to arrange for the proper distribution of reading matter and for such other hospital service as could be rendered. More than 3,000 volumes of the publications of the association were distributed to the soldiers and in the hospitals, largely by Reverend J. G. Foreman of St. Louis and Reverend John H. Haywood of Louisville. Among those who acted as agents of the association in furnishing reading to the Army and hospitals were Reverend Calvin Stebbins, Reverend Frederick W. Holland, Reverend Benjamin H. Bailey, Reverend Artemus B. Muzzy, Reverend Newton M. Mann, and Mr. Henry G. Denny. Reverend Samuel Abbott Smith worked zealously at Norfolk at the hospitals and in preaching to the soldiers until disease and death brought his labors to a close. What this kind of work was, and what it accomplished, was described by Louisa Alcott in her Hospital Sketches, and by William Howell Reed in his Hospital Life in the Army of the Potomac. The Sanitary Commission. The Sanitary Commission has been described by its historian as one of the most shining monuments of our civilization. and as an expression of organized sympathy that must always and everywhere call forth the homage and admiration of mankind. The organizer and leader of this great philanthropic movement for relieving human suffering was Dr. Henry W. Bellows, the minister of All Souls Church in New York, the first Unitarian church organized in that city. The commission was first suggested by Dr. Bellows, and he was its efficient leader from the first to the last. He was unanimously selected as its president when the government had been persuaded, largely through his influence, to establish it as an addition to its medical and hospital service. The historian of the commission has justly said that he possessed many remarkable qualifications for so responsible a position. Perhaps no man in the country exerted a wider or more powerful influence over those who were earnestly seeking the best means of defending our threatened nationality, and certainly never was a moral power of this kind founded upon juster and truer grounds. This influence was not confined to his home, the city of New York, although there it was incontestably very great, but it extended over many other portions of the country, and particularly throughout New England, where circumstances had made his name and his reputation for zeal and ability familiar to those most likely to aid in the furtherance of the new scheme. This power was due, partly, of course, to the very eminent position which he occupied as a clergyman, partly to the persistent efforts and enlightened zeal with which he advocated all wise measures of social reform, perhaps to his widely extended reputation as an orator, but primarily, and above all, to the rare combination of wide, comprehensive views of great questions of public policy with extraordinary practical sagacity, which enabled him so to organize popular intelligence and sympathy that the best practical results were attained, while the life-giving principle was preserved. He had the credit of not being what so many of his profession are, an ideologue. He had the clearest perception of what could and what could not be done, and he never hesitated to regard actual experience as the best practical test of the value of his plans and theories. These qualities, so precious and so exceptional in their nature, appeared conspicuously in the efforts made by him to secure the appointment of the commission by the government, and it will be found that every page of its history bears the strong impress of his peculiar and characteristic views. These words of Charles J. Stille, a member of the Sanitary Commission and its authorized historian, afterward the provost of the University of Pennsylvania, indicate the remarkable qualities of leadership possessed by Dr. Bellows. These were undoubtedly added to and made more impressive by his oratorical genius that was of a very high order. Dr. Hedge spoke of the miraculous power of speech possessed by Dr. Bellows when he was at his best as being incomparably better than anything he could have possibly compassed by careful preparation or conscious effort, and of those exalted moments when he was fully possessed by his demon. He was inexhaustible in his efforts for the success of the commission, in directing the work of committees and branches, in appealing to the indifferent, and in giving enthusiasm to all the forces under his direction. Of the 9 original members of the Sanitary Commission, 4 were Unitarians: Dr. Bellows, Dr. Samuel G. Howe, Dr. Jeffries Wyman, and Professor Wolcott Gibbs. In the number of those added later was Reverend John H. Haywood, for many years the minister of the Unitarian Church in Louisville, who rendered efficient service in the Western Department. In the convalescence camp at Alexandria, a wonderful woman, Miss Amy Bradley, had charge of the efficient labors of the commission, where for 2.5 years she and her assistants rendered incalculable service in distributing clothing among the needy, procuring dainties for the sick, accompanying discharged soldiers to Washington and assisting them in procuring their papers and pay, furnishing paper and postage and writing letters for the sick, forwarding money home by drafts that cost nothing to the soldier, answering letters of inquiry to hospital directors, securing certificates of arrears of pay, and getting erroneous charges of desertion removed. The commission saved several innocent soldiers from being shot as condemned deserters, distributing reading material, telegraphing the friends of very ill soldiers, furnishing meals for feeble soldiers in barracks who could not eat the regulation food. Miss Bradley assisted 2,000 men to secure arrears of pay amounting to $200,000. Prisoners of war while in prison and when released by general exchange were largely and promptly relieved and comforted by this department. Another effective worker was Frederick N. Knapp, who had been for several years a Unitarian minister, and who was the leading spirit in the special relief service of the commission, and organized and controlled it with masterly zeal, humanity, and success. The work of Mr. Knapp was of great importance, for he was the confidential secretary of Dr. Bellows and gave his whole time to the service of the commission. He was a methodical worker, an efficient organizer, and supplied those qualities of persistent industry and grasp of details in which Dr. Bellows was deficient. Without his untiring energy and skillful directing power, the commission would have been less effective than it was in fact. Dr. Bellows also described William G. Scanlon as one of the most earnest and effective of the Sanitary Commission agents. In the autumn of 1862, the commission was greatly crippled in its work because it could not obtain the money with which to carry on its extensive operations, and it was saved from failure by the generosity of California and the other Pacific states and territories. The remoteness of these states at that time made it impossible for them to contribute their proportion of men, and they indulged their patriotism and gave relief to their pent-up sympathies with the national cause by pouring out their money like water. The first contribution was received by the Sanitary Commission on September 19, 1862, and was $100,000. A fortnight later, the same sum was again sent, and similar contributions followed at short intervals. These sums enabled the commission to accomplish its splendid work, and to meet the urgent needs of those trying days. How the Pacific Coast was able to contribute so largely to this work may be explained in the words of Dr. Bellows, who fully understood the situation and the vast importance of the help afforded. The most gifted and inspiring of the patriots who rallied California and the Pacific Coast to the flag of the Union was undoubtedly Thomas Starr King, minister of the First Unitarian Church in San Francisco. Born in New York, but reared in Massachusetts, he had earned an almost national reputation for eloquence and wit, humanity, and nobleness of soul in the lecture rooms and pulpits of the North and West, when at the age of 35 He yielded to the religious claims of the Pacific Coast and transferred himself to California. There, in 4 years, he had built up as public speaker from the pulpit and platform a prodigious popularity. His temperament sympathetic, mercurial, and electric. His disposition hearty, genial, and sweet. His mind versatile, quick, and sparkling. His tact exquisite and infallible. With a voice as clear as a bell and loud and cheering as a trumpet, his nature and accomplishments perfectly adapted to the people and place and the time. His religious profession disarmed many of his political enemies. His political orthodoxy quieted many of his religious opponents. Generous, charitable, disinterested, his full heart and open hand captivated the California people, while his sparkling wit, melodious cadences, and rhetorical abundance perfectly satisfied their taste for intensity and novelty and a touch of extravagance. It has been said by high authority that Mr. King saved California to the Union. California was too loyal at heart to make the boast reasonable. But it is not too much to say that Mr. King did more than any man by his prompt, outspoken, uncalculating loyalty to make California know what her own feelings really were. He did all that any man could have done to lead public sentiment that was unconsciously ready to follow where earnest loyalty and patriotism should guide the way. Not less important in its own degree was the work done in St. Louis by Dr. William G. Eliot, minister since 1834 of the Unitarian Church in that city. He became the leader in all efforts for aiding the soldiers, and was most active in forming and directing the Western Sanitary Commission, that worked harmoniously with the national organization, but independently. A large hospital was established and maintained, a home for refugees was secured, and a large camp for contraband Negroes was established, chiefly under the direction of Dr. Eliot, and largely maintained by his church. He was a potent force in keeping St. Louis and the northern portions of Missouri loyal to the Union. The secretary of the Western Sanitary Commission, J. G. Foreman, a Unitarian minister for many years, was most faithful and efficient in this work, and he subsequently became its historian. In the Freedmen's Hospital at St. Louis labored with zeal and success Reverend Frederick R. Newell, and he was also superintendent of the Freedmen's Bureau in that city, his life being sacrificed to these devoted labors. Results of 15 years. The work done by the Unitarian Association during the Civil War and under the conditions it produced was not a large one, but it absorbed a considerable part of its energies for about 5 years. In all, it printed over 3,000 copies of 3 books for the soldiers, distributed 750,000 tracts which it had prepared for them, sent to the soldiers 5,000 copies weekly of the Christian Register and the Christian Enquirer, 1,500 copies of the Monthly Journal, 1,000 of the Monthly Religious Magazine, and 1,000 of the Sunday School Gazette. During the last year or 2 of the war, its tracts went out at the rate of 50,000 monthly. The tracts and the periodicals, therefore, numbered a monthly distribution of about 75,000 copies. The 70 volunteer agents who brought these publications to the hands of the soldiers, together with the army chaplains, agents of the Sanitary Commission, and the many nurses in the hospitals made a considerable force of Unitarian missionaries developed by the exigencies of the war and the attempts to ameliorate its hard conditions. The period of 15 years, from 1850 to 1865, which has been under consideration in this chapter, was one of the greatest trial and discouragement to the association. Its funds reached their lowest ebb, a missionary secretary could not be maintained, a layman performed the necessary office duties, and no considerable aggressive work along missionary lines was undertaken. Writing in a most hopeful spirit of the situation in November 1863, the editor of the Christian Register showed that in 1848 the number of Unitarian churches was 201, while in 1863 it was 205, an increase of 4 only in 15 years. During this period, 50 parishes had gained pastors, but 50 had lost them. Several strong parishes, he said, had come into existence, and 2 in large places had died. Most of those that had been closed were in small country towns. Nevertheless, with truth it could be said of these 15 years of discouragement and failure that every one of them was a seed time for the harvest that was soon to be reaped. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Unitarianism in America, a history of its origin and development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 1. The Denominational Awakening. The war had an inspiring influence upon Unitarians, awakening them to a consciousness of their strength and drawing them together to work for common purposes as nothing else had ever done. From the beginning, they saw in the effort to save the Union and in the spirit of liberty that animated the nation an expression of their own principles. Whatever its effect upon other religious bodies, the war gave to Unitarians new faith, courage, and enthusiasm. For the first time, they became conscious of their opportunity and united in a determined purpose to meet its demands with fidelity to their convictions and loyalty to the call of humanity. Footnote: Henry W. Bellows, in Monthly Journal 4/336. These 2 years of war have witnessed a more rapid progress in liberal opinions than the whole previous century. The public mind has opened itself as it has never been opened before. In 6:3, he said, there are great and striking changes going on. Men are breaking away from old opinions, and there is a great work for us to do. This was said in December 1864. William G. Elliot, Monthly Journal, 4/349. The war has proved that our Unitarian faith works well in time of trial. No other church has been so uniformly and thoroughly loyal, and no other church has done more for the sick and dying. Many other similar words could be quoted. End footnote. No autumnal convention having been held in 1864, owing to the failure of the committee appointed for that purpose to make the necessary arrangements, a special meeting of the Unitarian Association was held in the Hollis Street Church, Boston, December 6th through 7th, at the call of the Executive Committee, to awaken interest in the work of the association by laying before the churches the condition of our funds and the demand for our labor. The attendance was large, and the tone of the meeting was hopeful and enthusiastic. After Dr. Stebbins, the president, had stated the purpose of the meeting, Dr. Bellows urged the importance of a more effective organization of the Unitarian body. His success with the Sanitary Commission had evidently prepared his mind for a like work on the part of Unitarians, and for a strong faith in the value of organized effort in behalf of liberal religion. His capacity as leader during the war had prepared men to accept it in other fields of effort, and Unitarians were ready to use it in their behalf. The hopefulness that existed in view of the success of the Union cause, and the enthusiastic interest in the methods of moral and spiritual reform that was manifested because of the triumph of the spirit of freedom in the nation, led many to think that like efforts in behalf of liberal Christianity would result in like successes. On the afternoon of the second day, a meeting in the evening of the first day only having been held, James P. Walker, the publisher, gave a resume of the activities of the association during the 40 years of its existence, and said that its receipts had been on the average only $8,038.88 yearly. He showed that much had been done with this small sum, and that the results were much larger than the amount of money invested would indicate. He pointed out the fact that the demands upon the association were rapidly increasing, and far more rapidly than the contributions. There was an urgent need for larger giving, he said, and for a more loyal support of the missionary arm of the denomination. He offered a series of resolutions calling for the raising of $25,000 during the year. Reverend Edward Everett Hale said that $100,000 ought to be given to the proposed object, and urged that more missionaries should be sent into the field. Thereupon, Mr. Henry P. Kidder arose and said, "It is often easier to do a great thing than a small one. I move that this meeting undertake to raise $100,000 for the service of the next year." Dr. Bellows then called the attention of the conference to the importance of considering the manner of securing this large sum and of devising methods to ensure success. He proposed that a committee of 10 persons, 3 ministers, and 7 laymen should be appointed to call a convention to consist of the pastor and 2 delegates from each church or parish in the Unitarian denomination, to meet in the city of New York, to consider the interests of our cause, and to institute measures for its good. The 2 resolutions were unanimously adopted, pledging the denomination to raise $100,000 and to the holding of a delegate convention in New York. The president appointed, as members of the committee of arrangements for the convention, Reverend Henry W. Bellows, Messrs. A. Lowe, U. A. Murdoch, Henry P. Kidder, Atherton Blight, Enoch Pratt, and Artemus Carter, Reverend Edward E. Hale, and Reverend Charles H. Brigham. The convention in New York was not waited for in order to make an effort to secure the $100,000 it was proposed to raise, and early in January the president of the association, Dr. Rufus P. Stebbins, was authorized to devote his whole time to securing that sum. A circular was sent to the churches saying that such a sum was needed and should and could be raised. "The hour has come," said the executive committee in their appeal to the churches, "which the fathers longed to see, but were denied the sight, of taking our true position among other branches of the Church of our Lord Jesus Christ in the spread and establishment of the gospel." The response to this call was prompt and enthusiastic beyond any precedent. The war had made money plentiful, and it came easily to those who were successful. Great fortunes had been rapidly gathered, and the country had never known an equal prosperity, even though the burden of the war had not yet been removed. In February, the president of the association was able to announce that $28,871.47 had been subscribed by 12 churches. By the end of March, the pledges had reached $63,862.63. And when the convention met in New York, April 5, 1865, the contributions then pledged were only a few $1,000s short of the sum desired. By the end of May, the sum reported was $111,676.74, which was increased by several $100s more. The New York Convention of 1865. It was when this success was certain that the convention met in New York. The victory of the Union cause was then assured, and the utmost enthusiasm prevailed. Some of the final and most important scenes of the great national struggle were enacted while the convention was in session. Courage and hope ran high under these circumstances, and the convention was not only enthusiastically loyal to the nation, but equally so to its own denominational interests. For the first time in the history of the Unitarian body in this country, the churches were directly represented at a general gathering. The number of churches represented was 202, and they sent 385 delegates. Many other persons attended, however, and throughout all the sittings of the convention the audience was a large one. Many women were present, though not as delegates, the men only having official recognition in this gathering. It is evident from the records, the newspaper reports, and the memories of those present that the interest in this meeting was very large, and that the attendance was quite beyond what was anticipated by anyone concerned in planning it. The call to all the churches and the giving them an equality of representation in the convention was doubtless one of the causes of its success. As a result, an able body of laymen appeared in the convention, who were accustomed to business methods and familiar with legislative procedure, and who carried through the work of the convention with deliberation and skill. On the first evening of the convention, a sermon was preached by Dr. James Freeman Clarke that was a noble and generous introduction to its deliberations. He called for the exercise of the spirit of inclusiveness, a broad and tolerant Catholicity, and union on the basis of the work to be done. On the morning of April 5, 1865, at 11 o'clock, the convention met for the transaction of business in All Souls Church, of which Henry Whitney Bellows was the minister. Honorable John A. Andrew, then the governor of Massachusetts, was elected to preside over the convention, and among the vice presidents were William Cullen Bryant, Reverend John Gorham Palfrey, Honorable Ebenezer Rockwood Hoare, Reverend Orville Dewey, and Reverend Ezra Stiles Gannett, while Reverend Edward Everett Hale was made the secretary. In Governor Andrew, the convention had as its presiding officer a man of a broad and generous spirit, who was insistent that the main purpose of the meeting should be kept always steadily in view, and yet that all the members and all the varying opinions should have just recognition. In a large degree, the success of the convention was due to its Catholicity and to his skill in reconciling opposing interests. The time of the convention was devoted almost wholly to legislating for the denomination and to planning for its future work. On the morning of the second day, the subject of organization came up for consideration, and the committee selected for that purpose presented a constitution providing for a national conference that should meet annually, and that should be constituted of the minister and 2 lay delegates from each church, together with 3 delegates each from the American Unitarian Association, the Western Conference, and such other bodies as might be invited to participate in its deliberations. This conference was to be only recommendatory in its character, adopting the existing organizations of the Unitarian body as the instruments of its power. The name of the new organization was the subject of some discussion, James Freeman Clarke wishing to make the conference one of independent and Unitarian churches, while another delegate desired to substitute Free Christian for Unitarian. The desire strongly manifested by a considerable number to make the conference include in its membership all liberal churches of whatever name not acceptable to the majority of the delegates, voted with a decided emphasis to organize strictly on the Unitarian basis. As soon as the convention was organized, expression was given to the demand for a doctrinal basis for its deliberations. Though several attempts were made to bring about the acceptance of a creed, these met with complete failure. In the preamble to the Constitution, however, it was asserted that the delegates were disciples of the Lord Jesus Christ, while the first article declared that the conference was organized to promote the cause of Christian faith and work. It was quite evident that a large majority of the delegates regarded the convention as Christian in its purposes and distinctly Unitarian in its denominational mission. A minority desired a platform that should have no theological implications, and that should permit the cooperation of every kind of liberal church. The use of the phrase Lord Jesus Christ was strongly opposed by the more radical section of the convention, but the members of it were not organized or ready to give utterance to their protest in an effective manner. The convention gave its approval to the efforts of the Unitarian Association to secure the sum of $100,000 and urged the churches that had not already done so to contribute. It also advised the securing of a like sum as an endowment for Antioch College, and commended to men of wealth the needs of the Harvard and Meadville theological schools. The council of the conference was asked to give its attention to the necessity and duty of creating an organ for the denomination to be called the Liberal Christian. A resolution looking to union with the Universalist body was presented, and one was passed declaring that there should be recognition, fellowship, and cooperation between all those various elements in our population that are prepared to meet on the basis of Christianity. James Freeman Clarke, Samuel J. May, and Robert Collier were constituted a committee of correspondence to promote acquaintance, fraternity, and unity between Unitarians and all of like liberal faith. Footnote: James Freeman Clarke reported for this committee at the Syracuse session of 1866, and stated that its members had conferred with Christians, Universalists, Methodists, Congregationalists, and others. The committee made several suggestions as to what could be done to promote general fellowship, and recommended that the title of the National Conference be so changed as to permit persons of other religious bodies to find a place within it if they so desired. The committee was reappointed, and at the third session of the conference it reported that it had visited the annual gatherings of the Universalists, Methodists, and Free Religionists, and had been cordially welcomed. They were received into the pulpits of different denominations. They found everywhere a cordial spirit of fellowship and a breaking down of sectarian barriers. At this session, the conference expressed its desire to cultivate the most friendly relations with and to encourage fraternal intercourse between the various liberal Christian bodies in this country. A committee of 3 was appointed to represent our fraternal sentiments and to consider all questions which relate to mutual intercourse and cooperation. This committee reported through Edward E. Hale that it had been well received at 2 Methodist conferences and at several state conventions of the Universalists. Especially had it been welcomed by the African Methodist Church, which was the beginning of cordial relations between the 2 bodies for several years. The committee reported, however, that there are but few regularly organized bodies in this country which in their formal action express much desire for intercourse or cooperation with us as an organized branch of the Church. A resolution offered by the committee, expressing the desire of the National Conference to cultivate the most friendly relations with all Christian churches and to encourage fraternal intercourse between them, was adopted. The members of the committee appointed in 1870 attended the session of the American Board of Foreign Missions in 1871, and they were received with courtesy, Athanase Coquerel addressing the board as their representative. The committee reported that in every direction, from clergymen and laymen of different Protestant churches, we have received informal expressions of what we believe to be a very general desire that there might be a more formal and public expression of the fellowship which undoubtedly really exists between the different Protestant communions. At the session of the National Conference held in 1874, the Council suggested the propriety of preparing a register of the free or liberal churches of the world, and it enumerated the various bodies that might be properly included, but no action was taken on this recommendation. At this session, an amendment to the bylaws, offered by Dr. Hale, was adopted, providing for a fellowship committee with other churches. This committee was not appointed, and the amendment was not printed in its proper place in the report. Apparently, the interest in efforts of this kind had exhausted itself, partly because any active cooperation with the more conservative churches was impossible, and partly because the growth of denominational feeling directed the energies of the National Conference into other channels. End footnote. A resolution offered by William Cullen Bryant, expressive of thanksgiving because of the near approach of peace, and for the opening made by the extinction of slavery for the diffusion of Christianity in its true spirit as a religion of love, mercy, and universal liberty, was unanimously adopted by a rising vote. The convention was a remarkable success in the number who attended its sessions, the character of the men who participated in its deliberations, and the skill with which the unsectarian sect had been organized for effective cooperation and work. Its influence was immediately felt throughout the denomination and upon all its activities. The change in attitude was very great, and the depressed and discouraged tone of many Unitarian utterances for a number of years preceding and following 1860 gave way to one of enthusiasm and courage. New life in the Unitarian Association. The annual meeting of the Unitarian Association that soon followed felt the new stir of life, and the awakening to a larger consciousness of power. The chief attention was directed to meet the new opportunities that had been presented, and to preparing for the larger work required. Dr. Rufus P. Stubbins, who had been for 3 years the president, and who had been actively instrumental in securing the large accession to the contributions of the year, was elected secretary with the intent that he should devote himself to pushing forward the missionary enterprises of the association. He refused to serve and accepted the position only until his successor could be secured. In a few weeks, the executive committee elected Reverend Charles Lowe to this office, and he immediately entered upon its duties. He proved to be eminently fitted for the place by his enthusiastic interest in the work to be accomplished, and by his skill as an organizer. His catholicity of mind enabled him to conciliate, as far as this was possible, the conservative and radical elements in the denomination, and to unite them into an effective working body. Educated at Harvard College and Divinity School, Lowe spent 2 years as a tutor in the college, and then was settled successively over parishes in New Bedford, Salem, and Somerville. His experience and skill as an Army agent of the association suggested his fitness for the larger sphere of labor into which he was now inducted. For 6 most difficult and trying years, he successfully conducted the affairs of the association. For the first time in the history of the association, its income was such as to enable it to plan its work on a large scale, and in some degree commensurate with its opportunities. During the year and a half preceding the 1st of June, 1866, there was contributed to the association about $175,000, to Antioch College $103,000, to the Boston Fraternity of Churches $22,920, to the Children's Mission $42,000, to the Freedmen's Aid Societies $30,000, to the Sunday School Society $2,500, to the Christian Register $15,000, and to the Western Conference $6,000, making a total of about $400,000 given by the denomination to these religious, educational, and philanthropic purposes. And this financial success was truly indicative of the new interest in its work that had come to the Unitarian body. The new theological position. Although the New York Convention voted that $100,000 ought to be raised in 1866 because the needs of the denomination demanded it, yet only $60,000 were secured. The reaction that followed the close of the war had set in, the financial prosperity of the country had begun to lessen, and the enthusiasm that had made the first great effort of the denomination so eminently successful did not continue. A chief cause for the waning interest in the denomination itself was the agitation in regard to the theological position of the Unitarian body that began almost immediately after the New York Convention. The older Unitarians held to the Bible and the teachings of Jesus as the great sources of spiritual truth as strongly as did the Orthodox, and they differed from them only as to the purport of the message conveyed. This may be seen in a creed offered to the New York Convention by a prominent layman, almost immediately after it was opened on the first morning. In this proposed creed it was asserted that Unitarians believe in one Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of God, and his specially appointed messenger and representative to our race, gifted with supernatural power, approved of God by miracles and signs and wonders which God did by him, and thus by divine authority commanding the devout and reverential faith of all who claim the Christian name. Although this creed was not adopted by the Convention, it expressed the belief of a majority of Unitarians. To the same purport was the word spoken by Dr. Bellows when he said, "Unitarians of the school to which I belong accept Jesus Christ with all their hearts as the sent of God, the divinely inspired Son of the Father, who by his miraculously proven office and his sinless life and character was fitted to be, and was made revealer of the universal and permanent religion of the human race. These quotations indicate that the more conservative Unitarians had not changed their position since 1853, when they made official statement of their acceptance of Christianity as authenticated by miracles and the supernatural. In fact, they held essentially to the attitude taken when they left the older congregational body. On the other hand, the Transcendentalists and the radical Unitarians proposed a new theory of the nature of religious truth and insisted that the spiritual message of Christianity is inward and not outward, directly to the soul of man and not through the mediation of a person or a book. Almost from the first, Channing had been moving towards this newer conception of the nature and method of religion. He did not wholly abandon the miraculous, but it grew to have less significance for him with each year. The Unitarian conception of religion as natural to man, which was maintained strenuously from the time of Jonathan Mayhew, made it probable, if not certain, that a merely external system of religion would be ultimately outgrown. In his lecture on self-denial, Channing stated this position in the clearest terms. If, he said, after a deliberate and impartial use of our best faculties, a professed revelation seems to us plainly to disagree with itself or to clash with great principles which we cannot question, we ought not to hesitate to withhold from it our belief. I am surer that my rational nature is from God than that any book is an expression of his will. This light in my own breast is his primary revelation, and all subsequent ones must accord with it, and are in fact intended to blend with and brighten it. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Unitarianism in America, A History of Its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 2. Channing was not alone in accepting Christianity as a spiritual principle that is natural and universal. As early as 1826, Alvin Lamson had defended the proposition that miracles are merely local in their nature, and that attention should be chiefly given to the tendency, spirit, and object of Christianity. He claimed that it bore on the face of it the marks of its heavenly origin, and that when these are fully accepted, no other form of evidence is required. In 1834, James Walker, in writing on the philosophy of man's spiritual nature in regard to the foundations of faith, had taken what was essentially the transcendentalist view of the origin and nature of religion. He contended for the religion in the soul that is authenticated by the revelations of consciousness. In 1836, Converse Francis, in describing the religion of Christ as purely internal principle, maintained the quiet, spirit-searching character of Christianity as a kingdom wholly within the soul of man. When Converse Francis became a professor in the Harvard Divinity School in 1842, the spiritual philosophy had recognition there, and he had a considerable influence upon the young men who came under his guidance. Though of the older way of thinking, George R. Noyes, who became a professor in the school in 1840, was always on the side of liberty of interpretation and expression. For the next 2 decades, the Divinity School sent out a succession of such men as John Weiss, Octavius B. Frothingham, Samuel Longfellow, William J. Potter, and Francis E. Abbott, who were joined by William Henry Channing, Samuel Johnson, David A. Wasson, and others who did not study there. These men gave a new meaning to Unitarianism, took it away from miracles to nature, discarded its evidences to rely on intuition, rejected its supernatural deity for an immanent God who speaks through all his life, his divine word. During the interval between the New York Convention and the first session of the National Conference, which was held in Syracuse, October 10th to 11th, 1866, the questions which separated the conservatives and radicals were freely debated in the periodicals of the denomination and also in sermons and pamphlets. The radicals organized for securing a revision of the Constitution. And on the morning of the first day, Francis E. Abbott, then the minister at Dover, New Hampshire, offered a new preamble and first article as substitutes for those adopted in New York, in which he stated that the object of Christianity is the universal diffusion of love, righteousness, and truth, that perfect freedom of thought, which is at once the right and duty of every human being, always leads to diversity of opinion and is therefore hindered by common creeds or statements of faith, and that therefore the churches assembled in the conference, disregarding all sectarian or theological differences, and offering a cordial fellowship to all who will join them in Christian work, unite themselves in a common body to be known as the National Conference of Unitarian and Independent Churches. At the afternoon session, Mr. Abbott's amendment was rejected, but on the motion of James Freeman Clarke, the name was changed to the National Conference of Unitarian and Other Christian Churches. A resolution stating that the expression other Christian churches was not meant to exclude religious societies which have no distinctive church organization and are not nominally Christian if they desire to cooperate with the conference in what it regards as Christian work, was laid on the table. Organization of the Free Religious Association. The result of the refusal at Syracuse to revise the Constitution of the National Conference was that the radical men on the railroad train returning to Boston held a consultation, and resolved to organize an association that would secure them the liberty they desired. After correspondence and much planning, a meeting was held in Boston, at the house of Reverend Cyrus A. Bartow, on February 5, 1867, to consider what should be done. After a thorough discussion of the subject, the Free Religious Association was planned, and the organization was perfected at a meeting held in Horticultural Hall, Boston, May 30, 1867. Some of those who took part in this movement thought that all religion had been outgrown, but the majority believed that it is essential and eternal. What they sought was to remove its local and national elements, and to get rid of its merely sectarian and traditional features. At the first meeting, the speakers were O.B. Frothingham, Henry Blanchard, Lucretia Mott, Robert Dale Owen, John Weiss, Oliver Johnson, Francis E. Abbott, David A. Wasson, T.W. Higginson, and R.W. Emerson, and discussion was participated in by A.B. Alcott, E.C. Towne, Frank B. Sanborn, Hannah E. Stevenson, Edna D. Cheney, Charles C. Burley, and Carolyn H. Dahl. Of these persons, 1/2 had been Unitarian ministers, and about 1/3 of them were still settled over Unitarian parishes. Mr. Frothingham was elected president of the new organization, and Reverend William J. Potter secretary. The purposes of the association were to promote the interests of pure religion, to encourage the scientific study of theology, and to increase fellowship in the Spirit. In 1872, the Constitution was revised by changing the subject of study from theology to man's religious nature and history, and by the addition of the statement that nothing in the name or constitution of the association shall ever be construed as limiting membership by any test of speculative opinion or belief, or as defining the position of the association collectively considered with reference to any such opinion or belief, or as interfering in any other way with that absolute freedom of thought and expression which is the natural right of every rational being. The original purpose of the Free Religious Association, as defined in its constitution and in the addresses delivered before it, was the recognition of the universality of religion, and the representation of all phases of religious opinion in its membership and on its platform. The circumstances of its organization, however, in some measure took it away from this broader position and made it the organ of the radical Unitarian opinion. Those Unitarians who did not find in the American Unitarian Association and the National Conference such fellowship as they desired became active in the Free Religious Organization. The cause of free religion was ably presented in the pages of The Radical, a monthly journal edited by Sidney H. Morse and published in Boston, and the Index, edited by Francis E. Abbott, at first in Toledo and then in Boston. It also found expression at the Sunday afternoon meetings held in Horticultural Hall, Boston, for several winters, beginning in 1868 to 69. In the conventions held in several of the leading cities of the northern states, at the gatherings of the Chestnut Street Club, and in the annual meetings of the Free Religious Association held in Boston during Anniversary Week. Little effort was made to organize churches, and only 2 or 3 came into existence distinctly on the basis of free religion. In connection with the Index, Francis E. Abbott organized the Liberal League to promote the interests of free religion, with about 400 local branches. But this organization proved ineffective and soon ceased its existence. The withdrawal of the Radicals into the Free Religious Association did not quiet the agitation in the Unitarian ranks, partly because some of the most active workers in that association continued to occupy Unitarian pulpits, and partly because a considerable radical element did not withdraw in any manner. The conferences had an unfailing subject for exciting discussion, and the Unitarian body was at this time in a chronic condition of agitation. As in the days of the controversy about the Trinity, the more conservative ministers would not exchange pulpits with the more radical. Unsuccessful attempts at reconciliation. At the second session of the National Conference, held in New York City, October 7th through 9th, 1868, another attempt was made to bring about a reconciliation between the 2 wings of the denomination. In an attitude of generous goodwill, and with a noble desire for inclusiveness and peace, James Freeman Clarke proposed an addition to the Constitution of the Conference, in which it was declared that we heartily welcome to that fellowship all who desire to work with us in advancing the kingdom of God. Such a broad invitation was not acceptable to the majority, and after an extended debate, this amendment was withdrawn, and the following, offered by Edward Everett Hale, and essentially the same as that presented by Mr. Clark, with the exception of the phrase just quoted, was adopted. To secure the largest unity of the spirit and the widest practical cooperation, it is hereby understood that all the declarations of this conference, including the preamble and constitution, are expressions only of its majority, and dependent wholly for their effect upon the consent they command on their own merits from the churches here represented or belonging within the circle of our fellowship. The annual meeting of the Unitarian Association in 1870 was largely occupied with the vexing problem of the basis of fellowship, and the secretary, Charles Lowe, read a conciliatory and explanatory address. He said that the wide differences of theological opinion existing in the denomination were an inevitable consequence of the great principle on which Unitarianism rests. That principle is that Christian faith and Christian union can coexist with individual liberty. Reverend George H. Hepworth, then the minister of the Church of the Messiah in New York, asked for an authoritative statement of the Unitarian position, urging this demand with great insistence, and he presented a resolution calling for a committee of 5 to prepare a statement of faith which shall, as nearly as may be, represent the religious opinions of the Unitarian denomination. While Dr. Bellows had been the leader in securing the adoption of the Christian basis for the National Conference, and the insertion into the preamble of its constitution of the expression of faith and the lordship of Jesus Christ, he was strongly opposed to any attempt to impose a creed upon the denomination, however attenuated it might be. He has been often charged with inconsistency, and it is difficult to reconcile his position in 1870 with that held in 1865. What he attempted to secure, however, was the utmost of liberty possible within the limits of Christianity. And when he had committed the Unitarian body to the Christian position, he desired nothing more, believing that a creed would be inconsistent with the liberty enjoyed by all Unitarians. Without doubt, his address at this meeting, in opposition to Mr. Hepworth's proposal, made it impossible to secure a vote in favor of a creed. We want to represent a body, he said, that presents itself to the forming hand of the Almighty Spirit of God in a fluid plastic form. We cannot keep our denomination in that state, and yet give it the character of being cast into a positive mold. You must either abandon that great work you have done as the only body in Christendom that occupies the position of absolute and perfect liberty, with some measure of Christian faith, or you must continue to occupy that position and thank God for it without hankering after some immediate victories that are so strong a temptation to many in our denomination. When the resolution in favor of the creed was brought to a vote, it was defeated by a very large majority. By this act, the Unitarian body again asserted its Christian position, but refused to define or to limit its Christianity. Notwithstanding the refusal of the Unitarian Association to adopt a creed, the attempt to secure one was renewed in the National Conference with as much energy as if this were not already a lost cause. At the session held in New York, October 1870, The subject came up for extended consideration. Several amendments to the Constitution were proposed, and after a prolonged discussion, that offered by George H. Hepworth was adopted. Reaffirming our allegiance to the gospel of Jesus Christ, and desiring to secure the largest unity of the Spirit and the widest practical cooperation, we invite to our fellowship all who wish to be followers of Christ. The Yearbook Controversy. One result of this controversy was that in 1873, it having come to the attention of Reverend O. B. Frothingham, the president of the Free Religious Association, that his name was in the list of Unitarian ministers published in the Yearbook of the Unitarian Association, he expressed surprise that it should have been continued there, and asked for its removal. The same action was taken by Francis E. Abbott, the editor of the Index, and others of the Radicals. This action was in part the result of the attitude taken by Reverend Thomas J. Mumford, editor of the Christian Register, who in 1872 insisted that the word religious had no proper place in the name of the Free Religious Association, and who invited those Unitarians who have ceased to accept Jesus as preeminently their spiritual leader and teacher to withdraw from the Unitarian body. In November 1873, Mr. George W. Fox, the Assistant Secretary of the Unitarian Association and the editor of its yearbook, wrote to several of the Radicals, calling their attention to the action of Mr. Frothingham in requesting the removal of his name, and asked if their names remained in that publication with their knowledge and consent. In a subsequent letter to William J. Potter, the minister of the Unitarian Church in New Bedford and the secretary of the Free Religious Association, he explained that the yearbook lists of societies and ministers are simply a directory, prepared by the association for the accommodation of the denomination, and that the association does not undertake to decide the question as to what are or are not Unitarian societies or ministers, but merely puts into print facts, in the making of which it assumes no responsibility and has no agency. Mr. Potter expressed his purpose not to ask for the removal of his name, but wrote that he did not call himself a Unitarian Christian or by any denominational name. The officers of the association thereupon instructed the editor of the yearbook to remove Mr. Potter's name from the list of Unitarian ministers published therein. The reason for this action was stated in a letter from the editor to Mr. Potter, announcing that his name had been removed. The letter said, "While there might be no desire to define Christianity in the case of those who claim that they are in any sense of the term entitled to be called Christians, for those persons who, like yourself, disavow the name, there seems to be no need of raising any question as to how broad a range of opinion the name may properly be stretched to cover." There followed a vigorous discussion of the action of the association in dropping Mr. Potter's name, it being recognized that no more thoroughly religious man was to be found in the denomination, and that none more truly exemplified the Christian spirit, whatever might be his wish as to the use of the Christian name. At the 6th session of the National Conference, held at Saratoga in September 1874, the Essex Conference protested against the erasure of the name of a church in long and regular fellowship with the Unitarian Association from its yearbook, and a resolution offered by Dr. Bellows, endorsing the action of the officers of the National Conference in inviting the New Bedford Church to send delegates, was passed without dissent. At the session of the Western Conference held in Chicago during 1875, resolutions were passed protesting against the removing of the name of any person from the accredited list of Unitarian ministers until he requested it, had left the denomination, joined some other sect, or been adjudged guilty of immorality. As a result of this discussion, and of the broad sympathies and inclusive spirit of the conference, the following platform, in the shape of a resolution, was adopted. That the Western Unitarian Conference conditions its fellowship on no dogmatic tests, but welcomes all thereto who desire to work with it in advancing the kingdom of God. The attitude of the Unitarian Association and the National Conference, that is, of a large majority of Unitarians at this time, may be accurately defined in the words of Charles Lowe, who said, "I admit that we make a belief in Christianity a test of fellowship. No stretch of liberality will make me wish to deny that a belief in Jesus Christ is the absolutely essential qualification. But I will oppose as a test any definition of Christianity, any words about Christ, for Christ himself as the principles of our fellowship and union." These words exactly define what was sought for, which was liberty within the limits of Christianity. The primary insistence was upon discipleship to Jesus Christ, but it was maintained that loyalty to Christ is compatible with the largest degree of personal liberty. Fundamentally, this controversy was a continuation of that which had agitated New England from the beginning, that had divided those opposed to the Great Awakening of the middle of the 18th century from those who favored it, that led the Unitarians away from the Orthodox, and that now divided radical and conservative Unitarians. The advance was always towards a more pronounced assertion of individualism and a more positive rejection of tradition, organization, and external authority. Indeed, it was towards this end that Unitarianism had directed its energies from the beginning, and the force of this tendency could not be overcome because some called for a creed, but more had come to see the need of an efficient organization for practical purposes. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 8, Part 3 of Unitarianism in America, A History of Its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 3. What the Radicals desired was freedom, and the broadest assertion of individuality. It was maintained by Francis E. Abbott that the spiritual idea of free religion is to develop the individuality of the soul in the highest, fullest, and most independent manner possible. The other distinctive principle of the Radicals was that religion is universal, that all religions are essentially the same, and that Christianity is simply one of the phases of universal religion. David A. Wasson defined religion as the consciousness of universal relation, and as the sense of unity with the infinite whole, adding that morals, reason, freedom are bound up with it. This means, in a simple statement, that religion is natural to man, and that it needs no authentication by miracle or supernatural manifestation. It means that all religions are essentially the same in their origin, and that none can claim the special favor of God in their manner of presentation to the world. According to this conception of religion, as was stated by William J. Potter, Christianity is provisional, preparatory, educational, containing, alongside of the most valuable truth, much that is only human error and bigotry and superstitious imagination. The spiritual idea of Christianity, said Francis E. Abbott, is the suppression of self and perfect imitation of Jesus the Christ. The spiritual idea of free religion is the development of self and the harmonious education of all its powers to the highest possible degree. Through all this controversy, what was sought for was a method of reconciling fellowship with individuality of opinion, of establishing a church in which freedom of faith for the individual shall have full recognition. In a word, the Unitarian body had a conviction that tradition is compatible with intuition, institutions with personal freedom, and cooperation with individual initiative. The problems involved were too large for an immediate solution, and what Unitarians accepted was an ideal and not a fact fully realized in their denominational life. The doctrinal phases of the controversy have always been subsidiary to this larger search, this desire to give to the individual all the liberty that is compatible with his cooperation with others. The result of it has been to teach the Unitarian body, in the words of Francis E. Abbott at Syracuse in 1866, that the only reconciliation of the duties of collective Christian activity and individual freedom of thought lies in an efficient organization for practical Christian work based rather on unity of spirit than on uniformity of belief. Missionary activities. During this period of controversy, from 1865 to 1880, the Unitarian Association had at its head several able men who were actively interested in its work. The president for 1865 to 66 was Reverend John G. Palfrey, and he was succeeded in 1867 by Honorable Thomas D. Eliot of New Bedford, who was in both houses of the Massachusetts legislature, and then for a number of years in the lower house of Congress. From 1870 to 1872, the president was Mr. Henry Chapin of Worcester, an able lawyer and judge, loyally devoted to the Sunday school work of his city and county. He was succeeded by Honorable John Wells, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Massachusetts, who was deeply interested in the church with which he was connected. In 1876, Mr. Henry P. Kidder was elected to this office, a position he held for 10 years. He was prominent in the banking interests of Boston, gave much attention to the charities of the city, and was an efficient worker in the South Congregational Church. Reverend Charles Lowe, the secretary from 1865 to 1871, wisely directed the activities of the association through the early period of the Great Awakening of the denomination, and kept it from going to pieces on the Scylla and Charybdis of creed and radicalism. He was followed at a most critical and difficult time by Reverend Rush R. Shippen, who continued to hold the office until 1881. The reaction succeeding the great prosperity that followed the close of the Civil War brought great burdens of debt to many individuals and to cities, states, and the nation. These troubles distracted attention from spiritual interests, and joined with various other calamities, and making this a trying time for churches and religious organizations. The discussions as to the theological position of the denomination naturally resulted in more or less of disorganization, and made it impossible to secure the unity of effort which is essential to any positive missionary growth. In spite of these drawbacks, however, denominational interests slowly advanced. During this period, the Unitarian Association began to receive a considerable increase of its funds from legacies, a result of its enlarged activities and of the new interest awakened by the formation of the National Conference. A few facts may be mentioned to illustrate the never-failing generosity of Unitarian givers when specific needs are presented. In October 1871 occurred the Great Fire in Chicago and the burning of Unity Church in that city, which was aided with $60,000 in rebuilding, while the Third Church and All Souls were helped liberally in passing through this crisis. The following year, the Boston fire crippled sadly the resources of the association, and instead of the $150,000 asked for, only $42,000 were received. Yet, in 1876, the church in Washington was built, and $30,000 were contributed to that purpose by the denomination. In 1879, the denomination gave $56,000 to free the Church of the Messiah in New York from debt. During this period, $100,000 were contributed to the Young Men's Christian Union in Boston, $90,000 to the Harvard Divinity School, $20,000 to the Prospect Hill School at Greenfield, and $30,000 towards the Channing Memorial Church in Newport. During these trying times, the administration of Unitarian affairs in the West was in judicious hands. In 1865, Reverend Charles G. Ames began those missionary efforts on the Pacific Coast that have led on to the establishment of a considerable number of churches in that section of the country. In central Illinois, the devoted labors of Jasper L. Douthit from 1868 to the present time have produced wide-reaching results in behalf of a genuine religion, temperance, good government, and education. In 1868, Reverend Carlton A. Staples was made the missionary agent of the association in the West, with headquarters in Chicago, where a book room was established. He was succeeded in 1872 by Reverend Sylvan S. Hunting, who was a tireless worker in the Western field for many years. In 1874, Reverend Jenkin Lloyd Jones became the missionary of the Wisconsin Conference, and the next year of the Western Conference. For 10 years, Mr. Jones labored in this position with enthusiasm for the Unitarian cause in the West. Collegetown missions. In the spring of 1865, the attention of the Unitarian Association was directed to the growing University of Michigan, and Reverend Charles H. Brigham, then the minister of the church in Taunton, was invited to proceed to Ann Arbor and see what might be accomplished there. Meetings were held in the courthouse, but in 1866 an old Methodist church was purchased by the association and adapted to the uses of the new society. The congregation numbered at first about 80 persons, but gradually increased, especially from the attendance of university students. Mr. Brigham was asked by the students who listened to him to form a Bible class for their instruction, and this increased in numbers until it included from 200 to 300 persons. On Sunday evenings he delivered lectures wherein his wide and varied learning was made subservient to high ideals and to a noble interpretation of Christianity. He led many young men and women into the liberal faith, and he exercised through them a wide influence throughout the West. His gifts as a lecturer were also made available at the Meadville Theological School, with which institution he was connected for 10 years. The success of Mr. Brigham led to the founding of other college town churches, that at Ithaca, the seat of Cornell University, being established in 1866. In 1878, such a mission was begun at Madison for the students of the University of Wisconsin, and another at Iowa City for the University of Iowa. In more recent years, college missions have been started at Lawrence, Kansas, Lincoln, Nebraska, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Berkeley, California, Colorado Springs, and Amherst, Mass. This has proved to be one of the most effective ways of extending Unitarianism as a modern interpretation of Christianity. Theater preaching. Another interest developed by the awakening of 1865 was the popularization of Unitarianism by the use of theaters. In January 1866 was begun in the Cooper Institute, New York, a Sunday evening course of lectures by Clark, Bellows, Osgood, Frothingham, Putnam, Chadwick, and Joseph May, which was largely attended. Some of the most important doctrinal subjects were discussed. A few weeks later, a similar course was undertaken in Washington with like success. In March 1867, the Suffolk Conference undertook such a series of lectures in the Boston Theater, which was crowded to its utmost capacity. Then followed courses of sermons or lectures in Lawrence, New Bedford, Salem, Springfield, Providence, Chicago, and San Francisco, as well as in other places. The Council of the National Conference in 1868 commended this as an important work that should be encouraged. Reverend Adams Eyre was made an agent of the association to organize such meetings, and their success was remarkable for several years. In 1869, Reverend Charles Lowe spoke of that wonderful feature of our recent experience, and urged that these meetings should be so organized as to lead to definite results. An earnest effort was made to organize the theater congregations into unsectarian societies. It was proposed to form Christian unions that should work for Christian improvement and usefulness. The first result of this effort was the reorganization of the Boston Young Men's Christian Union in the spring of 1868. A similar institution was formed in Providence to promote worship, education, hospitality, and benevolence. Unions were also formed in Salem, Lowell, Cambridge, New Bedford, New York, and elsewhere. Organization of local conferences. In the autumn of 1865, in order to facilitate the collection of money for the Unitarian Association, a number of local conferences were held in Massachusetts. The first of these met at Somerville, November 14th, and was primarily a meeting of the Cambridge Association of Ministers, including all the lay delegates to the New York Convention from the churches which that association represented. The result of this meeting was an increase of contributions to the Unitarian Association, and the determination to organize permanently to facilitate that work. Dr. E. E. Hale has stated that the initial suggestion of these meetings came from a conversation between Dr. Bellows and Dr. E. H. Sears, in which the latter said that a very important element and any effort which should reveal the Unitarian Church to itself would be some plan by which neighboring churches would be brought together more familiarly. The local conferences had distinct antecedents, however, by which their character was doubtless in some degree determined. The early county and other local auxiliaries to the Unitarian Association, begun in 1826 and continued for at least 20 years, which were generally throughout New England, afforded a precedent. But a more immediate initiative had been taken in New Hampshire, where the New Hampshire Unitarian Association had been organized at Manchester, February 25, 1863. It does not appear that this organization was in any way a revival of the former society of the same name in that state, which was organized at Concord in 1832, and which was very active for a brief period. A Unitarian Church Association of Maine was organized at Portland, September 21, 1852, largely under the influence of Reverend Sylvester Judd of Augusta. But it had only a brief existence. The Maine Conference of Unitarian Churches was organized at Farmington, July 8, 1863. These organizations antedated the movement for the formation of local conferences on the part of the National Conference, and they doubtless gave motive and impetus to that effort. On November 30, 1865, a meeting similar to that at Somerville was held by the Franklin Evangelical Association at Springfield, and with similar results. Footnote: This association of ministers was organized August 17, 1819, and was Orthodox, but found itself Unitarian when the denominational change took place. End footnote. Other meetings were held at Lowell, Dedham, Quincy, Salem, Taunton, Worcester, and Boston. The attendance at all these meetings was large. They developed an enthusiastic interest, and pledges were promptly made looking to larger contributions to the Unitarian Association. At the Syracuse meeting of the National Conference in 1866, Dr. Bellows reported for the Council in favor of local organizations, auxiliary to the national body. No great national convention of any kind succeeds, it was declared, which is not the concurrence of many local conventions, each of which has duties of detail and special spheres of influence upon whose cooperation the final and grand success of the whole depends. A series of resolutions calling for the formation of local conferences to meet at fixed periods, at convenient points, for the organization of missionary work was presented by Dr. E. E. Hale. In order to carry into effect the intent of these resolutions, Charles Lowe devised a plan of organization which declared that the object of the local conference shall be to promote the religious life and mutual sympathy of the churches which unite in it, and to enable them to cooperate in missionary work and in raising funds for various Christian purposes. The work of organizing such local missionary bodies was taken up at once, and proceeded rapidly. The first one was organized at Sheboygan, Wisconsin, October 24, 1866, and nearly all the churches were brought within the limits of such conferences during the next 2 years. In the local conferences, as in the national conference, two purposes contended for expression that were not compatible with each other as practical incentives to action. The one looked to the uniting of all liberal individuals and denominations in a general organization, and the other aimed at the promotion of distinctly Unitarian interests. In the national conference, the denominational purpose controlled in shaping its permanent policy, but the other intent found expression in the addition of other Christian churches to the name, though in only the most limited way did such churches connect themselves with the conference. Footnote: in a small number of instances, such churches did join the conference, but the number was too small to be in any degree significant. End footnote. The local conferences made like provision for those not wishing to call themselves distinctly Unitarian. Such desire for cooperation, however, was in a large degree ineffective because of the fact that the primary aim in the calling into existence of such conferences was an increase in the funds of the Unitarian Association. Fellowship and fraternity. Under the leadership of the National Conference, the Unitarian body underwent material changes in its internal organization and in its relations to other denominations. Not only did it bring the churches to act together in the local conferences and in its own sessions, but it taught them to cooperate for the protection of their pulpits against adventurers and immoral men. Before it was organized, the excessive spirit of independency in the churches would permit of no exercise of control as to their selection of ministers to fill their pulpits. At the fourth session of the National Conference, held in New York in October 1870, the Council, through Dr. Bellows, suggested that the local conferences refuse to acknowledge as ministers men of proven vices and immoralities. To carry out the spirit of this suggestion, Dr. Hale presented a resolution, which was adopted, asking the local conferences to appoint committees of fellowship to examine and to act upon candidates for the ministry. In October 1870, the New York and Hudson River Conference created such a committee to examine the testimonials of such as desire to become members of the conference and enter the Unitarian ministry. The seventh session of the National Conference, held at Saratoga in 1876, provided for the appointment of a committee of fellowship, and the list of names of those appointed to its membership appears in the printed report. But there is no record that the committee ever organized. In 1878, the Council reported at considerable length on the desirableness of establishing such a committee. And again, a committee of fellowship was appointed to take into immediate consideration the subject of the introduction into the Unitarian ministry of those persons who seek an entrance into that ministry from other churches. This committee consisted of 12 persons, 3 each for the Eastern, Middle, Western, and Pacific states. At the session of 1880, the Council of the Conference stated that it had created a substitute for the old ecclesiastical council that was called together from the neighboring ministers and churches whenever a minister was to be inducted into office. That method was costly and had dropped into desuetude. But the new method of a committee of fellowship saved true congregational methods and freed the churches from unworthy men. At this session, the committee reported that it had adopted a uniform plan of action, but a resolution was passed recommending that each local conference establish its own committee of fellowship. Having once been instituted, however, the committee of the National Conference came slowly to be recognized as the fit means of introducing ministers into the Unitarian fellowship. Its authority has proven beneficent and in no sense autocratic. It has shown that churches may cooperate in this way without intruding upon each other's rights, and that such a safeguarding of the pulpits of the denomination is essential to their dignity and morality. In 1896, the Minnesota Conference went one step further and provided for a committee of fellowship with power to exclude for conduct unbecoming a minister. Results of the denominational awakening. The most marked feature in the history of Unitarianism in this country during the period from 1865 to 1880 was the organization of the National Conference as the legislative body of the denomination, and the adjustment to it of the American Unitarian Association as its executive instrument. Attendant upon this organizing movement was the termination of the theological discussion that had begun 20 years earlier between the conservatives and radicals, the supernaturalists and the idealists or transcendentalists. In 1865, the large majority of Unitarians were conservatives and supernaturalists, but in 1880 a marked change in belief had come about that had apparently given the victory to the more moderate of the radicals. The majority of Unitarians would no longer assert that miracles are necessary to faith in Christ and the acceptance of his teachings as worthy of credence. The change that came about during these years was largely due to the leadership of Henry W. Bellows. What he did was to keep actively alive in the Unitarian body its recognition of its Christian heritage, while at the same time he boldly refused assent to its being committed to any definite creed. He insisted upon the right of Unitarians to the Christian name and to all that Christianity means as a vital spiritual force. But at the same time, he refused to accept any limits for the Christian tradition and heritage and left them free for growth. Sometimes apparently reactionary and conservative, he was at other times boldly radical and progressive. The cause of this seeming inconsistency was to be found in those gifts of imagination and emotion that made him a great preacher. But the inconsistency was more apparent than real, for in his leadership he manifested a wisdom and a capacity for directing the efforts of others that has never been surpassed in the history of religion and philanthropy in this country. He was both conservative and radical, supernaturalist and transcendentalist, a believer in miracles with a confident trust in the functions of reason. He saw both before and after, knew the worth of the past, and recognized that all the roots of our religious life are found therein, and yet courageously faced the future and its power to transform our faith by the aid of philosophy and science. Consequently, his sympathies were large, generous, and inclusive. Sometimes autocratic in word and action, his motives were Catholic, and his intentions broad and appreciative. He gave direction to the newer Unitarianism in its efforts to organize and perpetuate itself. Had it been more flexible to his organizing skill, it would have grown more rapidly. But with all its individualism and dislike of proselyting, it has more than doubled in strength since 1865. He showed the Unitarian body that freedom is consistent with organized effort, and that personal liberty is no more essential than coordinated action. He may be justly described as the real organizer of the Unitarian body in this country. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Part 1 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 1. Growth of Denominational Consciousness. The period from 1880 to the present time is marked by a growing denominational unity. Gradually, Unitarians have come to the acceptance of their fellowship as a religious body and to a recognition of their distinct mission. The controversy between the conservatives and the radicals was transferred to the West in 1886 and continued to have at its basis the problem of the relation of the individual to religious institutions and traditions. The Conservative Party maintained that Unitarians are Christians and gave recognition to that continuity of human development by which every generation is connected with and draws its life from those which precede it, and is consciously dependent upon them. On the other hand, the Radical Party was not willing to accept traditions and institutions as having a binding authority over individuals. Some of them were reluctant to call themselves Christians, not because they rejected the more important of the Christian beliefs, but because they were not willing to bind any individual by the action of his fellows. It was their claim that religion best serves its own ends when it is free to act upon the individual without compulsion of any kind from others, and that its attractions should be without any bias of external authority. The Western issue. At the meeting of the Western Conference held in Cleveland in 1882, arrangements were made looking to its incorporation, and its object was defined to be the transaction of business pertaining to the general interests of the societies connected with the conference and the promotion of rational religion. It was voted that the motto on the conference seal should be Freedom, Fellowship, and Character in Religion, which was the same as that of the Free Religious Association, with the addition of the word character. These results were reached after much discussion and by the way of compromise. The issues thus raised were brought forward again at St. Louis in 1885, when Reverend J. T. Sunderland, the secretary and missionary of the conference, deplored the growing spirit of agnosticism and skepticism in the Unitarian churches of the West. His report caused a division of opinion in the conference, and in the controversy that ensued, the conservatives were represented by the Unitarian, edited by Reverend Brooke Herford and Reverend J. T. Sunderland, and the radicals by Unity, edited by Reverend J. L. I. Jones and Reverend W. C. Gannett. At the Western Conference meeting of 1886, held in Cincinnati, the controversy found full expression. The session was preceded a few days before by the publication of a pamphlet on the Western issue from the pen of Mr. Sunderland, in which he contended for the theistic and Christian character of the conference. A resolution offered by Reverend Oscar Clute that the primary object of this conference is to diffuse the knowledge and promote the interests of pure Christianity was rejected by a considerable majority. Another, offered by Mr. Sunderland, that while rejecting all creeds and creed limitations, the conference hereby expresses its purpose as a body to be the promotion of a religion of love to God and love to man, was also rejected. That presented by William C. Gannett was carried by a majority of 34 to 10 and declared that the Western Unitarian Conference conditions its fellowship on no dogmatic tests, but welcomes all who wish to join it to establish truth, righteousness, and love in the world. The result was a pronounced division between the two parties within the conference, and a considerable number of churches, including some of the oldest and strongest, withdrew from cooperation in the work of the conference. At the session of 1887, held in All Souls Church, Chicago, an effort was made to bring about a reconciliation, but this was not completely secured. A resolution was carried, however, by a majority of 59-3, reaffirming Mr. Gannett's declaration adopted at Cincinnati, but also accepting a statement in regard to fellowship and doctrines, which was called The Things Most Commonly Believed Today Among Us, and read as follows. In all matters of church government, we are strict Congregationalists. We have no creed in the usual sense, that is, articles of doctrinal belief which bind our churches and fix the conditions of our fellowship. Character has always been to us the supreme matter. We have doctrinal beliefs, and for the most part hold such beliefs in common. But above all doctrines, we emphasize the principles of freedom, fellowship, and character in religion. These principles make our all-sufficient test of fellowship. All names that divide religion are to us of little consequence compared with religion itself. Whoever loves truth and loves the good is in a broad sense of our religious fellowship. Whoever loves the one or loves the other better than ourselves is our teacher, whatever age or church he may belong to. So our church is wide, our teachers many, and our holy writings large. With a few exceptions, we may be called Christian theists. Theists as worshiping the one in all, and naming that one God our Father. Christian, because revering Jesus as the highest of the historic prophets of religion. These names, as names, receiving more stress in our older than in our younger churches. The general faith is hinted well in words which several of our churches have adopted for their covenant. In the freedom of the truth, and in the spirit of Jesus Christ, we unite for the worship of God and the service of man. It is hinted in such words as these. Unitarianism is a religion of love to God and love to man. It is that free and progressive development of historic Christianity which aspires to be synonymous with universal ethics and universal religion. But because we have no creed which we impose as test of fellowship, specific statements of belief abound among us, always somewhat differing, always largely agreeing. One such we offer here. We believe that to love the good and live the good is the supreme thing in religion. We hold reason and conscience to be final authorities in matters of religious belief. We honor the Bible and all inspiring scriptures, old and new. We revere Jesus and all holy souls that have taught men truth and righteousness and love as prophets of religion. We believe in the growing nobility of man. We trust the unfolding universe as beautiful, beneficent, unchanging order. To know this order is truth. To obey it is right and liberty and stronger life. We believe that good and evil inevitably carry their own recompense, no good things being failure and no evil things success. That heaven and hell are states of being. That no evil can befall the good man in either life or death. That all things work together for the victory of good. We believe that we ought to join hands and work to make good things better and the worst good, counting nothing good for self that is not good for all. We believe that this self-forgetting, loyal life awakes in man the sense of union, here and now, with things eternal, the sense of deathlessness. And this is to us an earnest of the life to come. We worship one in all. that life whence suns and stars derive their orbits, and the soul of man is aught, that light which lighteth every man that cometh into the world, giving us power to become the sons of God, that love with whom our souls commune, this one we name the eternal God, our Father. This action, not satisfying the remonstrance, the controversy went on with considerable vigor for 3 or 4 years. Both parties to it were characteristically Unitarian in their attitude and in their demands. Both sought the truth with an attempt at unbiased judgment, and neither wished to disfellowship the other or to put any restrictions upon its expression of its opinions. Much heat was engendered by the controversy, but light was desire by both parties with sincere purpose. The conflict was finally brought to an end by the action of the National Conference at its session of 1894, held at Saratoga, though this result had been practically reached in 1892. A committee on the revision of the Constitution had been appointed by the Council of the session of 1891, and this committee reported the following preamble, which was unanimously adopted as a substitute for the preamble of 1865 and 1868. The Conference of Unitarian and other Christian churches was formed in the year 1865, with the purpose of strengthening the churches and societies which should unite in it for more and better work for the kingdom of God. These churches accept the religion of Jesus, holding, in accordance with his teaching, that practical religion is summed up in love to God and love to man. The conference recognizes the fact that its constituency is congregational in tradition and polity. Therefore, it declares that nothing in this Constitution is to be construed as an authoritative test, and we cordially invite to our working fellowship any who, while differing from us in belief, are in general sympathy with our spirit and our practical aims. This preamble to the new Constitution proved to be so far acceptable to both parties in the Western Conference, as well as to their sympathizers elsewhere, that harmony was restored throughout the denomination. While the Unitarian body thus retained its use of the Christian name and its insistence upon loyalty to the teachings of Jesus, yet it put aside every form of dogmatic test and of creedal statement. Its fellowship was made very broad in its character, and all were invited to join it who so desired. Fellowship with Universalists. At the annual meeting of the Unitarian Association in 1899, resolutions were passed looking to joint action between Unitarians and Universalists with reference to furthering their common interests. A committee was appointed to confer with a similar committee of the Universalist General Convention for the purpose of considering plans of closer cooperation, devise ways and means for more efficient usefulness. In October, this proposal was accepted by the General Convention and a committee appointed. At the annual meeting of the Unitarian Association in 1900, the report of the Joint Committee was presented, in which it was declared that closer cooperation is desirable and practicable. But the committee expressed the wish to go on record as not desiring nor expecting to disturb in any way the separate organic autonomy of the two denominations. We seek cooperation, not consolidation, unity, non-union. The committee recommended that it be given authority to consider the cases in which the two denominations are jointly interested, such as opportunities of instituting churches or missions in new fields, the circulation of tracts and books, the holding of joint meetings of ministers and churches, or other efforts to promote intellectual agreements and deep faiths of the heart, and to recommend the appropriate action to the proper organizations. At the next sessions of the Unitarian Association and of the Universalist General Convention, these recommendations were accepted, and permanent members of the Joint Committee were appointed. This committee has entered upon its duties, and important results may be anticipated in the promotion of harmony and cooperation. Officers of the American Unitarian Association. Mr. Henry P. Kidder continued as the president of the Unitarian Association until the annual meeting of 1886. He was then succeeded by Honorable George D. Robinson, who held the office for only 1 year. He had been in both houses of the Massachusetts legislature, in the National House from 1877 to 1883, and was governor of Massachusetts from 1884 to 1886. His successor was Honorable George S. Hale, from 1887 to 1895, who was a distinguished lawyer and was greatly interested in charities and reforms. Honorable John D. Long was the president from 1895 to 1897. He had been in the lower house of the Massachusetts legislature, was lieutenant governor in 1879, governor in 1880 to 82, in the National House from 1883 to 1889, and from 1897 to 1902 was Secretary of the Navy. Honorable Carroll D. Wright held the office from 1897 to 1900. He was in the Massachusetts Senate in 1871 and 1872, was chief of the Massachusetts Bureau of Statistics from 1873 to 1888, superintendent of the United States Census in 1880, has been commissioner of the National Bureau of Labor since 1885, and in 1902 became president of Clark College at Worcester. At the annual meeting of 1900, it was thought best to make a change in the nature of the presidency, in order that the head of the association might become its chief executive officer. In that way, it was sought to add dignity and efficiency to the position of the executive officer, as well as to meet the greatly increased work of the association by this addition to its salaried force. The secretary, Reverend Samuel A. Eliot, was elected to the presidency. In 1881, Reverend Grindal Reynolds became the secretary of the association. He had previously held pastorates in Jamaica Plain and Concord. He had rare executive abilities, was gifted with sound common sense and a judicial temper, and he had a most efficient business capacity. Under his leadership, the growth of the Unitarian denomination was more rapid than it had been at any earlier period, and this was largely due to his zeal, energy, and wisdom. In December 1894, Reverend George Batchelor became the secretary, and he continued in office until November 1897, when he became the editor of the Christian Register. He had previously held pastorates in Salem, Chicago, and Lowell. He was succeeded January 1, 1898, by Reverend Samuel A. Eliot, who had been settled over churches in Denver and Brooklyn, and who became the president of the association in 1900. Reverend Charles E. St. John, who had been settled in Northampton and Pittsburgh, became the secretary at the annual meeting of 1900. The American Unitarian Association as a representative body. In the report of the Council of the National Conference at the session of 1880, Dr. Bellows pointed out the fact that the American Unitarian Association was not a union of churches, but an association of individuals belonging to Unitarian churches, who became members of it and entitled to vote by signing its constitution and the annual payment of $1. This association never had, and has not now, any explicit relation to our churches as churches, but only to such individuals as choose to become voluntary subscribers to its funds, and members by signing its constitution, and to such churches as choose to employ its services. This statement led to the appointment of a committee to consider how the National Conference and the American Unitarian Association can more effectually cooperate without sacrifice of the advantages belonging to either. The committee reported in 1882 in favor of so changing the charter of the association that a church might become a member. At the annual meeting of the association in 1884, after a prolonged discussion, its bylaws were so amended that while the life membership was retained, the sum creating it was raised from $30 to $50, and churches were given representation on the condition of regular yearly contributions to its treasury, 2 of such contributions being necessary to establish a church in this right. Since that time, the delegates from churches have considerably outnumbered the life members voting at the annual meetings. This has practically given the churches the controlling voice in the activities of the association. The giving of a representative character to the association had the effect of increasing the contributions made to its support by the churches. Under the leadership of Dr. Bellows, at the National Conference in 1884, there began a movement looking to the establishment of a conference in every state and the employment of a missionary by every such conference. This plan has not yet been fully carried out. But in 1885 and the following years, missionary superintendents were appointed by the association for 5 general sections of the country, and with some variations, this system has continued in operation to the present time. The Church Building Loan Fund. The work of building churches was greatly facilitated by the establishment, in 1884, of a church-building loan fund. The proposition to create such a fund was first brought forward by the Finance Committee at a meeting of the directors of the Unitarian Association on February 11, 1884. At the March meeting, a committee was appointed to mature plans. And at the meeting of the National Conference in September, held at Saratoga, a resolution was passed asking the association to set apart $25,000 for this purpose, and pledging the conference to add $20,000 to this sum. At the November meeting of the directors of the association, the organization of the fund was completed. The board of trustees was created, and the sum of $43,000 was reported as secured. The fund was steadily increased by contributions from the churches and by gifts and legacies until in 1900 it amounted to $144,820.92. Up to May 1900, an aggregate sum of $294,310 had been disbursed in 100 loans to 90 societies, chiefly to aid in the erection of new church edifices. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 2. The Unitarian Building in Boston. For several years after the organization of the American Unitarian Association, the records give no indication of the place of meeting of the directors. During the latter part of 1825 and in 1826, David Reed was the general agent of the association, and his place of business was at 81 Washington Street. It is probable that the directors met at the study of the secretary or at the place of business of the agent. In December 1826, the firm of Bowles and Dearborn, booksellers, became the agents, their store being first at 72 and then at 50 Washington Street. Here all Unitarian publications were kept on sale, the name of General Repository being given to their stock of books, tracts, periodicals, and other publications of a liberal character. In 1829, the agent was Leonard C. Bowles, evidently a continuation of Bowles and Dearborn. In 1830, the depository was removed to 135 Washington Street, and was under the management of the firm of Gray and Bowen, who were paid $144.44 for their services. In 1831, the place of business of this firm was 141 Washington Street, and the sum it received from the association was $200, which was the next year increased to $300. Leonard C. Bowles, located at 147 Washington Street, again became the agent in 1836. In 1837, James Monroe and Company appear as the publishers of the annual report, but they are not mentioned as agents or as having charge of the repository. The sum of $150 was paid in that year for the rent of a room for the General Secretary, Reverend Charles Briggs, and the location of the room is probably indicated by the record that in 1838 Monroe and Company were paid $133.34 for rent of room and clerk hire, their store being at 134 Washington Street. Here the headquarters of the association were at last established, for they continued in this place until 1846. In 1839, the rental paid was $300, and for the 6 succeeding years it was $200. Surely these were the days of small things, but here the association carried on such activities as it had in hand, and the Unitarian ministers met for conversation and consultation. In 1846, Crosby, Nichols, and Company became the agents of the association, first at 118 and then at 111 Washington Street. This firm brought out several Unitarian books and issued the Christian Examiner and other Unitarian periodicals. For a number of years they were intimately associated with Unitarian interests, and the theological and literary traditions of the time connect them with many of the leading men and movements of Boston. In the rear of their store, the association had its office, its meeting place for the directors and other officers, as well as for the Monday gatherings of ministers. After these many wanderings from the rear of one bookstore to another, the association at last secured an abode of its own. On March 9, 1854, rooms for the use of the association were opened at 21 Bromfield Street. On this occasion, a small company came together and listened to an address by Dr. Samuel K. Lothrop, the president of the association. Another change was made in October 1859, when Walker, Wise and Company undertook the bookselling and publishing work of the association at 21 Bromfield Street. In the year 1865, there came to the association an opportunity for securing a building of its own. The sum of $16,000 was paid for a house at 26 Chauncey Street, which was occupied in the spring of 1866. The enlarged activities of the association at this time here found the housing they needed. Affiliated organizations also found a home in this building, especially the Sunday School Society, the Christian Register Association, and the monthly religious magazine. The theater meetings, begun in Boston in 1866, having suggested the need of a larger denominational building, the Monthly Journal of November 1867 proposed the erection of a building with a spacious hall for these great popular meetings, smaller rooms for social gatherings, offices for the association and other affiliated societies, and an attractive bookstore. In short, we would have it comprise all that might properly belong to a denominational headquarters or home. We would have it in a convenient and conspicuous situation, and every way worthy of our position. This dream of Mr. Low's he brought forward again in his annual report of 1870, when he said, "The building now occupied by the association has become wholly inadequate to its uses, and steps were taken more than a year ago by its friends in Boston towards providing more suitable accommodations, and at the same time providing in connection with it for such other uses as might make the building to be erected worthy to be the headquarters of the denomination in the city which gave it birth." Mr. Shippen called attention to the needs of the association in his report of 1872, saying that the project of a large hall had been abandoned, but that there was urgent demand for a building suited to the business and social needs of the denomination in Boston. The great fire of November 1872 brought this project to a sudden termination. The Chauncey Street building was for many hours in danger of being burned, but it was finally saved. Its market value was much increased by the fire, however, and in February 1873 it was sold for $37,000. Purchase was soon made, at a cost of $30,000, of the estate at 7 Tremont Place, belonging to Honorable Albert Fearing, who had been active in the work of the association and prominent in the Unitarian circles of Boston. This building, entered by the association in May 1873, was somewhat larger than its predecessor and in some respects better suited to the needs of the association. Yet the secretary, at the annual meeting held in the same month, called for the more convenient building which should serve as a worthy center in this city for the various charitable and missionary activities of our faith. In his report of 1880, Mr. Shippen again presented his demand for a suitable home for the association and its kindred organizations. This appeal was renewed in the following year by Mr. Reynolds, who urged the need of a denominational house in Boston which should be commodious, accessible, easily found, and where all our charities and all our works should find a home. Very fitting it is, he added, that such a house should be named after him who, by his personal influence in life, and by the power of his written word after his death, has been the mightiest single force for the diffusion of rational Christianity. In January 1882, the Unitarian Club of Boston was organized, and it soon after took up the task of erecting the desired building. The initiative was taken at a meeting of the club held December 13, 1882, when Mr. Henry P. Kidder offered to head a subscription for this purpose with the sum of $10,000. The proposal was received with much enthusiasm, and a committee was appointed consisting of Henry P. Kidder, Charles Faulkner, Charles W. Eliot, William Endicott, Jr., Francis H. Brown, M.D., Dr. John Cordner, Arthur T. Lyman, Henry Grew, Thomas Gaffield, and Reverend Grindal Reynolds, to whom authority was given to raise funds, purchase a lot, and erect a building. It was arranged by this committee that the association should contribute $50,000 from the sale of its Tremont Place building, and that the club should raise $150,000. Subscriptions were opened February 9, 1883, and in November over $154,000 had been secured. A suitable lot was purchased at the corner of Beacon and Bowdoin Streets, and the erection of the building was begun in 1884. A prolonged labor strike delayed the completion of the building, so that the service of its dedication, which had been arranged for the evening of May 25, 1886, was held in Tremont Temple. The presiding officer on that occasion was George William Curtis, and addresses were made by Drs. Frederick H. Hedge, Andrew P. Peabody, and Horatio Stebbins. In July, the building was occupied by the association. "The denominational house is but brick and stone," said Mr. Reynolds in his report of 1886, "but it is brick and stone which testify to the new hope, vigor, life, which have been coming in these later years into our body, and without which it could not have been reared. It is brick and stone which are the pledges of a noble future, which stimulate to good work, and furnish the means of doing it." Footnote: The building seemed to be ample, when it was first occupied, for any growth that was likely to be made for many years to come. At the present time, only 16 years later, it is crowded, and an extension is urgently demanded. It does not now afford room for the work required, and much of that work is done at a considerable disadvantage because of the want of room. The promise for the immediate future is that much more room will be required in order to facilitate the growing work of the association. End footnote. Growth of the devotional spirit. The last 20 years of the 19th century saw an increased use of the simpler Christian rites in Unitarian churches. In that time, a distinct advance was made in the acceptableness of the communion service, and probably in the number of those willing to join in its observance. The abandonment of its mystical features and its interpretation as a simple memorial service that would help to cherish loved ones gone hence, and the saintly and heroic of all ages, as well as the one great leader of the Christian body, has given it for Unitarians a new spiritual effectiveness. The same causes have led to the adoption of the rite of confirmation in a considerable number of churches. Gradually, the idea has grown that what Reverend Sylvester Judd called the birthright church is the true one, and that it is desirable that all children should be religiously trained and admitted to the church at the age of adolescence. Mr. Judd gave noble utterance to this conception of a church in a series of sermons published after his death. as well as in a sermon prepared for the Thursday lecture in Boston. Footnote: The Birthright Church, a Discourse, printed for the Association of the Unitarian Church of Maine, Augusta, 1854. Mr. Judd's conception of the church as a social organism was shown in the name given to the organization formed under his leadership in 1852, called the Association of the Unitarian Church in Maine. In the preamble to the Constitution, he wrote, "We, the Unitarian Christians of Maine, ourselves, and our posterity are a church. We are a church, not of creeds, but of the Bible, not of sect, but of humanity, seeking not uniformity of dogma, but communion in the religious life. We embrace in our fellowship all who will be in fellowship with us." In defining a local church, he says, "These Christians, with their families, uniting for religious worship, instruction, growth, and culture, having the ordinances and a pastor, constitute a parochial church." End footnote. The same idea was elaborated by Reverend Cyrus A. Bartol in his Church and Congregation, A Plea for Their Unity, wherein he contended for the union of church and parish, the opening of the communion to all as a right accepted by the whole congregation, and not by a few church members, and the education of children as constituent members of the church from birth. It was not until much later, however, that the rite of confirmation came into use, largely because of the interpretations of the purposes and methods of Christian nurture presented by Bushnell, Bartol, and Judd. Footnote: Probably Dr. William G. Elliot of St. Louis was the first Unitarian minister to make a systematic use of this rite. He prepared a brief manual for use in his church, the preface to which bears date of December 6, 1868. Seth C. Beach, while minister in Dedham, printed a paper on the subject in the Unitarian Review, January 1886. He held a confirmation service in the Dedham Church, April 25, 1886. At a meeting of the Western Sunday School Society held in Cincinnati, May 12, 1889, Reverend John C. Learned read a paper on the sacrament of confirmation. End footnote. This rite could have meaning only as the expression of social responsibility on the part of parents and church alike. That true religion is not merely a question of individual opinion, but that there is high worth in those spiritual forces that are carried forward from generation to generation, and must descend from parent to child if they have effective power. In a word, the use of the confirmation rite is an abandonment of extreme individualism and is an acceptance of the socialistic conception of spiritual development. Footnote: The views of Bartol and Judd are appropriate to a state church wherein they first found expression, and their motive is always distinctly social. End footnote. This is distinctly a return to the conception of a church maintained by Solomon Stoddard at the beginning of the 18th century, and to that broader congregationalism he desired to see established throughout New England. It was also, theoretically, that of the Puritan founders of New England, who maintained that all children of church members were also members of the church, but who inconsistently insisted upon a supernatural conversion in order to full membership. It is even more positively an acceptance of the theory of Christian nurture held by the Catholic and the Episcopal churches. That theory is based on the social conception of the church, that it is an organic body, and that every child is born into it and is to be trained as a member by nature and by right. There has also been a marked change in the forms of Sunday worship, especially in the general adoption of responsive readings or more elaborate rituals. The tendency has been away from the bare and unattractive service of the Puritan churches, which was the acme of individualism in worship, towards the more social conception that brings the whole congregation to join in the act and in the spirit of devotion. This social conception of worship had its first distinct expression in a Unitarian church when James Freeman Clarke organized the Church of the Disciples in 1843. His example was a potent force in introducing into many churches a richer and more expressive form of worship. Another influence was that of Samuel Longfellow, who became the minister of the Second Unitarian Church in Brooklyn in 1853. He soon after introduced vesper services in place of the second sermon in the afternoon, making them largely devotional in their character. His own taste and deep feeling were largely a condition of the full success of the Vespers, says his biographer, which were seldom elsewhere so impressive or seemed so genuine as a devotional act. They needed, for their perfect effect, the influence of a leader with whom worship was an habitual mental attitude, and who, combined with the instinct of religion, the art of a poet and of a musician. The form of service thus initiated was adopted in many other churches, and slowly had its influence in giving greater beauty and spiritual expressiveness to worship in Unitarian churches. About 1885, the tendency to adopt a more social and a more aesthetic form of worship came to assert itself more distinctly. To its furtherance, Reverend Howard N. Brown gave, perhaps, greater emphasis than any other person. But there were others who took an active part in the movement. The old congregational demand for simplicity, however, was very great, and there was strong feeling against anything like ritualism. The use of some kind of liturgy became quite general in the face of this objection, and a considerable number of books of a semi-ritual character were published. The most elaborate work of this nature was compiled by a committee appointed by the Unitarian Association and published by it in 1891. What is to be recognized in this tendency is not the more general use of liturgies, however simple or however elaborate, but the growth in Unitarian churches of the worshiping spirit. With the development of a rational theology, there has been a corresponding evolution of a simple but earnest attitude of devotion. The devotional spirit of Unitarians, however, has found its most emphatic and beautiful expression in religious hymns and poems. The older Unitarian piety found voice in the hymns of the younger Henry Ware, Norton, Pierpont, Frothingham, Peabody, Lunt, Bryant, and many others. It was rational and yet Christian, simple in sentiment, and yet it found in the New Testament traditions its themes and its symbolisms. Then followed the older transcendentalists, who sought in the inward life and the soul's oneness with God the chief motives to spiritual expression. The hymns and the religious poems of Furness, Hedge, Longfellow, Johnson, Clarke, Very, Brooks, and Miss Scudder have an interior and spiritual quality seldom found in devotional poetry. Footnote. Miss Scudder's best hymns were all written while she was a Unitarian. Unitarian hymnology has been nobly treated by Dr. Alfred P. Putnam in his Singers and Songs of the Liberal Faith, Boston, 1875. It is understood that he is preparing a second volume. The tendency to a deeper recognition of the spirit of worship has found fitting expression in the Spiritual Life, Studies of Devotion and Worship, George H. Ellis, 1898. End footnote. They are not the mere utterances of conventional sentiments or the repetition of ecclesiastical symbolisms, but the voicing of deep inward experiences that reveal and interpret the true life of the soul. Of the same character are the hymns and religious poems of Gannett, Hosmer, and Chadwick, who have but accentuated the tendencies of their predecessors. It is the more radical theology that has voiced itself in the religious songs of these men, but with a mystical or spiritual insight that fits them to the needs of all devout worshippers. It is these genuinely poetical interpretations of the spiritual life that most often claim utterance in song on the part of Unitarian congregations. A body of worshippers that can produce such a hymnology must possess a large measure of genuine piety and devotion. The 75th Anniversary. Many of the tendencies of the Unitarian movement found utterance on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the American Unitarian Association. The meetings were held in Tremont Temple, May 22, 1900, and the attendance was large and enthusiastic, many persons coming from distant parts of the country. This meeting brought into full expression the denominational consciousness, and showed the harmony that had been secured as the result of the controversies of many years. As never before, it was realized that the Unitarian body has a distinct mission, that it has organic and vital power, and that its individual members are united by a common faith for the promotion of the interests of a rational and humanitarian religion. This was also a notable occasion because it brought together representatives from nearly all the countries in which Unitarianism exists in an organized form, thus clearly indicating that it is a cosmopolitan movement, and not one of merely local significance. At the morning session, addresses were made by the representatives from Hungary, Great Britain, Germany, Belgium, India, and Japan. In the afternoon, addresses were delivered by the missionaries of the association. Other meetings of much interest were held during the week that were of value as interpretations of the past of Unitarianism in this country. During this anniversary week, on May 26, 1900, upon the suggestion of Reverend S. A. Elliott, there was organized the International Council of Unitarian and other liberal religious thinkers and workers, its object being to open communication with those in all lands who are striving to unite pure religion and perfect liberty, and to increase fellowship and cooperation among them. Professor J. Estlin Carpenter of Oxford, England, was selected as the president, and Reverend Charles W. Went, who shortly after became the minister of the Parker Memorial in Boston, was made the secretary. The executive committee included representatives from the United States, Great Britain, Japan, Hungary, Germany, France, Italy, Belgium, and Switzerland. The first annual meeting was held in London, May 30th and 31st, 1901, with delegates present from the above-named countries as well as from Holland, Norway, India, Denmark, Australia, and Canada. Footnote: the addresses and papers of this meeting were published under the title of Liberal Religious Thought at the Beginning of the 20th Century, London, 1901. They give the most complete account yet published of the various liberal movements in many parts of the world, and the book is one of great interest and value. End footnote. The anniversary exercises, as well as the organization of the International Council, gave concrete emphasis to the growing interest in Unitarian ideas and principles in many parts of the world. They gave the sense of a large fellowship and kindled new enthusiasm. As interpreted by these meetings, the Unitarian name has largely ceased to be one of merely theological signification, and has come to mean an endeavor to unite for common and unselfish endeavors all believers in pure religion and perfect liberty. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, Part 1 of Unitarianism in America, a history of its origin and development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 1. The Ministry at Large. One of the most important of the philanthropies undertaken by the early Unitarians was the ministry to the poor and unchurched in Boston, usually known as the Ministry at Large. It began in 1822, came under the direction of the American Unitarian Association, and the shaping hand of Dr. Joseph Tuckerman in 1826, and was taken in charge by the Benevolent Fraternity of Churches in 1834. It was not begun by Tuckerman, though its origin is usually attributed to him. Even before 1822, attempts had been made to establish missions amongst the poor by the evangelical denominations. But their work was not thoroughly organized, and it had reached no efficient results when Tuckerman entered upon his labors. The work of Tuckerman was to take up what had been tentatively begun by others, give it a definite purpose and method, and so to inform it with his own genius for charity that it became a great philanthropy in its intent and in its methods. Association of Young Men. When the Hancock Grammar School House in the north end of Boston was being erected, a young man, in passing it on a September evening, said to a companion, "Why cannot we have a Sunday school here?" The proposition was received with favor, and the two discussed plans while they continued their walk. They met frequently to mature their methods of procedure, and they invited others to join them in the undertaking. On the evening of October 2nd, 1822, these two young men, Frederick T. Gray and Benjamin H. Green, met with Moses Grant, William P. Rice, and others to give more careful consideration to their purpose of forming a society for mutual religious improvement. Footnote: the record of the first meeting states the objects for which the young men met as follows. Feeling impressed with the importance of giving religious instruction to the youths of that class of our poor who are destitute of any regard for their future well-being, and who, from being under the care of vicious parents, have no attention paid to their moral conduct. and also wishing to become acquainted with those persons of the different religious societies who profess to be followers of the same Master, they agreed to associate themselves. Having great reason to believe that God will bless their humble efforts for the spread of pure religion and virtue, and looking to Him for guidance, the meeting was organized. End footnote. These young men met with little encouragement, and for some time there was small prospect of their succeeding in their undertaking. They continued to meet weekly, however, and on November 27th, they formed the Association of Young Men for their own mutual improvement and for the religious instruction of the poor. In 1824, the name was changed to the Association for Religious Improvement. The members met at each other's houses weekly for the purpose of considering topics which related to their own personal improvement or to the wants of the community, always keeping in view the fact that their own religious growth must lie at the foundation of any great good which could be done by them for society. By degrees their number increased, and during the 6 years following, as appears from the records, the subjects to which their meetings were successively devoted were the desirableness of employing a missionary and building a mission house, the condition and wants of vagrant children, the diffusion of Christianity in India, the importance of issuing tracts and other religious publications, the means and best method of improving our state prisons, the utility of forming a Unitarian association, the best means to be adopted to abolish intemperance, the character of theatrical entertainments, the want of infant schools, and the best methods which could be taken to aid in the promotion of peace. All of these subjects were then comparatively new, and they were but just beginning to attract attention. Their importance was by no means generally understood, and least of all was the place which they were soon to occupy in public estimation anticipated. The association was discontinued in December 1835. Preaching to the poor. One of the first enterprises entered upon by this society was the securing of preaching for the poor and those connected with no religious organization. In this effort they had the cooperation of the younger Henry Ware, then the minister of the Second Church, and of John G. Palfrey, then the minister of the Brattle Street Church. In November 1822, Henry Ware began these meetings, and 4 series of them were held throughout the winter in Charter Street, in Hatter's or Creek Square, in Pitt's Court, and in Spring Street. The Charter Street meetings were at first held in a room of a primary school, and then in a small chapel that had been built by a benevolent man for teaching and preaching purposes. In this place, Mr. Ware was assisted by Dr. Jenks of the Christian denomination, and the chapel was afterwards occupied by the latter as a minister at large. The meetings in Pitt's Court were also held in a schoolroom. Those in Hatter's Square occupied a room in a large tenement house, and here the accommodations, and probably the audience, were of a humbler character than elsewhere. Tuckerman as minister to the poor. Early in the year 1826, Dr. Joseph Tuckerman expressed his willingness to devote himself to this ministry, and the American Unitarian Association was appealed to, that the necessary financial support might be secured. Dr. Tuckerman had been for 25 years the parish minister in Chelsea, but his health was such that he had been obliged to relinquish that position. On September 4th, the sum of $600 was appropriated to the support of Dr. Tuckerman for 1 year as a missionary among the poor in Boston, and Ware, Barrett, and Gannett were made a committee to ascertain what amount of money could be raised for this purpose. It was thought wise not to use the regular funds of the association for so special and local an object. The women of the Boston churches were therefore appealed to in behalf of this cause, and during the first year contributions were received from those connected with the congregations of the Brattle Street, Federal Street, West, New South, New North, 12th, and Chauncey Place churches, amounting to $712. These contributions by the women of the churches were continued until the benevolent fraternity was organized. Tuckerman entered upon his work November 5, 1826. On the evening of that day, he met with the Association for Religious Improvement, and discussed with its members the work to be undertaken. He began at once the visiting of the poor and the study of their condition in the several parts of the city, though confining himself largely to the North End. In making his first quarterly report to the Unitarian Association, February 5, 1827, he said that he had taken 50 families into his pastoral charge. He had given special attention to the children, had arranged that those should be sent to school who had not previously attended, and provided them with shoes and clothes where these were necessary. He had also aided the sick, provided necessaries for those who were helpless and deserving, secured work for those out of employment, and given religious consolation and correction where these were required. After Dr. Tuckerman had entered upon his work of visiting the poor, the Young Men's Association arranged to have him resume the discontinued evening meetings. They accordingly secured the use of a room up 2 flights of stairs, in what was known as the Circular Building, at the corner of Merrimack and Portland Streets. In this rude place, that had been used as a paint shop, services were begun on Sunday evening, December 3, 1826. Tuckerman recorded in his diary that he had a large and very attentive audience, and on the same evening he met at the house of Dr. Channing a large circle of ladies and gentlemen who formed a society to help him visit. Footnote: The secretary of the Association for Religious Improvement made this record of the meeting. December 3, 1826. The lectures under the conduct of the Association commenced this evening at 6:30 o'clock at Smith's Circular Building, corner of Merrimack and Portland Streets, which was very fully attended by those for whom it was intended. The services were of the first order. Reverend Dr. Tuckerman officiated. End footnote. As soon as services were begun in the Circular Building, it was proposed to form a Sunday school, and on a very cold December day 7 teachers and 3 children met to inaugurate it. They hovered about the little stove, by means of which the room was warmed, and began their work. The school grew rapidly, soon filled the room, and was given the name of the Howard School. Very soon, also, this room became too small to accommodate the attendance at the preaching services. In recognition of this need, the Friend Street Free Chapel was erected and opened for use on November 1st, 1828. Tuckerman's methods. During the first year of his ministry, Dr. Tuckerman reported quarterly to the American Unitarian Association, and then semi-annually. In all, there were printed 4 of the quarterly reports and 15 of the others. It was not his custom in these reports to confine himself to an account of his work, which usually received only a brief statement at the end, but he discussed important topics relating to the condition of the poor and their needs. His 3rd quarterly report was devoted to a consideration of the remedies to be used for confirmed intemperance. Others of the topics upon which he reported were the condition of the poor in cities, the duties of a minister at large, a title invented by him which he preferred to that of city or domestic missionary, the effects of poverty on the moral life of the poor, the means of relieving pauperism, the causes of poverty and the social remedies, the several classes amongst the poor and the best means of reaching each of them, the means to be employed for the recovery of those sunk in pauperism, poor laws and outdoor relief. Among the subjects he discussed incidentally and sometimes at considerable length were the duty of providing seats for the poor in the churches at a small rental, the employment of children, education as a means of saving children from growing up to a life of vagrancy and pauperism, the wages of the poor and how they can be increased. He was especially interested in the rescuing of children from ignorance and vice, and he strongly advocated the establishment of schools for the instruction of dull children and those whose education had been neglected. Through his efforts, the Broad Street Infant School was established, in order to reach the younger children of the poor. In 1829 he made a careful study of the religious condition of the poor, and he found that out of a population of 55,000, which the city then contained, there were 4,200 families, or about 18,000 persons, who were not connected with any of the churches, or who did not attend them with any degree of regularity. This gave him an opportunity to urge upon the public more strongly than before the importance of procuring free chapels, and a sufficient number of ministers to care for this large unchurched population. 1 or 2 ministers had labored amongst the poor before he began his work, and 3 or 4 had entered upon the same line of effort since he had done so. But these workers were too few in number to meet the large demands made upon them. In carrying on his work, Dr. Tuckerman sought out all who were in need of his services, without distinction of nationality, color, creed, social position, or moral condition. If he gave the preference to any, it was those who were the most wretched and debased. It is the first object of the ministry at large never to be lost sight of, he wrote, and to which no other is to be preferred, as far as shall be possible, to extend its offices to the poor and the poorest, to the low and the lowest, to the most friendless and most uncared for, the most miserable. He recognized the individuality of the poorest and the most vicious. He sought to foster it and to make it the basis of moral reform and social recovery. Organization of charities. The influence of Tuckerman's work was soon felt outside the city in which it was carried on. The people of the state came to take an interest in it, and to feel that its principles should be applied throughout the Commonwealth. Therefore, a commission was appointed by the lower house of the state legislature, February 29, 1832, to inquire into the condition of the poor in all parts of the state, and to make such report as might be the basis of needed legislation. Dr. Tuckerman was made a member of this commission. The work of investigation largely fell upon him, as well as the writing of the report. His suggestions were accepted, and the results were beneficent. In the meantime, the work of visiting the poor was carried on by a young man, Charles F. Bernard, then a student in the Divinity School, who entered upon his duties in April. In October, he was joined by Frederick T. Gray, the founder of the Association for Religious Improvement and of the first Sunday schools for the poor. These workers were ordained in the Federal Street Church on the evening of November 5, 1834, after having thoroughly tested their capacities for the task they had assumed. Dr. Tuckerman set forth all the principles which have since been described under the name of scientific charity, and he put them all into practice. In the spring of 1832, he organized a company of visitors to the poor, the members of which were to act as friends and advisers of those who were needy. In October 1833, he brought about a union of the ministers at large of all denominations for purposes of consultation and mutual helpfulness. This union resulted in a meeting held in February 1834, at which those interested in the proper care of the poor took counsel together as to the best methods to be followed. At a later meeting in March, it was decided to secure the aid of all the charitable societies in the city with a view to their cooperation and the prevention of the duplication of relief. There was accordingly organized the Association of Delegates from the Benevolent Societies of Boston, the objects of which were to adopt measures for the most effectual prevention of fraud and deception in the applicants for charity, to obtain accurate and thorough information with regard to the situation, character, and wants of the poor, and generally to interchange knowledge, experience, and advice upon all the important subjects connected with the duties and responsibilities of benevolent societies. The principle upon which this organization acted was that the public good requires that the character and circumstances of the poor should be thoroughly investigated and known by those who administer our public charities, in order that all the relief which a pure and enlarged benevolence dictates may be freely bestowed, and that almsgiving may not encourage extravagance or vice, nor injuriously affect the claims of society at large upon the personal exertions and moral character of its members. The first annual report of this association, which appeared in October 1835, was written by Dr. Tuckerman and was one of the best he produced. He laid down certain rules he had accepted as the results of his experience: that beggary was to be broken up, that all misapplications of charity should be reported to the Board of Visitors, that those asking for alms should be relieved only at their homes and after investigation, that industry, forethought, economy, and self-denial were to be fostered in order to prevent pauperism, and that no help should be given where it led to dependence and reliance upon charity. Registration, investigation, prevention of duplication of alms, and the fostering of self-help were the methods brought to bear by Dr. Tuckerman in the organization of this association. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 2. Benevolent Fraternity of Churches. In the spring of 1834, The part of the ministry at large in Boston supported by Unitarians consisted of Dr. Tuckerman's work in visiting and ministering to the poor in their own homes, 2 chapels in which Bernard and Gray preached and conducted their Sunday schools, and the office of the visitors to the poor. In order more effectually to organize the support of this work, the benevolent fraternity of churches was then suggested. The 2nd, Brattle Street, New South, New North, King's Chapel, Federal Street, Hollis Street, 12th and Purchase Street churches entered upon the work, and there was organized in each a society for the purpose of aiding the ministry at large. Each of these societies was privileged to send 5 delegates to a central body that should undertake the support and direction of that ministry. At a meeting held April 27, 1834, an organization of such delegates was effected. It was distinctly stated that it was not the wish to add another to the eleemosynary institutions of the city to which the poor might resort either for the supply of the comforts or for the relief of necessities which belong to their bodily condition. But the object of the fraternity was described as being the improvement of a moral state of the poor and irreligious of this city by the support of the ministry at large and by other means. Other ministers at large. Dr. Tuckerman continued his work of visiting the poor so far as his health permitted until his death, which occurred April 20th, 1840. His assistants and successors continued the work of visitation outside of their own congregations. In August 1844, Reverend Warren Burton was assigned to this special form of ministry, and to that of a systematic investigation of the condition of the poor. He gave much attention to the needs of children, and made inquiry as to intemperance, licentiousness, and other forms of social degeneration. He was a diligent and successful worker until his ministry came to an end in October 1848. For about a year, in 1847, Reverend William Ware also devoted himself to the house-to-house ministry, but failing health compelled his withdrawal. In April 1845, Reverend Andrew Bigelow took charge of the Pitts Street Chapel for a few months, and then for 32 years, until his death in April 1877, he continued to visit the poor. With the assistance of his wife, he went about to the homes of the people, administering to their physical needs, acting as their friend and adviser, and giving them such moral instruction and spiritual consolation as was possible. For about 1 year, beginning in March 1856, Reverend A. Rumpf visited German families in behalf of the fraternity. He was succeeded in 1857 by Reverend A. Ubelacher, who continued the work for 2 or 3 years. From 1860 to 1864, Professor J. B. Torricelli carried on a ministry amongst the Italians, Spaniards, Greeks, and other natives of Southern European resident in Boston. After the death of Dr. Bigelow, this personal ministry was discontinued, owing to the increase in the number of other agencies for doing this kind of work. Ministry at large in other cities. The work of the ministry at large was not confined to Boston. The original vote of the Unitarian Association establishing it was that it should be aided in New York as well. In December 1836, Reverend William Henry Channing entered on such a ministry in New York, and it was continued there for some years. It was also established in Charleston, Roxbury, Cambridge, Salem, Portsmouth, Portland, Lowell, New Bedford, Providence, Worcester, and elsewhere in New England. With the aid of the Unitarian Association, it was undertaken in Baltimore, Cincinnati, Louisville, and St. Louis. In 1845, Reverend Lemuel Capon was carrying on the ministry in Baltimore, Reverend W. H. Farmer in Louisville, and Reverend Mordecai DeLange in St. Louis. The ministry at large was begun in Cincinnati in 1830, and was in charge for a short time of Christopher P. Cranch, who was succeeded by Reverend James H. Perkins, a most efficient worker, who soon became the popular minister of the Unitarian Church in that city. It was established in St. Louis in 1840, and a day school for colored children was opened in 1841. A mission house was built, and Reverend Charles H. A. Dahl was put in charge. In 1841, the Mission Free School was founded, and now has a matron, nursery, kindergarten, Sunday school with lectures and entertainments. Dahl was succeeded by Mordecai DeLange, Corliss B. Ward, Carlton A. Staples, and Thomas L. Elliott. The city mission, as it was called, grew so large that in 1860 no one denomination could carry it on, and it became the St. Louis Provident Association, which has done an extensive and important work. Footnote: in 1830, the British and Foreign Unitarian Association began to consider the value of this ministry, and in 1832 the first mission was opened in London. In 1835 was formed the London Domestic Mission Society for the purpose of carrying on the work in that city. In 1833 a similar movement was made in Manchester, and in 1835 was organized the Liverpool Domestic Mission Society. The visit of Dr. Tuckerman to England in 1834 gave large interest to this movement. He then met Mary Carpenter, and she was led by him to begin her great work of charity. It was during the next year that she entered upon the work in Bristol that made her name widely known. In 1847 there were 2 ministers at large in London, 2 in Birmingham, and 1 each in Liverpool, Bristol, Leeds, Manchester, Halifax, and Leicester. The writings of Dr. Tuckerman were translated into French by the Baron de Girondeau, a leading philanthropist and statesman of that day, who praised them highly and introduced their methods into Paris and elsewhere. Of Tuckerman's book on the ministry at large, M. de Girondeau said that it throws invaluable light upon the condition and wants of the indigent and the influence which an enlightened charity can exert. He also said of Tuckerman that he knew the difference between pauperism and poverty, thus recognizing one of those cardinal distinctions made by the philanthropist in his efforts to aid the poor to self-help and independence. End footnote. In July 1850 was formed the Association of Ministers at Large in New England, of which Reverend Charles F. Bernard was for many years the president, and Reverend Horatio Wood of Lowell the secretary. It met quarterly or oftener. Essays were read on subjects connected with the work of ministering to the poor, and the special phases of that work were discussed. In the spring of 1841, Reverend Charles F. Bernard began the publication of the Journal of the Ministry at Large, as a 16-page octavo monthly, which was continued until 1860, part of the time as the Record. But during the later years it was issued irregularly. In 1838, Dr. Tuckerman published The Principles and Results of the Ministry at Large in Boston, which embodied an account of his work for 12 years, and the conclusions at which he had arrived. It did much to give direction and purpose to the ministry, and to extend its influence. It can be read with interest and profit at the present time, for it contains all the principles since put into practice in many forms of charitable activity. Dr. Andrew P. Peabody truly said of Tuckerman's enterprise in behalf of the poor that it was the earliest organized effort in that direction. Its success and its permanent establishment as an institution were due to its founder's strenuous perseverance, his self-sacrifice, his apostolic fervor of spirit, and the power of his influence. Joseph Story spoke of the ministry at large as being one of extraordinary success. "I deem it," he wrote, "one of the most glorious triumphs of Christian charity over the cold and reluctant doubts of popular opinion." The labors of Dr. Tuckerman initiated a new sphere of Protestant charity, as his nephew well said. This has been the most characteristic, the best organized, and by far the most successful cooperative work that the Unitarian body has ever attempted by way of church action, was the testimony of Dr. Joseph Henry Allen. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, Part 1 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Part 1. Organized Sunday School Work. The first Sunday schools organized in this country distinctly for purposes of religious training were by persons connected with Unitarian churches. Several schools had been opened previously, but they were not continued or were organized in the interests of secular instruction. In the summer of 1809, Miss Hannah Hill, then 25 years of age, and Miss Joanna B. Prince, then 20, both teachers of private schools for small children and connected with the First Parish in Beverly, Mass., of which Dr. Abiel Abbott was the pastor, opened a school in one room of a dwelling house for the religious training of the children who did not receive such teaching at home. In the spring of 1810, the same young women reopened their school in a larger room, using the Bible as their only book of instruction. Sessions were held in the morning before church and in the afternoon following the close of the services. The first season, about 30 children attended, but the interest grew, and in 1813 the school occupied the Dane Street Chapel and became a union or town school. Jealousies resulted, and a school was soon established by each church in the town. In 1822, the First Parish received the original school under its sole care, and it was removed to the meeting house. A Sunday school was begun in Concord in the summer of 1810, under the leadership of Miss Sarah Ripley, daughter of Dr. Ezra Ripley, the minister of the town. On Sunday afternoons, she taught a number of children in her father's house, since known as the Old Manse. About 5 years later, a school was opened at the center of town, near the church, by 3 young women. In 1818, a Sunday school was begun in connection with the church itself, which absorbed the others, or of which they formed the nucleus. A teacher of a charity school supported by the West Church in Boston was the first person to open a Sunday school in that city. In October 1812, the teacher of this school, Miss Lydia K. Adams, then a member of the West Parish, according to the statement of Dr. Charles Lowell, minister of the church at the time, having learned on a visit to Beverly that some young ladies of the town were in the practice of giving religious instruction to poor children on the Sabbath, consulted her minister as to the expediency of giving like instruction to the children of her school and to those who had been members of it on the same day. The project was decidedly approved and immediately carried into effect. In December of the same year, Miss Adams was compelled by ill health to leave her school, and ladies of the West Church took charge of it and in turn instructed the children, both on the weekdays and the Sabbath, till a suitable permanent teacher could be obtained. On this event they relinquished the immediate care of the weekday school, but continued the instruction of the Sunday school till it was transferred to the church and was enlarged by the addition of children of a different description in 1822. Sunday schools were also begun in Cambridgeport in 1814, Wilton, New Hampshire in 1816, and Portsmouth in 1818. The latter school had the enthusiastic support of Nathaniel A. Haven, a young lawyer and rising politician who devoted himself with great zeal and success to such instruction of the young. The Association of Young Men for Mutual Improvement and for the Religious Instruction of the Poor began the work of forming Sunday schools for the children of the poor in Boston during the year 1823. A school was begun in the Hancock Schoolhouse, then recently built for grammar school purposes. Footnote: The Hancock Sunday School assembled at 8 in the morning and at 1 in the afternoon, Moses Grant being the first superintendent. End footnote. Soon after, they opened a school in Merrimack Street, called the Howard Sunday School, in connection with the work of Dr. Tuckerman. And in 1826 the Franklin Sunday School was begun by the same persons and for the same purposes. In connection with these schools was formed the Sunday School Benevolent Society, composed of charitable women who provided such children as were needy with suitable clothing. In 1825, a parish Sunday school was organized in connection with the 12th Congregational Church, of which Reverend Samuel Barrett was the minister. It was reorganized in 1827 with the object of giving a religious education apart from all sectarian views, as systematically as it is given to the same children in other branches of learning. Footnote: At the school of the 12th Congregational Society, Carpenter's Catechism was used for the small children. This was followed by the Worcester Catechism, compiled in 1822 by the ministers of the Worcester Association of Ministers, Dr. Joseph Allen being the real author. The Geneva Catechism, in its 3 successive parts, followed in order. In the Bible class, use was made of Hannah Adams' Letters on the Gospels under the immediate charge of the pastor. A hymn book issued by the Publishing Fund Society was in use by the whole school. End footnote. In July 1828, the Christian Register spoke of the rapid and extensive establishment of Sunday schools by individuals attached to Unitarian societies, and said that in the course of 2 or 3 years, large and respectable Sunday schools have been established by Unitarians in various parts of the city. Several of these are parish schools under the immediate guidance of the pastors. Others are more general in their plan, receiving children from all quarters. Boston Sunday School Society. At a meeting of the teachers of the Franklin Sunday School held December 16, 1826, It was proposed that there be organized an association of all the teachers connected with Unitarian parishes in Boston and the vicinity. On February 27, 1827, a meeting was held in the Berry Street vestry for this purpose. And on April 18th, a constitution was adopted for the Boston Sunday School Society. The schools joining in this organization were the Hancock, Franklin, and Howard, and those connected with the West, Federal Street, Hollis Street, and 12th Congregational churches. Dr. Joseph Tuckerman was elected president, Moses Grant vice president, Dr. J. F. Flagg corresponding secretary, and Reverend Frederick T. Gray recording secretary. The first annual meeting was held November 18, 1827, and the above-named officers were re-elected. On December 12th, a public meeting was held in the Federal Street Church, which was well filled. Reports of the work of the schools, including that at Cambridgeport, were read, and addresses were made. The objects of the Sunday School Society were the helping of teachers, the extending of the interests of the school, and the publishing of books. It was difficult to procure suitable books for use in Sunday schools and for their libraries, and the prices were very high. In the autumn of 1828, arrangements were made for the publishing of books, the American Unitarian Association cooperating therein by providing a capital of $300 for this purpose, the profits going to the Sunday School Society, and the money borrowed being returned without interest. This connection was abandoned in 1831 because it was found that the Unitarian name on the title page of the books hindered their sale. In April 1828 was issued the first number of the Christian Teacher's Manual, a small monthly, of which Mrs. Eliza Lee Follen was the editor, intended for the use of families and Sunday schools. According to the preface, the subjects chiefly considered were the best methods of addressing the minds of children, suggestions to teachers, explanations of Scripture, religious instruction from natural objects, histories taken from real life, stories and hymns adapted to children, and accounts of Sunday schools. The manual was continued for 2 years, and it was followed by the Scriptural Interpreter, edited by Reverend Ezra S. Gannett. The editor of the Interpreter preferred to publish it under his own name, because he did not wish it to be considered the organ or the representative of a denomination of Christians. It will have one object, he said, to furnish the means of acquaintance with the true sense and value of Scripture, and particularly of the New Testament. But whatever will promote this object will come within the scope of the publication. It was issued bi-monthly, and was continued for 5 years. It was wholly devoted to the exposition of the Bible, a systematic series of translations and interpretations of the Gospels forming a distinct feature of its pages. A considerable part of it was prepared by the editor, who drew freely upon expository works. Among the contributors were William H. Furness, Orville Dewey, Alexander Young, Edward B. Hall, James Walker, Henry Ware, Jr., and J. P. Dabney. In 1836, Dr. Gannett's health having failed, the magazine was edited by Theodore Parker, George E. Ellis, and William Silsby, then students in the Harvard Divinity School. One important feature of the work of the Sunday School Society was the extension of the cause it represented. In December 1829, reports were presented at the annual meeting from nearly 50 schools. and it was thought desirable that they should be brought into closer relations with the society. Accordingly, Frederick T. Gray, the secretary, visited many of these schools. The next year, as a result, a considerable number of those outside the city connected themselves with the society, and the lists of vice presidents and directors were enlarged to include them in its operations. Afterwards, this work was carried on by a committee of the society, the members of which visited the schools, giving addresses, and in other ways helping to give strength and purpose to the work in which they were engaged. Schools were visited in Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, and other states. To give better opportunity for the attendance of delegates from schools outside the city, the yearly meeting was changed from December to Anniversary Week in May. The society published a considerable number of tracts, which were distributed gratuitously by the agents and in other ways. It also issued lesson books, as well as books for the juvenile libraries, which were forming at this time in all the churches. To meet this demand, the younger Henry Ware began editing, in 1833, the Sunday School Library for Young Persons, in which were included his own Life of the Savior, Mrs. John Farrar's Life of Howard, Reverend Stephen G. Bulfinch's Holy Land, and Reverend Thomas B. Fox's Sketch of the Reformation. The next year, Mr. Ware began a series of books which he called Scenes and Characters Illustrating Christian Truth. Another method used by the society was the giving of expository lectures. The society at first held quarterly meetings, but the interest grew, and the meetings became monthly. Great enthusiasm was felt at this time in regard to the work of these schools, and many persons of prominence praised them and took part in their management. The institution of Sunday schools constitutes one of the most remarkable features of the present age, wrote Dr. Joseph Allen in 1830. It has already done much to supply the deficiencies of domestic education, and if wisely conducted, is destined, we trust, to become at no distant day one of the most efficient instruments in forming the characters of the young. Writing in 1838, the younger Henry Ware said that the Sunday school has become one of the established institutions of religion in connection with the church, and the character of religion is henceforth to depend, in no small degree, on the wisdom with which it shall be administered. In 1834 was organized the Worcester Sunday School Society. It had its origin as far back as November 17, 1817, when a committee of the Worcester Association of Ministers was appointed to report on the subject of Sunday schools. A meeting was held in Lancaster, October 9, 1834, when an organization was perfected. The succeeding meetings were largely attended, and much interest was awakened. In 1842, a similar society was organized in Middlesex County, and at about the same time one came into existence in Cheshire County, New Hampshire. Soon after, societies were organized in the counties of Norfolk, Plymouth North, Middlesex West, Worcester, and in Portland and its neighborhood. In April 1831, the directors of the Boston Sunday School Society discussed the feasibility of starting a weekly paper for the use of the schools. In July 1836, Reverend Bernard Whitman began the publication of the Sunday School Teacher and Children's Friend. In January 1837, the Young Christian was begun, and was published weekly at the office of the Christian Register by David Reed. These papers were continued only for a few years. From 1845 to 1857, Mrs. Eliza Lee Fallon edited a monthly magazine for children called The Children's Friend. The first number of the Sunday School Gazette was published in Worcester, August 7, 1849, under the direction of the Worcester Sunday School Society. It was established at the suggestion of Reverend Edward Everett Hale, then a minister in that city, in connection with Reverend Edmund B. Wilson, then settled in Grafton. The editor was Reverend Francis LeBaron, the minister at large in Worcester, though Mr. Hale was a frequent contributor. When the National Sunday School Society was organized, the Sunday School Gazette was transferred to its charge. But the publication of this paper was continued in Worcester until 1860. Footnote. In 1852 was published a graded series of 8 manuals of Christian instruction for Sunday schools and families, a result of the activities of the Sunday School Society. The titles and authors of these books were Early Religious Lessons, Palestine and the Hebrew People, Stephen G. Bulfinch, Lessons on the Old Testament, Reverend Ephraim Peabody, The Life of Christ, Reverend John H. Morrison, The Books and Characters of the New Testament, Reverend Rufus Ellis, Lessons upon Religious Duties and Christian Morals, Reverend George W. Briggs, Doctrines of Scripture, Reverend Frederick D. Huntington, Scenes from Christian History, Reverend Edward A. Hale. 2 other books connected with the early history of Unitarian Sunday schools properly demand notice here. In 1847 was published The History of Sunday Schools and of Religious Education from the Earliest Times by Louis G. Pray, who was treasurer of the Boston Sunday School Society from 1834 to 1853, and chairman of its Board of Agents from 1841 to 1848. He was one of the first workers in the establishing of Sunday schools in Boston, and he zealously interested himself in this cause so long as he lived. He compiled the first book of hymns used in Unitarian schools, and also the first book of devotional exercises. For 20 years he was superintendent of the school connected with the 12th Congregational Society, holding that place from its organization in 1827. In one of the concluding chapters of his book, Mr. Pray gave an account of the early history of Unitarian Sunday schools in Boston and its neighborhood. In 1852 was published a series of addresses which had been given by Reverend Frederick T. Gray at Sunday school anniversaries and on other similar occasions. The volume contains most interesting information in regard to the origin of Sunday schools in Boston and the beginnings of the Sunday School Society, as well as the work of Dr. Tuckerman and his assistants in the ministry at large. End footnote. Unitarian Sunday School Society. As time went on, and the work of the Sunday schools enlarged, it was felt that it was necessary that there should be one general organization which should bring together all Unitarian schools into a compact working force. To meet this growing need, a convention of the county societies and of local schools was held in Worcester, October 4, 1854, at which time the Sunday School Society was organized as a general denominational body. The Honorable Albert Fearing of Boston was made the president, and Reverend Frederick T. Gray the secretary. The society provided itself with a desk in the rooms of the Unitarian Association, and provision was made for the collection and sale of all the helps demanded by the schools. From 1855 until 1865, the Society was sadly crippled by the lack of funds. The hard times preceding the Civil War and the absorption of public interest in that great national event made it difficult for the Society to continue its work with any degree of success. For some years, little was done but to hold the annual meeting in the autumn and that in Anniversary Week, and to continue the publication of the Sunday School Gazette. For a number of years, however, teachers' institutes were held, and these were continued at irregular intervals until about 1875. The Sunday School Teachers' Institute was organized in 1852 and continued in existence for 10 years. After the death of Reverend Frederick T. Gray in 1855, he was succeeded in the position of Secretary of the Sunday School Society by Reverend Stephen G. Bulfinch. In 1856, Reverend Warren H. Cudworth became the Secretary and the editor of the Gazette, and he held these positions until May 1861, when he became the chaplain of the 1st Massachusetts Regiment taking part in the Civil War. In the October following, Mr. Joseph H. Allen, a Boston merchant, afterwards the editor of the Schoolmate, became the secretary and editor. He continued to edit the Gazette until November 1865. But Mr. M. T. Rice was made secretary in 1863. At the end of 1865, when the Society was in a condition of almost complete collapse, Reverend Thomas J. Mumford became the secretary and the editor of the Gazette for 1 year. He restored confidence in the Society and made the paper a success. During the war, the paper was published monthly for the sake of economy, but with the 1st of January, 1866, it was restored to its former semi-monthly issue. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2, of Unitarianism in America, a history of its origin and development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Part 2. The new life that came to the denomination in 1865 had its influence upon the Sunday School Society. In the autumn of 1866, when the Unitarian Association had secured a large increase of funds, it was proposed that the Sunday School Society should unite with it, and that a larger organization should have the direction of all denominational activities, especially those of publishing. The more zealous friends of the Society did not approve of such consolidation, and succeeded in reanimating its work by appointing as its secretary Mr. James P. Walker, who had been the head of the publishing firm of Walker, Wise and Company, a young man of earnest purpose, a successful Sunday school teacher and superintendent, and an enthusiastic believer in the mission of Unitarianism. Mr. Walker devoted his whole time to the interests of the Society, and an energetic effort was made to revive and extend its work. He proved to be the man for the position, largely increasing the bookselling and publishing activities, visiting schools and conferences, and awakening much enthusiasm in regard to the interests of Sunday schools. He wore himself out in this work, however, and died in March 1868, greatly lamented throughout the denomination. After the death of Mr. Walker, consolidation with the association was again urged, but Reverend Leonard J. Livermore was in June elected the secretary, At the annual meeting, it was resolved to raise $5,000 for the work of the society, and the next year it was proposed to make the annual contribution $10,000. The name was changed to the Unitarian Sunday School Society at the annual meeting of 1868, held in Worcester. In 1871, Mr. John Nealand became the secretary, and with the beginning of 1872, the Gazette was changed to the Dayspring, which was issued monthly. In the autumn of that year, the Society began the publication of monthly lessons, and there was issued with them a teacher's guide for the lessons of the year. With the beginning of 1877, the guide was discontinued, and the lesson papers enlarged. In November 1875, Reverend George F. Piper became the secretary, a position he held until May 1, 1883. During his administration, about 300 lessons were prepared by him, and these had a circulation of about 9,000 copies. The transition condition of the denomination made it difficult to carry on the work of the society at this time, for it was impossible to please both conservatives and radicals with any lessons that might be prepared. One superintendent warned his school against the heretical tendencies of lessons, which, from the other point of view, a minister condemned as being fit for orthodox schools, but not for Unitarians. In the same mail came a letter from a minister saying the lessons were too elementary, and from another saying they were much too advanced. In the latter part of Mr. Piper's term service was begun an important work of preparing manuals thoroughly modern in their spirit and methods. In May 1883, Reverend Henry G. Spalding became the secretary, and the work of publishing modern manuals was largely extended. At the suggestion and with the cooperation of the secretary, there was organized, November 12, 1883, the Unitarian Sunday School Union of Boston, having for its object to develop the best methods of Sunday school work. At about the same time, a lending library of reference books was established in connection with the work of the Society. In the autumn of 1883, the Society began to hold in Channing Hall weekly lectures for teachers. In 1885, the Dayspring was enlarged and became every other Sunday, being much improved in its literary contents as well as in its illustrations. The same year the Society was incorporated, and the number of directors was increased to include representatives from all sections of the country. While all Sunday schools contributing to the Society's treasury were given a delegate representation in its membership. Mr. Spalding continued his connection with the Society until January 1, 1892. Reverend Edward A. Horton, who had for several years taken an active part in the work of the Society, assumed charge February 1, 1892. Mr. Horton was made the president, it being deemed wise to have the head of the Society its executive officer. During his administration, there has been a steady growth in Sunday school interest, which has demanded a rapid increase in the number and variety of publications. The book department has been taxed to the utmost to meet the demand. A new book of song and service, compiled by Mr. Horton, has reached a sale of nearly 25,000 copies. A simple statement of our faith has had a circulation of 40,000 copies, and in a form suitable for the walls of Sunday school rooms it has been in considerable demand. Footnote: The fatherhood of God, the brotherhood of man, the leadership of Jesus, salvation by character, the progress of mankind onward and upward forever. End footnote. A series of lessons covering a period of 7 years upon the 3-grade, 1-topic plan has been largely used in the schools. Besides the 20 manuals published in this course of lessons, 40 other textbooks have been published, making a total of 60 in all, from 1892 to 1902. There have also been many additions to Sunday school helps by way of special services for festival days, free tracts, and statements of belief. The Channing Hall talks to Sunday school teachers have been made to bear upon these courses of lessons. Every Other Sunday has been improved and its circulation extended. The number of donating churches and schools has been steadily increased. The number in 1901 being 255, the largest by far yet reached. At the annual meeting of the Society and at local conferences, representative speakers have presented the newest methods of Sunday school work. Sunday school unions have been formed in various parts of the country, and churches are awakened to a new interest in the work of religious instruction. Home and school conferences have been held with a view to bringing parents and teachers into closer sympathy and cooperation. Western Unitarian Sunday School Society. In the West, the first movement towards Sunday school activities began in 1871 with the publication of a 4-page lesson sheet at Janesville, Wisconsin, by Reverend Jenkin Lloyd Jones. This was continued for 2 or 3 years. Through the interest of Mr. Jones in Sunday school work, a meeting for organization was called in the Fourth Church, Chicago, October 14, 1873, when the Western Unitarian Sunday School Society was organized, with Reverend Milton J. Miller as president and Mr. Jones as secretary. At the meeting the next year in St. Louis, a committee was appointed to prepare a song book for the schools, which resulted in the production of The Sunny Side, edited by Reverend Charles W. Went. The next step was to establish headquarters in Chicago, where all kinds of material could be furnished to the schools, with the necessary advice and encouragement. Through successive years, the effort of the Society was to systematize the work of Unitarian Sunday schools, to put into them the best literature, the best song and service books, the best lesson papers, and other tools. In short, to secure better and more definite teachings, such as is in accord with the best scholarship and thought of the age. In 1882, the Society became incorporated, and its work from this time enlarged in all directions. To develop these results more fully, an institute was held in the Third Church, Chicago, in November 1887, at which 5 sessions were given to Sunday school work and 2 to Unity Club interests. In the course of several years of encouraging success, the Institute developed into a summer assembly of 2 or more weeks' continuance at Hillside, Helena Valley, Wisconsin, which still continues its yearly sessions. In May 1902, the Western Sunday School Society was consolidated with the national organization, and the plates and stock which it possessed were handed over to the Unitarian Sunday School Society. A Western headquarters is maintained in Chicago, where all the publications of the 2 societies are kept on sale. Unity Clubs. As adjuncts to the Sunday School, and to continue its work for adults and in other spheres of ethical training, the Unity Club came into existence about the year 1873. beginning with the work of Reverend Jenkin L. Jones at Janesville. In the course of the next 10 years, nearly every Unitarian church in the West organized such a club, and the movement, to some degree, extended to other parts of the country. In 1887, there was organized in Boston the National Bureau of Unity Clubs. These clubs devoted themselves to literary, sociological, and religious courses of study, and they furnished centers for the social activities of the churches. About the year 1878 began a movement to organize societies of young people for the cultivation of the spirit of worship and religious development. This resulted in 1889 in the organization of the National Guild Alliance, and in 1890 this organization joined with the Bureau of Unity Clubs and the Unitarian Temperance Society in supporting an agency in the Unitarian Building, Boston, with the aid of the Unitarian Association. The Young People's Religious Union was organized in Boston May 28, 1896, and in large degree it took the place of the Bureau and the Alliance, uniting the two in a more efficient effort to interest the young people of the churches. Footnote: the objects of the Young People's Religious Union are A. to foster the religious life, B. to bring the young into closer relations with one another, and C. to spread rational views of religion and to put into practice such principles of life and duty as tend to uplift mankind. The cardinal principles of the Union are truth, worship, and service. Any Young People's Society may become a member of the Union by affirming in writing its sympathy with the general objects of the Union, adopting its cardinal principles, making a contribution to its treasury, and sending the Secretary a list of its officers. The annual meeting is held in May at such day and place as the Executive Board may appoint. Special Union meetings are held as often as several societies may arrange. The Union has its headquarters at Room 11 in the Unitarian Building, Boston, in charge of the Secretary, whose office hours are from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. daily. Organization hints, hymnals, leaflets, helps for the national topics, and other suggestive materials are supplied. The national officers furnish speakers for initial meetings, visit unions, and help in other ways. The Union maintains a department in the Christian Register, under the charge of the Secretary, for notes, notices, helps on the topics, and all matters of interest to the unions, and also publishes a monthly bulletin in connection with the National Alliance of Unitarian Women. End footnote. The Ladies' Commission on Sunday School Books. In the autumn of 1865, Reverend Charles Lowe, then the Secretary of the Unitarian Association, invited a number of women to meet him for the purpose of conference on the subject of Sunday school libraries. At his suggestion, they organized themselves on October 12th as the Ladies' Commission on Sunday School Books, with the object of preparing a catalogue of books read and approved by competent persons. At the first meeting, 10 persons were present, but the number soon enlarged to 30, and it was still farther increased by the addition of corresponding members in cities too remote for personal attendance. Among those taking part in the work of the Commission at first were Miss Lucretia P. Hale, Miss Anna C. Lowell, Mrs. Edwin P. Whipple, Mrs. Edna D. Cheney, Mrs. A. D. T. Whitney, Mrs. S. Bennett, Mrs. Caroline H. Dahl, Mrs. E. E. Hale, Mrs. E. P. Tilliston, and Miss Hannah E. Stevenson. The commission not only aimed to select books for Sunday school libraries, but also those for the home reading of young persons and for the use of teachers. It undertook also the procuring of the publication of suitable juvenile books. The first catalog was issued in October 1866 and contained a list of 200 books, selected from 1,200 examined. In the spring of 1867, a catalog of 573 books was printed as the result of the reading of 1,900 volumes. In the beginning of its work, the Commission did not confine its activities to the selecting of juvenile books, for the Sunday School Hymn and Tune Book, published in 1869, was largely due to its efforts. Under the administration of Mr. James P. Walker, the Sunday School Society undertook to procure the publication of a number of books of fiction suitable for Sunday school libraries, and offered prizes to this end. The Commission gave its encouragement to this effort, reading the manuscripts, and aided in determining to whom the prizes should be given. The result was the publication of a half-dozen volumes by the Sunday School Society and the Unitarian Association. The Society also aided to some extent in meeting the expenses of the Commission, though these were usually met by the Association. For many years, the books approved by the Commission were grouped under three heads: books especially recommended for Unitarian Sunday school libraries, those highly recommended for their religious tone, but somewhat impaired for this purpose by the use of phrases and the adoption of a spirit not in accord with the Unitarian faith, and those profitable and valuable, but not adapted to the purposes of a Sunday school library. Every book recommended was read and approved by at least 5 persons, discussed in committee of the whole, and accepted by a 2/3 vote of all the members. Books about which there was much diversity of opinion were read by a larger number of persons. This classification proved rather cumbersome, and it was often found difficult to decide into which list a book should be placed. And the result was that about 1890 the simpler plan was adopted of putting all titles in their alphabetical order, with explanatory notes for each book. In 1882, the list of books for teachers was discontinued as being no longer necessary. Annual lists of books have been published by the Commission since 1866, and in addition, several catalogs have been issued, containing all the books approved during a period of 5 years. In the early days of the Commission, supplementary lists for children and young persons were issued, containing books of a more secular character than were thought suitable for Sunday school libraries. Gradually, it has extended its work to include the needs of all juvenile libraries, and these books are now incorporated into the one annual catalog. In 34 years, the Commission has examined 10,957 books and has approved 3,076, or about 1/3. Footnote: in the 35 years which comprise the life of the Commission, a gradual but marked change has been in operation. Sunday school libraries are being used less and less, and town libraries have become much more numerous and better patronized by both old and young. In the spring of 1896, the question arose in the Commission whether, with the decline of the Sunday school library, the need which called it into being had not ceased to exist, and in order to secure information as to the advisability of continuing its work, cards were sent to 305 ministers of the denomination and to 507 public libraries, mostly in New England, asking if the lists of the commission were found useful, and whether it was desired that the sending of them should be continued. From Unitarian ministers, 209 replies were received, one half using the list frequently, and the other half occasionally or for the selection of special books. From the town libraries, cordial replies were received in 220 instances, most of them warmly approving of the lists, which had been found very useful. The result of this investigation was to bring the Commission more directly into touch with the various libraries and to give it a better understanding of their needs. End footnote. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Unitarianism in America, A History of Its Origin and Development, by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Woman's Alliance and Its Predecessors. The Unitarian body has been remarkable for the women of intellectual power and philanthropic achievement who have adorned its fellowship. In proportion to their numbers, they have done much for the improvement and uplifting of society. In the early Unitarian period, however, the special work of women was for the most part confined to the Sunday school and the sewing circle. Whatever the name by which it was known, whether as the Dorcas Society, the Benevolent Society, or the Ladies' Aid, the sewing circle did a work that was in harmony with the needs of the time, and did it well. It helped the church with which it was connected in many quiet ways, and gave much aid to the poor and suffering members of the community. Nor did it limit its activities to purely local interests, for many a church was helped by it, and the early missionary societies received its contributions gladly. Before the organization of the Benevolent Fraternity of Churches, the women of Boston raised the money necessary for the support of its ministry at large in that city. One of the earliest societies organized for general service was the Tuckerman Sewing Circle, formed in 1827. Its purpose was to assist Dr. Tuckerman in his work for the poor of the city by providing clothing and otherwise aiding the needy. The work of this circle is still going on in connection with the Bullfinch Place Church, and every year it raises a large sum of money for the charitable work of the ministry at large. The Civil War helped women to recognize the need of organization and cooperation on their part. In working for the soldiers, not only in their homes and churches, but in connection with the Sanitary Commission, and later in seeking to aid the freedmen, they learned their own power and the value of combination with others. In Massachusetts, the work of the Sanitary Commission was largely carried on by Unitarians. In describing this work, Mrs. Edna D. Cheney has indicated what was done by Unitarian women. During the late war, she wrote, a woman's branch of the Sanitary Commission was organized in New England. Mary Dwight Parkman was its first president, but Abby Williams May soon took her place, which she held till the close of the war. With unwearied zeal, Miss May presided over its councils, organized its action, and encouraged others to work. She went down to the hospitals and camps to judge of their needs with her own eyes, and traveled from town to town in New England, arousing the women to new effort. These might be seen, young and old, rich and poor, bearing bundles of blue flannel through the streets, and unaccustomed fingers knitting the coarse yarn, while the heart throbbed with anxiety for the dear ones gone to the war. A noble band of nurses volunteered their services, and the strife was as to which should go soonest and do the hardest work. Hannah E. Stevenson, Helen Stetson, and many other names became as dear to the soldiers as that of mother or sister. A committee was formed to supply the colored soldiers with such help as other soldiers received from their relations. And when one of the noblest of Boston's sons passed through her streets at their head, his mother thanked God for the privilege of seeing that day. The same spirit went into the work of educating the freed men. Young men and women, the noblest and best, went forth together to that work of danger and toil. Women's Western Unitarian Conference. It was such experiences as these that encouraged Unitarian women to enter upon other philanthropic and educational labors when the Civil War had come to an end. Leaders had been trained during this period who were capable of guiding such movements to a successful issue. The example of the women of the evangelical churches in organizing their home and foreign missionary associations also undoubtedly influenced, to a greater or lesser degree, the women of the liberal churches. After the organization of the National Conference, Unitarian women began to realize, as never before, the need of cooperation in behalf of the cause they had at heart. It was in the Central West, however, that the first effort was made to organize women in the interest of denominational activities. In 1877, at the meeting of the Western Unitarian Conference held in Toledo, it was voted that the women connected with that body be requested to organize immediately for the purpose of cooperating in the general work of the conference. At this meeting, 2 women, Mrs. E. P. Alice of Milwaukee and Mrs. Mary P. Wells Smith of Cincinnati, were placed on the board of directors. At the next annual meeting of the Western Conference, held in Chicago, the Committee on Organization, consisting of 13 women, reported the readiness of the women to give their aid to the conference work, saying in their report that we signify not only our willingness, but our earnest desire to share henceforth with our brothers in the labors and responsibilities of this association, and that we pledge ourselves to an active and hearty support of those cherished convictions which constitute our liberal faith. In response to their request, the conference selected an assistant secretary to have charge of everything relating to the work of women. They also recommended that the women of the several churches connected with the conference should organize for the study and dissemination of the principles of free thought and liberal religious culture, and the practical assistance of all worthy schemes and enterprises intended for the spread and upholding of these principles. In 1881, at St. Louis, there was organized the Women's Western Unitarian Conference, with Mrs. Eliza Sunderland as president, and Miss F. L. Roberts as secretary. During the 17 years of its existence, this conference raised much money for denominational work, developed many earnest workers, and accomplished much in behalf of the principles for which it stood. It aided in the support of several missionaries, organized the post office mission, and made it effective, and encouraged a number of women to enter the ministry. Women's Auxiliary Conference. At the National Conference session of 1878, held at Saratoga, where much enthusiasm had been awakened, it was suggested that the women, who had been hitherto listeners only, should take an active part in denominational work. At a gathering in the parlor of the United States Hotel, called by Mrs. Charles G. Ames, Mrs. Fielder Israel, Mrs. J. P. Leslie, and one or two others, a plan of action was adopted that led, in 1880, to the formation of the Women's Auxiliary Conference. The aim of this organization was to quicken the religious life of the churches, to stimulate local charitable and missionary undertakings, and to raise money for missionary enterprises. But its work was to be done in connection with the National Conference, and not as an independent organization. The purpose was stated in a circular sent to the churches immediately after the organization was effected. Hitherto, it was said, women have not been specially represented upon the board of the National Conference, and have not fully recognized how helpful they might be in its various undertakings, or how much they themselves might gain from a closer relation with it. But the time has now come when our service is called for in the broad field, and also when we feel the need of being at work there. For our faith in the great truths of religion is no less vital than that of our brethren. And since the service we can render, being different from theirs, is needed to supplement it, and because it is peculiarly women's service, we must do it, or it will be left undone. It is one of the glories of such a work as ours that there is need and room in it for the best effort of every individual. Indeed, without the faithful service of all, it must be incomplete. In 1890, after 10 years of active existence, the conference had about 80 branches, with a membership of between 3,000 and 4,000 women. Much of the success of the conference was due to its president, Abby W. May. Miss May was well known as a philanthropist and educator, and had occupied many prominent positions before she assumed the presidency of the auxiliary. But this was her first active work in connection with the denomination. The National Alliance. Admirable as were the aims, and excellent as was the work of this organization, it was auxiliary to the National Conference, and had no independent life. After the first enthusiasm was past, it failed to gain ground rapidly, the membership remaining nearly stationary during the last few years of its existence. As time went on, therefore, it became evident that a more complete organization was needed in order to arouse enthusiasm and to secure the loyalty of the women of all parts of the country. The New York League of Unitarian Women, including those of New York, Brooklyn, and New Jersey, organized in 1887, showed the advantages of a closer union and a more definite purpose, and the desire to bring into one body all the various local organizations hastened the change. It was seen that in the multiplication of organizations there was danger of wasting the energies used, and that one efficient body was greatly to be desired. In May 1888, a committee was formed for the purpose of drafting a constitution for a new association, to which all existing organizations might subscribe. The constitution provided by this committee was adopted October 24, 1890, and the new organization took the name of the National Alliance of Unitarian and Other Liberal Christian Women. The object proposed was to quicken the life of our Unitarian churches, and to bring the women of the denomination into closer acquaintance, cooperation, and fellowship. In 1891, there were 90 branches, with about 5,000 members. While the membership doubled under the impulse of the new organization, the increase in the amount of money raised was fivefold. The admirable results secured by the Women's Alliance, which has finally drawn all the sectional organizations into cooperation with itself, are in no small measure due to the energy and the organizing skill of the women who have been at the head of its activities. Mrs. Judith W. Andrews of Boston was the president during the first year of its existence. From 1891 to 1901, the president was Mrs. B. Ward Dix of Brooklyn, who was succeeded by Miss Emma C. Lowe of the same city. Mrs. Emily A. Fifield of Boston has been the recording secretary, Mrs. Mary B. Davis of New York the corresponding secretary, and Miss Flora L. Close of Boston the treasurer from the first. Cheerful Letter and Post Office Missions. In 1891, the Executive Board appointed a committee to organize a cheerful letter exchange, of which Miss Lillian Freeman Clark was made the chairman. One of its chief purposes is to cheer the lonely and discouraged, invalids and others, by interchange of letters and by gifts of books and periodicals. To young persons in remote places, it affords facilities for securing a better education, with the aid of correspondence classes. By means of a little monthly magazine, The Cheerful Letter, religious teaching is brought to many persons, who in this find a substitute for church attendance where that is not possible. Through the same channel, as well as by correspondence, these workers help young mothers in the right training of their children. Libraries have been started in communities destitute of books, and struggling libraries have been aided with gifts. 40 traveling libraries are kept in circulation. Although much had been done to circulate Unitarian tracts and the other publications of the American Unitarian Association by means of call porters, by the aid of the post office, as well as by direct gift of friend to friend, it remained for Miss Sally Ellis of Cincinnati in 1881 to systemize this kind of missionary effort and to make it one of the most valuable of all agents for the dissemination of liberal religious ideas. Miss Ellis was aided by the Cincinnati branch of the Women's Auxiliary, but she was from the first the heart and soul of this mission. If there had been no Miss Ellis, says one who knew her work intimately, there would have been no post office mission. Many helped about it in various ways, but she was the mission. Miss Ellis was a frail little woman, hopelessly deaf and suffering from an incurable disease. Notwithstanding her physical limitations, she longed to be of service to the faith she cherished, and the missionary spirit burned strong within her. "I want," she said often, "to do something for Unitarianism before I die." But the usual avenues of opportunity seemed firmly closed to her. At last, in the winter of 1877-78, Reverend Charles W. Went, then her pastor, anxious to find something for her to do, proposed that she should send the association's tracts and copies of the pamphlet mission to persons in the West who were interested in the liberal faith. She took up this work gladly, and during that winter distributed 1,846 tracts and 211 copies of the pamphlet mission in 26 states. A tract table in the vestibule of the church was started by Miss Ellis, and she not only distributed sermons freely in this way, but she also sold Unitarian books. It was in 1881 that she was made the secretary of the newly organized Women's Auxiliary in Cincinnati, and that her work really began systematically. At the suggestion of Mrs. Mary P. Wells Smith, advertisements were inserted in the daily papers, and offers made to send Unitarian publications when requested. Many doubted the advisability of such an enterprise, but the letters received soon indicated that an important method of mission work had been discovered. Reverend William C. Gannett christened this work the Post Office Mission, and that name it has since retained. Only 4.5 years were permitted to Miss Ellis in which to accomplish her work, a work dear to her heart, and one for which her many losses and sufferings had prepared her. During this period she wrote 2,500 letters, sent out 22,000 tracts and papers, sold 286 books, and loaned 258. The real value of such work cannot be rightly estimated in figures. Through her influence, several young men entered the ministry who are today doing effective work. She saved several persons from doubt and despair, gave strength to the weak, and comfort to those who mourned. At her death in 1885, the letters received from many of her correspondents showed how strong and deep had been her influence. The movement initiated by Miss Ellis grew rapidly, and has become one of the most valuable of all agents for the dissemination of liberal religious ideas. In the year 1900, the number of correspondents was about 5,000, and the number of tracts, sermons, periodicals, and books distributed was about 200,000. The extent of this mission is also seen in the fact that in that year about 8,000 letters were written by the workers and about 6,000 were received. By means of the Post Office Mission, the literature of the denomination, the tracts of the Unitarian Association, copies of the Christian Register, and other periodicals have been scattered all over the world. Thousands of sermons are distributed also from tables in church vestibules. Several branches publish and exchange sermons, and a loan library has been established to supplement this work. From the distribution of tracts and sermons has grown the formation of Sunday circles and groups of Unitarians, carefully planned circuit preaching, the employment of missionaries, and the building of chapels or small churches. 2 of these are already built, and the Alliance has ensured the support of their ministers for 5 years, and 2 others are in the process of erection. Associate Alliances. The women on the Pacific Coast have been compelled in a large measure to organize their own work and to adopt their own methods, the distance being too great for immediate cooperation with the other organizations. In this work, they have not only displayed energy and perseverance, but, says one who knows intimately of their efforts, they have shown executive ability and power as organizers that have furnished an example to many non-sectarian organizations of women and have made the Unitarian women conspicuous in all charitable and social activities. The oldest society of Unitarian women on the Pacific Coast was connected with the First Church in San Francisco. In 1873, it was reorganized as the Society for Christian Work. Its work has been mainly social and philanthropic, contributing reading matter to penal institutions, money for the care of the poor of the city, and aiding every new Unitarian church in the state. The Channing Auxiliary combines the activities of the churches in the vicinity of San Francisco with those in the city. Its objects are moral and religious culture, practical literary work, and cooperation with the denominational and missionary agencies of the Unitarian faith. From 1890 to 1899, this society spent over $6,000 in aid of denominational enterprises, and it appropriates annually a large sum for post office mission work. While these two organizations represent San Francisco and its neighborhood, the women up and down the coast have also been earnest workers. In 1890, they felt the need of a closer bond of union and organized the Women's Unitarian Conference of the Pacific Coast. In 1894, this conference became a branch of the National Alliance and has cooperated cordially with it since that time. The New York League of Unitarian Women has been active in forming alliance branches and new churches, as well as in affording aid to Meadville students. The Chicago Associate Alliance, the Southern Associate Alliance, and the Connecticut Valley Associate Alliance were organized in 1890. The Worcester League of Unitarian Women began its existence in 1889 and was reorganized in connection with the National Alliance in 1892. Alliance methods. In thus coming into closer relations with each other and forming a national organization, each local branch continues free in its own action, chooses its own methods of carrying on its work, but keeps close knowledge of what the alliance as a whole is doing, and that all interference with others and overlapping of assistance may be avoided, and the greatest mutual benefit may be secured. This method gives the utmost independence to the branches, while preserving the element of personal interest in all financial disbursements, and creates a strong bond of sympathy between those who give and those who receive. The first duty of each branch is to strengthen the church to which its members belong, and the value of such an organized group of women, meeting to exchange ideas and experiences on the most vital topics of human interest, has been everywhere recognized. Each branch is expected to engage in some form of religious study, not only for the improvement of the members themselves, but to enable them to gain and to give others a comprehensive knowledge of Unitarian beliefs. A study class committee provides programs for the use of the branches, arranges for the lending and exchange of papers, and assists those who do not have access to books of reference or are remote from the centers of Unitarian thought and activity. With this preparation, the Alliance undertakes the higher service of joining in the missionary activities of the denomination, supplementing as far as possible the work of the American Unitarian Association. This includes sending missionaries into new fields, aiding small and struggling churches, helping to found new ones, supporting ministers at important points, and distributing religious literature among those who need light on religious problems. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13, Part 1 of Unitarianism in America, A History of Its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part 1 Missions to India and Japan. Foreign missions have never commanded a general interest on the part of Unitarians. Their dislike of the proselytizing spirit, their intense love of liberty for others as well as for themselves, and the absence of sectarian feeling have combined to make them, as a body, indifferent to the propagation of their faith in other countries. They have done something, however, to express their sympathy with those of kindred faith in foreign lands. In 1829, the younger Henry Ware visited Ireland and England as the Foreign Secretary of the Unitarian Association, and at the annual meeting of 1831 he reported the results of his inquiries. Footnote: First Report of the Executive Committee of the American Unitarian Association, page 16. The thoughts of the committee have been turned to their brethren in other lands. A correspondence has been opened with Unitarians in England, and the coincidence is worthy of notice that the British and Foreign Unitarian Association and the American Unitarian Association were organized on the same day, for the same objects, and without the least previous concert. Our good wishes have been reciprocated by the directors of the British Society. Letters received from gentlemen who have recently visited England speak of the interest which our brethren in that country feel for us, and of their desire to strengthen the bonds of union. A constant communication will be preserved between the two associations, and your committee believe it will have a beneficial effect, by making us better acquainted with one another, by introducing the publications of each country into the other, by the influence which we shall mutually exert, and by the strength which will be given to our separate, or it may be to our united efforts for the spread of the glorious gospel of our Lord and Savior. End footnote. This was the beginning of many interchanges of good fellowship with the Unitarians of Great Britain, and also with those of Hungary, Transylvania, France, Germany, and other European countries. During the first decade or two of the existence of the Unitarian Association, much interest was taken in the liberal movements in Geneva, and the third annual report gave account of what was being done in that city and in Calcutta, as well as in Transylvania and Great Britain. Some years later, aid was promised to the Unitarians of Hungary in a time of persecution, but they were dispossessed of their schools before help reached them. In 1868, the association founded Channing and Priestley professorships in the theological school at Kolosvar, and Mrs. Anna Richmond furnished money for a permanent professorship in the same institution. Soon after the renewed activity of 1865, an unsuccessful attempt was made to establish an American Unitarian Church in Paris, and aid was given to the founding of an English liberal church in that city. These are indications of the many interchanges of fellowship and helpfulness between the Unitarians of this country and those of Europe. Society respecting the state of religion in India. As early as 1824 began a movement to aid the native Unitarians of India, partly the result of a lively interest in Ramohun Roy and the republication in this country of his writings. On June 7, 1822, the Christian Register gave an account of the adoption of Unitarianism by that remarkable Hindu leader, and it often recurred to the subject in later years. In February of the next year, it described the formation of a Unitarian society in Calcutta, and the conversion to Unitarianism of a Baptist missionary, Reverend William Adam, as a result of his attempt to convert Ramohun Roy. There followed frequent reports of this movement, and after a few months a letter from Mr. Adam was published. Even before this, there had appeared accounts of William Roberts of Madras, a native Tamil, who had been educated in England and had there become a Unitarian. On his return to his own country, he had established small congregations in the suburbs of Madras. In 1823, a letter from Reverend William Adam was received in Boston, addressed to Dr. Channing. It was put into the hands of the younger Henry Ware, who wrote to Mr. Adam and Ramohun Roy, propounding to them a number of questions in regard to the religious situation in India. In 1824 were published in a volume the letter of Ware and the series of questions sent by him to India, together with the replies of Ramohun Roy and William Adam. This book was one of much interest, and furnished the first systematic account that had been given to the public of the reformatory religious interest awakened at that time in India. In February 1825 was organized the Society for Obtaining Information Respecting the State of Religion in India, with a view to obtain and diffuse information and to devise and recommend means for the promotion of Christianity in that part of the world. The younger Henry Ware was made the president, and Dr. Tuckerman the secretary. Already a fund had been collected to aid the British Indian Unitarian Association of Calcutta in its missionary efforts, especially in building a church and maintaining a minister. During the year 1825, there was published at the office of the Christian Register a pamphlet of 63 pages, written by a member of the Information Society, being an appeal to liberal Christians for the cause of Christianity in India. In 1826, Dr. Tuckerman addressed a letter on the principles of the missionary enterprise to the Executive Committee of the Unitarian Association, in which he gave a noble exposition of the work of foreign missions, especially with reference to the Indian field. This letter and other writings of Tuckerman served to arouse much interest. The appeal urged what many Unitarians had large faith in, the promulgation of just and rational views of our religion upon enlarged and liberal principles, from which we may hope for the speedy establishment and the wider extension there of the uncorrupted truth as it is in Jesus. In 1826, the sum of $7,000 was secured for this work, and in the spring of 1827 a pledge was made to send yearly to Calcutta the sum of $600 for 10 years. These pledges were in connection with like efforts made by the British and Foreign Unitarian Association. In 1839, Mr. Adam visited the United States and spoke at the annual meeting of the Unitarian Association. Following this, he was for a few years professor of Oriental literature in Harvard University. Dahl's work in India. In 1853, Reverend Charles T. Brooks, who was for many years the minister of the church in Newport, visited India in search of health, and he was commissioned by the Unitarian Association to make inquiries as to the prospects for missionary labors in that country. In Madras he met William Roberts, the younger son of the former Unitarian preacher there, and visited the several missions carried on by him. In Calcutta he found Unitarians, but the work of Mr. Adam had left almost no results. The report of Mr. Brooks was such that an effort was at once made to secure a missionary for India. In 1855, Reverend Charles H. A. Dahl undertook this mission. He had been a minister at large in St. Louis, Baltimore, and Portsmouth, and settled over parishes in Needham and Toronto. Mr. Dahl was given the widest liberty of action in conducting his mission, as his instructions indicate. There you are to enter upon the work of a missionary, and whether by preaching in English or through an interpreter, or by school teaching, or by writing for the press, or by visiting from house to house, or by translating tracts, or by circulation of books, you are instructed what we know your heart will prompt you to do, to give yourself to a life of usefulness as a servant of the Lord Jesus Christ. On his arrival at Calcutta, Mr. Dahl was in a prostrate condition and had to be carried ashore. After a time he rallied and began his work. He gathered a small congregation about him, then began teaching, and his work grew until he had 4 large and flourishing schools under his charge. In these he gave special attention to moral and religious training and to the industrial arts. In his schoolwork he had the efficient aid of Miss Chamberlain, and after her death of Mrs. Helen Tompkins. One of the native teachers, Dwarkanath Singha, was of great service in securing the interest of the natives, being at the head for many years of all the schools under Mr. Dahl's control. Mr. Dahl founded the Calcutta School of Industrial Art, the Useful Arts School, Hindu Girls' School, as well as a school for the waifs of the streets. In these schools were 8,000 pupils, mostly Hindus, who were taught a practical religion, the simple principles of the gospel. In education, Mr. Dahl accomplished large results, not only by his schools, but by talking and lecturing on the subject. His influence was especially felt in the education of girls and in industrial training, in both of which directions he was a pioneer. Only one of his schools is now in existence, simply because the government took up the work he began and gave it a larger support than was possible on the part of any individual or any society. Mr. Dahl wrote extensively for the leading journals of India, and in that way he reached a larger number of persons throughout the country. This brought him a large correspondence, and he frequently journeyed far to visit individuals and congregations thus brought to his knowledge. For many years he was one of the leading men of Calcutta. Few great public meetings of any reformatory or educational kind were held without his having a prominent part in them. He published great numbers of tracts and lectures, and translated the works of the leading Unitarians of America and Great Britain into Hindustani, Bengali, Tamil, Sanskrit, and other native languages. His zeal in circulating liberal writings was great, and met with a large reward. He distributed hundreds of copies of the complete works of Dr. Channing, and these brought many persons to the acceptance of Unitarianism. When Reverend Jabez T. Sunderland was in India in 1895-96, he found many traces of these volumes, even in remote parts of the country. When he was in Madras, a very intelligent Hindu walked 150 miles to procure of him a copy of Channing's biography to replace a copy received from Mr. Dahl, which had been reread and loaned until it was almost worn out. A considerable part of Mr. Dahl's influence was in connection with the Brahmo Samaj, and directing its religious, educational, and reformatory work. He did not make many nominal Unitarians, but he had a very large influence in shaping the life of India by his personal influence and by the weight of his religious character. Everywhere he was greatly beloved. He earned considerable sums as a reporter and author in aid of his mission, and he lived in a most abstemious manner in order to devote as much money as possible to his work. In this devoted service he continued until his death, which took place July 18th, 1886. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of Unitarianism in America, A History of Its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part 2. Recent Work in India. Since the death of Mr. Dahl, the aid given to India by American Unitarians has been through the natives themselves. The work of Pundita Ramabai has received considerable assistance, as has also that of Mozumdar. Early in the year 1888, Reverend Brooke Herford, then minister of the Arlington Street Church in Boston, received from India a letter addressed to the chief pastor of the Unitarian congregation at Boston. It proved to be from a young lawyer or pleader in Banda, Northwest Provinces, named Akbar Masih. His father was an educated Mohammedan who in early life had been converted to Calvinistic Christianity and had become a missionary. At the Calcutta University, the son had outgrown the faith he had been taught, and a volume of Channing's works, put in circulation by Mr. Dahl, had given him the mental and spiritual teaching he desired. Tracts and books were sent him, and a correspondence followed. He read with great delight what he received, and in a year or two he desired to become a missionary. Mr. Herford sent him money, and he was employed to spend 1/3 of his time in the missionary service of Unitarianism. When Mr. Herford removed to London, the support of Akbar Masih was arranged for in England, and he has done a large work in preaching, lecturing, holding conferences, and publishing tracts and books. Nearly in the same week in which Mr. Herford received his first letter from Akbar Masih, Mr. Sunderland, in Ann Arbor, received one from Hajam Kishore Singh, Jowai, Khasi Hills, Assam. He was a young man employed by the government as a surveyor, was well educated, but belonged to one of the primitive tribes that retain their aboriginal religion and customs to a large extent. He had been taught Orthodox Christianity, however, but it was not satisfactory to him. A Brahmo friend loaned him a copy of Channing and furnished him with Mr. Dahl's address. In the bundle of tracts sent him by Mr. Dahl was a copy of the Unitarian, which led him to write to its editor, Mr. Sunderland. A correspondence followed, and the sending of many tracts and books. Mr. Singh began to talk of his new views to others, who gathered in his room on Sunday afternoons for religious inquiry and worship. Soon there was a call for similar meetings in another village, and Mr. Singh began to serve as a lay preacher. A church was organized in Jowai, and then a day school was opened. Tracts and books being necessary in order to carry on the work successfully, Mr. Sunderland raised the necessary money, printed them in Kasai at Ann Arbor, and forwarded them to Assam, thus greatly facilitating the labors of Mr. Singh and his assistants. Also, through the help of American Unitarians, Mr. Singh was able to secure the aid of 2 paid helpers. When Mr. Sunderland visited the Kasai Hills in 1895 as the agent of the British and Foreign Unitarian Association, he helped to ordain a regular pastor, and he found church buildings in 5 villages, day schools in 4, and religious circles meetings in 8 or 9 others. This mission is now being supported by the English Unitarians. The beginnings in Japan. After the death of Mr. Dahl, it was not found desirable to continue his educational work, and the missionary activities in India naturally came under the jurisdiction of the British Unitarian Association. At the same time, Japan offered an inviting field for missionary effort, and one not hitherto occupied by Unitarians. In 1884, a movement began in that country looking to the introduction of a rational Christianity, the leader being Yukichi Fukuzawa, a prominent statesman, head of the Keio Jijoku University, and editor of the leading newspaper. In 1886, Fumio Yano, after a visit to England, took up the same mission and urged the adoption of Christianity as a moral force in the life of the nation. The latter interpreted Unitarianism as being the form of Christianity needed in Japan and strongly urged its acceptance. Other prominent men joined with these two in commending a rational Christianity to their countrymen. Not long afterwards, the American Unitarian Association was asked to establish a mission in that country. In 1887, Reverend Arthur M. Knapp was sent to Japan to investigate the situation, and in the spring of 1889 he returned to report the results of his inquiries. He had been welcomed by the leading men, such as the Marquis Tokugawa and Kentaro Kanaiko, who opened to him many avenues of influence. He had written for the most important newspapers, had come into personal contact with the leading men of all parties, had lectured on many occasions to highly educated audiences, and had opened a wide-reaching correspondence. On his return to Japan in 1889, Mr. Knapp was prepared to begin systematic work in behalf of rational Christianity. It was not his purpose, however, to seek to establish Unitarianism there as the basis of a new Japanese sect, but to diffuse it as a leaven for the moral and spiritual elevation of the people of Japan. The errand of Unitarianism in Japan, said Mr. Knapp to the Japanese, is based upon the familiar idea of the sympathy of religions. With the conviction that we are the messengers of distinctive and valuable truths which have not yet been emphasized, and that in return there is much in your faith and life which to our harm we have never emphasized, receive us not as theological propagandists, but as messengers of the new gospel of human brotherhood in the religion of man. With Mr. Knapp were associated Reverend Clay Macaulay as colleague, and also Garrett Droppers, John H. Wigmore, and William Shields Liscombe, who were to become professors in the Keio Jijoku, a leading university situated in Tokyo, and to give such aid as they could to the Unitarian mission. With these men was soon associated Reverend H. W. Hawks, a young English minister who gave his services to this important work. There also accompanied the American party Mr. Saichiro Kanda, who had become a Unitarian while residing in San Francisco, and had attended the Meadville Theological School. In the winter of 1890-91, Mr. Knapp returned to the United States, and a little later Mr. Hawks went back to England. In 1891, Reverend William I. Lawrence joined the mission force, and he continued with it until 1894, when a severe illness compelled his resignation. Professor Wigmore returned to America in 1892 to accept a chair in the Northwestern University. Professor Liscombe came home in 1893, dying soon after his return, while Professor Droppers remained until the winter of 1898, when he became the president of the University of South Dakota. In the beginning of 1900, Mr. Macaulay, after having had direction of the mission for 9 years, returned to America, and it was left in control of the Japanese Unitarian Association, the American Association continuing to give it generous financial aid and counsel. As already indicated, the purpose of the mission has not been Unitarian propagandism as such. It has been that of religious enlightenment, the bringing to the Japanese, in a Catholic and humanitarian spirit, of the body of religious truths and convictions known as Unitarianism, and then permitting them to organize themselves after the manner of their own national life. No churches were organized by the representatives of the American Unitarian Association. Those that have come into existence have been wholly at the initiative of the natives. Early in 1894 was erected in Tokyo Yuitsu-kwan, or Unity Hall, with money furnished largely from the United States. This building serves as the headquarters for Unitarian work, including lectures and social and religious meetings. In 1896 was organized the Japanese Unitarian Association for the work of diffusing Unitarian principles throughout the country. The mission is organized into the 3 departments of church extension, publication, and education. Of this association, Jitsunin Saji, formerly a prominent Buddhist lecturer and a member at present of the City Council of Tokyo, is the superintendent. The secretary has been Saichiro Kanda, who has faithfully given his time to this work since he returned to Japan with the mission party in 1889. The broad purposes of the Japanese Unitarian Association have been clearly defined in its constitution. We desire to act in accordance with God's will, which we perceive by our inborn reason. We strive to follow the guidance of noble religion, exact science and philosophy, and to discover their truth. We believe it to be a natural law of the human mind to investigate freely all phenomena of the universe. We aim to maintain the peace of the world and to promote the happiness of mankind. We endeavor to assert our rights and to fulfill our duties as Japanese citizens, and to increase the prosperity of the country by all honorable means. Early in 1891 was begun the publication in Japanese of a magazine called at first The Unitarian, but afterwards Religion. The paid circulation was about 1,000 copies, but it was largely used as a tract for free distribution. In 1897, this magazine was merged into a popular religious monthly called Rikugu Zashi, or Cosmos, which has a large circulation. It is published at the headquarters of the Japanese Unitarian Association and is the organ of the liberalizing work carried on by that institution. The association has translated 30 or 40 American and English tracts. Some have been added by native writers, and these were distributed to the number of 100,000 in 1900. A number of important liberal books, including Bixby's Crisis in Morals, Clark's Steps in Belief, and Fiske's Idea of God, have been translated into Japanese and obtain a ready sale. An extensive work of education is carried on through the press, nearly all the leading journals having been freely open to the Unitarians since the beginning of the mission. The direct work of education has been the most important of all the phases of the mission's activities. A library of several thousand volumes, representing all phases of modern thought, has been collected in Unity Hall, and it is of great value to the teaching carried on there. Lectures are given every Sunday in Unity Hall and listened to by large audiences. Much has been done in various parts of Tokyo as well as elsewhere to reach the student class and educated persons in all classes of society. and many persons have thus been brought to an acceptance of Unitarianism. In 1890 were begun systematic courses of lectures with a view to giving educated Japanese inquirers a thorough knowledge of modern religious ideas, and these grew into the Senshin Gakuen, or School of Advanced Learning, a theological school with 7 professors and an annual attendance of 30 or 40 students, nearly all of whom have been graduates of colleges and universities. Unhappily, the failure of financial support compelled the abandonment of this school in 1898. The chief educational work, however, has been done in the colleges and universities through the general diffusion of liberal religious principles and by the free spirit of inquiry characteristic of all educated Japanese. The success of the Japanese mission is chiefly due to Reverend Clay Macaulay, who gave it the wise direction and the organizing skill necessary to its permanent growth. It is a noble monument to his devotion and to his untiring efforts for its advancement. His little book on Christianity in history is very popular, both in its English and Japanese versions, and thousands of copies are annually distributed. The results of the Japanese mission are especially evident in a general liberalizing of religious thought throughout the country in both the Buddhist and Christian communions, and in the widespread approval shown towards its methods and principles among the upper and student classes. Its chief gain, however, consists of the scholarly and influential men who have accepted the Unitarian faith and given it their zealous support. Among these men are the late Hajime Onishi, president of the College of Literature in the new Imperial University at Kyoto; Nobuta Kishimoto, professor of ethics in the Imperial Normal School; Tomoyoshi Murai, professor of English in the Foreign Languages School of Japan; Iso Abe, professor in the Doshisha University; Kinza Hirai, professor in the Imperial Normal School; Yoshio Ogasawara, who is leading an extensive work of social and moral reform in Wakayama; Saburo Shimada, proprietor of the Mainichi, one of the largest daily newspapers of the empire; and Zenosuke Toyosaki, professor in the Kokumin Eigakukai and associate editor of the Rikugo Zashi. These men are educating the Japanese people to know Christianity in its rational forms, and their influence is being rapidly extended throughout the country. In their hands, the future of liberal religion in Japan is safe, and what they do for their own people is more certain of permanent results than anything that can be accomplished by foreigners. The real significance of the Japanese Unitarian mission is that it has inaugurated a new era in religious propagandism, that it has been for the followers of the religions traditional to Japan, as well as for those of the Christian missions, eminently a means for presenting them with the world's most advanced thought in religion, and that it has been a stimulus to a purer faith and a larger fellowship. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, The Meadville Theological School. In a few years after the movement began for the organization of churches west of the Hudson River, the needs of theological instruction for residents of that region were being discussed. In 1827, the younger Henry Ware was interested in a plan of uniting Unitarians and the Christian connection in the establishment of a theological school to be located in the eastern part of the state of New York. In July of that year, he wrote to a friend, "We have had no little talk here within a few days respecting a new theological school. Many of us think favorably of the plan and are disposed to patronize it, if feasible, but are a little fearful that it is not. Others start strong objections to it in toto. Something must be done to gain us an increase of ministers." This proposition came from the Christians, and their plan was to locate the school on the Hudson. Although this project came to nothing for the time being, it was revived a decade later. When the Unitarian Association had entered upon its active missionary efforts west of the Alleghenies, the new impulse to denominational life manifested itself in a widespread desire for an increase in the number of workers available for the Western field. The establishment of a liberal theological school in that region was felt to be almost a necessity, if the opportunities everywhere opening there for the dissemination of a purer faith were not to be neglected. Plans were therefore formed around 1836 for the founding of a theological school at Buffalo under the direction of Reverend George W. Hosmer, then the minister in that city. But business becoming greatly depressed the following year, the project was abandoned. In 1840, the importance of such a school was again causing the Western workers to plan for its establishment, this time in Cincinnati or Louisville. But this expectation also failed of realization. Then Reverend William G. Elliott of St. Louis undertook to provide a theological education for such young men as might apply to him, but the response to his offer was so slight as to indicate that there was little demand for such instruction. The beginnings in Meadville. The demand for a school had steadily grown since the year 1827, and the fit occasion only was awaited for its establishment. It was found at Meadville, Pennsylvania, in the autumn of 1844. In order to understand why it should have been founded in this country village instead of one of the growing and prosperous cities of the West, it is necessary to give a brief account of the origin and growth of the Meadville Church. The first Unitarian church organized west of the Alleghenies was that in Meadville, and it had its origin in the religious experiences of one man. The founder of this church, Harm Jan Heidekoper, was born in the district of Drenthe, Holland, at the village of Hoogeveen in 1776. At the age of 20, he came to the United States, and in 1804 he became the agent of the Holland Land Company in the northwestern counties of Pennsylvania, and established himself at Meadville, then a small village. He was successful in his land operations, and was largely influential in the development of that part of the state. When his children were of an age to need religious instruction, he began to study the Bible with a view to deciding what he could conscientiously teach them. He had become a member of the Reformed Church in his native land, and he had attended the Presbyterian Church in Meadville. But he now desired to form convictions based on his own inquiries. "When I had become a father," he wrote, "and saw the time approaching when I should have to give religious instruction to my children, I felt it to be my duty to give this subject a thorough examination. I accordingly commenced studying the Scriptures as being the only safe rule of the Christian faith, and the result was that I soon acquired clear and definite views as to the leading doctrines of the Christian religion. But the good I derived from these studies has not been confined to giving me clear ideas as to the Christian doctrines. They created in me a strong and constantly increasing interest in religion itself, not as mere theory, but as a practical rule of life. Footnote: J. F. Clark, Christian Examiner, September 1854, 57, 310. Mr. Heidekopper had the satisfaction, in the later years of his life, of seeing a respectable society worshipping in the tasteful building which he loved, and of witnessing the prosperity of the theological school in which he was so much interested. We have never known anyone who seemed to live so habitually in the presence of God. The form which his piety mostly took was that of gratitude and reliance. His trust in the divine goodness was like that of a child in its mother. His cheerful views of this life and of the other, his simple tastes, his enjoyment of nature, his happiness in society, his love for children, his pleasure in doing good, his tender affection for those nearest to him, these threw a warm light around his last days, and gave his home the aspect of a perpetual Sabbath. A well-balanced activity of faculties contributed still more to his usefulness and happiness. He was always a student, occupying every vacant hour with a book, and so had attained a surprising knowledge of biography and history. Mr. Heidekopper died in Meadville, May 22nd, 1854. End footnote. As the result of this study, he arrived at the conclusion that the Bible does not teach the doctrines of the Trinity, the total depravity of man, and the vicarious atonement of Christ. Solely from the careful reading of the Bible with reference to each of the leading doctrines he had been taught, he became a Unitarian. With the zeal of a new convert, Mr. Heidekopper began to talk about his new faith, and he brought it to the attention of others with the enthusiasm of a propagandist. In conversation, by means of the distribution of tracts, and with the aid of the press, he extended the liberal faith. He could not send his children to the church he had attended, and he therefore secured tutors for them from Harvard College who were preparing for the ministry. And in October 1825, one of these tutors began holding Unitarian services in Meadville. In May 1829, a church was organized, and a goodly number of thoughtful men and women connected themselves with it. But this movement met with persistent opposition, and a vigorous controversy was carried on in the local papers and by means of pamphlets. This was increased when, in 1830, Ephraim Peabody, afterwards settled in Cincinnati, New Bedford, and at King's Chapel in Boston, became the minister and entered upon an active effort for the extension of Unitarianism. With the 1st of January 1831, he began the publication of the Unitarian Essayist, a small monthly pamphlet in which the leading theological questions were discussed. In a few months, Mr. Peabody went to Cincinnati, and the Essayist was continued by Mr. Heidekopper, who wrote with vigor and directness on the subjects he had carefully studied. In 1831, the Church for the first time secured an ordained minister, and 3 years later one who gave his whole time to its service. A church building was erected in 1836, and the prosperity of the congregation was thereby much increased. In 1843, a minister of the Christian connection, Reverend E. G. Holland, became the pastor for a brief period. At this time, Frederick Heidekopper, a son of the founder of the Unitarian Church in Meadville, had returned from his studies in the Harvard Divinity School and in Europe, and was ordained in Meadville October 12, 1843. It was his purpose to become a Unitarian evangelist in the region about Meadville, but his attention was soon directed by Reverend George W. Hosmer to the importance of furnishing theological instruction to young men preparing for the Unitarian ministry. He was encouraged in this undertaking by Mr. Holland, who pointed out to him the large patronage that might be expected from the Christian body. It was at first intended that Mr. Heidekopper should give the principal instruction, and that he should be assisted by the pastor of the Independent Congregational Church, Unitarian, and by Mr. Hosmer, who was to come from Buffalo for a few weeks each year, exchanging pulpits with the Meadville minister. When the opening of the school was fixed for the autumn of 1844, the prospective number of applicants was so large as to necessitate a modification of the proposed plan, and it was deemed wise to secure a competent person to preside over the school and to become the minister of the church. Through the active cooperation of the American Unitarian Association, Reverend Rufus P. Stebbins, then settled at Leominster, Massachusetts, was secured for this double service. The students present at the opening of the school on the first day of October 1844 were but 5, but this number was increased to 9 during the year. The next year the number was 23, 9 of them from New England. For several years the Christian Connection furnished a considerable proportion of the students, and took a lively interest in the establishment and growth of the school, although contributing little or nothing to its pecuniary support. It was also represented on the Board of Instruction by a non-resident lecturer. At this time the Christian body had no theological school of its own, and many of its members even looked with disfavor upon all ministerial education. What brought them into some degree of sympathy with Unitarians of that day was their rejection of binding creeds, and their acceptance of Christian character as the only test of Christian fellowship, together with their recognition of the Bible, interpreted by every man for himself, as the authoritative standard of religious truth. The churches of this denomination in the northern states were also pronounced in their rejection of the doctrines of the Trinity and predestination. Unitarians themselves have not been more strenuous in the defense of the principle of religious liberty than were the leaders among the Christians of the last generation. The two bodies also joined in the management of Antioch College in southern Ohio, and when Horace Mann became its president in 1852, he was made a minister of the Christian Connection, in order that he might work more effectually in the promotion of its interests. The Meadville School began its work in a simple way, with few instructors and a limited course of study. Mr. Stebbins taught the Old Testament, Hebrew, biblical antiquities, natural and revealed religion, mental and moral philosophy, systematic theology, and pulpit eloquence. Mr. Heidekopper gave instruction in the New Testament, hermeneutics, ecclesiastical history, Latin, Greek, and German. Mr. Hosmer lectured on pastoral care for a brief period during each year. A building for the school was provided by the generosity of the elder Heidekopper, and the expenses of board, instruction, rent, fuel, etc., were reduced to $30 per annum. Many of the students had received little education, and they needed a preliminary training in the most primary studies. Nevertheless, the school at once justified its establishment, and sent out many capable men, even from among those who came to it with the least preparation. Dr. Stebbins was president of the school for 10 years. During his term of service, the school was incorporated by the legislature of Pennsylvania in the spring of 1846. The charter was carefully drawn with a view to securing freedom in its administration. No denominational name appeared in the act of incorporation, and the original board of trustees included Christians as well as Unitarians. Dr. Stebbins was an admirable man to whom to entrust the organization of the school, for he was a born teacher and a masterful administrator. He was prompt, decisive, a great worker, a powerful preacher, an inspirer of others, and his students warmly admired and praised him. The growth of the school. The next president of the school was Oliver Stearns, who held the office from 1856 to 1863. He was a student, a true and just thinker of great moral earnestness, fine discrimination, and with a gift for academic organization. He was a man of a strong and deep personality, and his spiritual influence was profound. He had been settled at Northampton and over the third parish in Hingham before entering upon his work at Meadville. In 1863, he went to the Harvard Divinity School as the professor of pulpit eloquence and pastoral care until 1869, when he became the professor of theology. And from 1870 to 1878, he was the dean of the school. He was a preacher who held and deserved a reputation among the foremost, for his preaching was preeminently spiritual. In his relations to the divinity schools that enjoyed his services, it is impossible to overestimate the extent, accuracy, and thoroughness of his scholarship, and his unwearied devotion to his work. During Dr. Stearns' administration, the small building originally occupied by the school was outgrown, and Divinity Hall was built on land east of the town, donated by Professor Frederick Heidekopper, and first occupied in 1861. In 1857, he began a movement to elevate the standard of admission to the school, in order that its work might be of a more advanced character. To meet the needs of those not able to accept this higher standard, a preparatory department was established in 1858, which was continued until 1867. Reverend Abiel A. Livermore became the president of the school in 1863, and he remained in that position until 1890. He had been settled in Keene, Cincinnati, and Yonkers before going to Meadville. He was a Christian of the finest type, a true gentleman, and a noble friend. Under his direction the school grew in all directions, the course of study being largely enriched by the addition of new departments. In 1863, church polity and administration, including a study of the sects of Christendom, was made a special department. In 1868, the school opened its doors to women, and it has received about 30 women for a longer or shorter term of study. In 1872, the academic degree of Bachelor of Divinity was offered for the first time to those completing the full course. In 1879, the philosophy of religion, and also the comparative study of religions, received the recognition they deserve. The same year, ecclesiastical jurisprudence became a special department. In 1882, Reverend E. E. Hale lectured on charities, and from that time this subject has been systematically treated in connection with philanthropies. A movement was begun in 1889 to endow a professorship in memory of Dr. James Freeman Clarke, which was successful. These successive steps indicate the progress made under the faithful administration of Dr. Livermore. He became widely known to Unitarians by his commentaries on the books of the New Testament, as well as by his other writings, including volumes of sermons and lectures. In 1890, George L. Carey, who had been for many years the professor of New Testament literature, became the president of the school, a position he held for 10 years. Under his leadership, the school has largely advanced its standard of scholarship. Outgrown studies have been discarded, while new ones have been added. New professorships and lectureships have been established, and the endowment of the school has been greatly increased. Heidi Copper Hall, for the use of the library, was erected in 1890, and other important improvements have been added to the equipment of the school. In 1892, the Adin Ballou Lectureship of Practical Christian Sociology was established, and in 1895, the Hackley Professorship of Sociology and Ethics. From the time of its establishment, the Heidi Copper family have been devoted friends and benefactors of the theological school. Frederick Heidi Copper occupied the chair of New Testament literature from 1844 to 1855, and from 1863 to 1877 that of ecclesiastical history. His services were given wholly without remuneration, and his benefactions to the school were numerous. He also added largely to the Brooks Fund for the distribution of Unitarian books. His historical writings made him widely known to scholars and added to the reputation of the school. His belief of the first 3 centuries concerning Christ's mission to the underworld appeared in 1853, Judaism at Rome, 1876, and Indirect Testimony of History to the Genuineness of the Gospels, 1879. He also republished, at his own expense, many valuable works that were out of print. Among the other professors have been Reverend Nathaniel S. Folsom, who was in charge of the Department of Biblical Literature from 1848 to 1861. Of the regular lecturers have been Reverend Charles H. Brigham, Reverend Amory D. Mayo, and Dr. Thomas Hill. There has been an intimate relation between the Meadville Church and the theological school, and several of the pastors have been instructors and lecturers in the theological school, including Reverend J. C. Zakos, Reverend James T. Bixby, and Reverend James M. Whitten. The Christian denomination has been represented among the lecturers by Reverend David Millard and Reverend Austin Craig. The whole number of graduates of the Meadville Theological School up to April 1902 has been 267, and 80 other students have entered the ministry. At the present time, 156 of its students are on the roll of Unitarian ministers. 32 of its students served in the Civil War. 20% of its graduates previous to the close of the war being engaged in it as privates, chaplains, or in some other capacity. The endowment of the school has steadily increased until it is now somewhat more than $600,000. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, Part 1, of Unitarianism in America, A History of Its Origin and Development, by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Part 1, Unitarian Philanthropies. The liberal movement in religion was characterized in its early period by its humanitarianism. As theology grew less important for it, there was an increase in its philanthropy. With the waning of the sectarian spirit, There was a growth in desire for practical reforms. The awakened interest in man and enlarged faith in his spiritual capacities showed itself in efforts to improve his social condition. No one expressed this tendency more perfectly than Dr. Channing, though he was a spiritual teacher rather than a reformer or philanthropist. Any statement concerning the charities in connection with which Channing was active will give the most inadequate idea of his actual influence in this direction. He was greatly interested in promoting the circulation of the Bible, in aiding the cause of temperance, and in bringing freedom to the slave. His biographer says that his thoughts were continually becoming concentrated more and more upon the terrible problem of pauperism, and he saw more clearly each year that what the times demanded was that the axe should be laid at the very root of ignorance, temptation, and strife by substituting for the present unjust and unequal distribution of the privileges of life some system of cordial, respectful, brotherly cooperation. His interest in education was most comprehensive, and he sought its advancement in all directions with the confident faith that it would help to uplift all classes and make them more truly human. Unitarian Charities. The liberals of New England in the early years of the 19th century were not mere theorizers in regard to human helpfulness and the application of Christianity to life, for they endeavored to realize the spirit of charity and service. Largely under the leadership the Massachusetts Bible Society was organized in 1809. A more distinctly charitable undertaking was the Fragment Society, organized in 1812 to help the poor by the distribution of garments, the lending of bedding to the sick, and clothes to the children in charity schools, as well as the providing of such children with shoes. This society also undertook to provide Bibles for the poor who had none. Under the leadership of Reverend Joseph Tuckerman, then settled in Chelsea, there was organized, May 11, 1812, the Boston Society for the Religious and Moral Improvement of Seamen, to distribute tracts of a religious and moral kind for the use of seamen, and to establish a regular divine service on board of our merchant vessels. In 1813, the Massachusetts Society for the Suppression of Intemperance, in 1815 the Massachusetts Peace Society, and at about the same time the Society for the Employment of the Poor came into existence. Of the early Unitarians, Reverend Octavius B. Frothingham justly said, "They all had a genuine desire to render the earthly lot of mankind tolerable." It is not too much to say that they started every one of our best secular charities. The town of Boston had a poorhouse, and nothing more, until the Unitarians initiated humane institutions for the helpless, the blind, the insane. The Massachusetts General Hospital, 1811, the McLean Asylum for the Insane, 1818, the Perkins Blind Asylum, 1832, the Female Orphan Asylum, 1800, were of their devising. What this work meant was well stated by Dr. Andrew P. Peabody when he said that there was probably no city in the world where there had been more ample provision for the poor than in Boston, whether by private almsgiving, benevolent organizations, or public institutions. Nor was this altruistic spirit manifested alone in Boston, for Mr. Frothingham quotes the saying of a lady to Dr. E. E. Hale, "A Unitarian church to you merely means one more name on your calendar. To the people in this town it means better books, better music, better sewerage, better health, better life, less drunkenness, more purity, and better government. The Unitarian conception of the relations of altruism and religion was pertinently stated by Dr. J.T. Kirkland, president of Harvard College, during the early years of the 19th century, when he said that we have as much piety as charity and no more. One who knew intimately of the work of the ministry at large has truly said of the labors of Dr. Tuckerman, "From the beginning he had the moral and pecuniary support of the leaders of life in Boston. Her first merchants and her statesmen were watching these experiments with a curious interest. And although he was often so radical as to startle the most conservative notions of men engaged in trade, or learned in the old-fashioned science of government, there was that in the persistence of his life and the accuracy of his method which engaged their support." Another instance of Unitarian philanthropy is to be found in the support given to Reverend Edward T. Taylor, usually known as Father Taylor, in his work for sailors. When he went to Boston in 1829 to begin his mission, the first person he visited was Dr. Channing, and the second Ralph Waldo Emerson, then a settled pastor in the city. Both of these men made generous contributions to his mission and aided him in securing the attention of wealthy contributors. In fact, his Bethel was almost wholly supported by Unitarians. For 30 years, Mr. Albert Fearing was the president of the Boston Port Society, organized for the support of Taylor's Seamen's Bethel. The corresponding secretary was Mr. Henry Parker. Among other Unitarian supporters of this work was Honorable John A. Andrew. We have no right to assume that the Unitarians alone were philanthropic, but they had the wealth and the social position to make their efforts in this direction thoroughly effective. That the results were beneficent may be understood from the testimony of Mrs. Horace Mann. "The liberal sects of Boston," she wrote to a friend, "quite carried the day at that time in works of benevolence and Christian charity. They took care of the needy without regard to sectarianism. Such women as Helen Loring and Elizabeth Howard, Mrs. Cyrus A. Bartow, Dorothea Dix, Mary Pritchard, Mrs. Henry Ware, and many others less known to the world, but equally devoted to the work, with many youthful coadjutors, took care of the poor wonderfully." After spending several weeks in Boston in 1842, and giving careful attention to the charities and philanthropies of the city, Charles Dickens wrote, "I sincerely believe that the public institutions and charities of this capital of Massachusetts are as nearly perfect as the most considerate wisdom, benevolence, humanity can make them. I never in my life was more affected by the contemplation of happiness under circumstances of privation and bereavement than in my visits to these establishments." Education of the blind. The pioneer in the work of educating the blind and the deaf was Dr. Samuel G. Howe, who had been one of those who in 1824 went to Greece to aid in the establishment of Greek independence. On his return in 1832, he became acquainted with European methods of teaching the blind, and in that year he opened the Massachusetts School and Asylum for the Blind, the pioneer of such establishments in America and the most illustrious of its class in the world. In his father's house in Pleasant Street, Dr. Howe began his school with a few pupils, prepared books for them, and then set about raising money to secure larger facilities. Colonel Thomas H. Perkins of Boston gave his house in Pearl Street, valued at $50,000, on condition that a like sum should be contributed for the maintenance of the school. In 6 weeks the desired sum was secured, and the school was afterwards known as the Perkins Institution for the Blind. Dr. Howe addressed 17 state legislatures on the education of the blind, with the result of establishing schools similar to his own. His arduous task, however, was that of providing the blind with books, and he used his great inventive skill in perfecting the necessary methods. He succeeded in making it comparatively easy to print books for the blind, and therefore made it possible to have a library of such works. In the autumn of 1837, Dr. Howe discovered Laura Bridgman, who had only the one sense of touch remaining in a normal condition, and his remarkable success in her education made him famous. In connection with her and other pupils, he began the process of teaching the deaf to use articulate speech, and all who have followed him in this work have but extended and perfected his methods. While teaching the blind and deaf, Dr. Howe found those who were idiotic, and he began to study this class of persons around 1840, and to devise methods for their education. As a member of the Massachusetts legislature in 1846, he secured the appointment of a commission to investigate the condition of the idiotic, and for this commission he wrote the report. In 1847, the state having made an appropriation for the teaching of idiotic children, 10 of them were taught at the Blind Asylum under the care of Dr. Howe. In 1851, a separate school was provided for such children. Dr. Howe was called the Massachusetts philanthropist, but his philanthropy was universal in its humanitarian aims. He gave large and faithful attention in 1845 and later to prisons and prisoners. He was a zealous friend of the slave and the freedman, and in 1864 he devoted arduous service to the reform of the state charities of Massachusetts. His biographer justly says of his spirit of universal philanthropy, "He joined in the movement in Boston which abolished imprisonment for debt. He was an early and active member of the Boston Prison Discipline Society, which once did much service. And for years, when interest in prison reform was at a low ebb in Massachusetts, the one forlorn relic of that once powerful organization, a Prisoners' Aid Society, used to hold its meetings in Dr. Howe's spacious chamber in Broomfield Street. He took an early interest in the care of the insane, with which his friends Horace Mann, Dr. Edward Jarvis, and Dorothea Dix were greatly occupied, and in later years he introduced some most useful methods of caring for the insane in Massachusetts. He favored the temperance reform, and wrote much as a physician on the harm done to individuals and to the human stock by the use of alcoholic liquors. He stood with Father Taylor of the Seamen's Bethel in Boston for the salvation of the sailors and their protection from cruel punishments, and he was one of those who almost abolished the flogging of children in schools. During his whole career as a reformer of public schools in New England, Horace Mann had no friend more intimate or helpful than Dr. Howe, nor one whose support was more indispensable to man himself. Dr. Howe was an attendant upon the preaching of Theodore Parker, and was his intimate friend. In after years he was a member of the congregation of James Freeman Clarke at the Church of the Disciples. After our return to America, says Mrs. Howe of the year 1844, my husband went often to the Melodeon, where Parker preached until he took possession of the music hall. The interest which my husband showed in these services led me in time to attend them, and I remember as among the great opportunities of my life the years in which I listened to Theodore Parker. Care of the insane. Another among the many persons who came under the influence of Dr. Channing was Dorothea Dix, who as a teacher of his children lived for many months in his family and enjoyed his intimate friendship. Her biographer says, "She had drunk in with passionate faith Dr. Channing's fervid insistence on the presence in human nature, even under its most degraded types, of germs, at least, of endless spiritual development." But it was the characteristic of her own mind that it tended not to protracted speculation, but to immediate embodied action. Her work for the insane was the expression of a deep faith in humanity she had been taught by Channing. When she entered upon her humanitarian efforts, but few hospitals for the insane existed in the country. A notable exception was the McLean Asylum at Somerville, which had been built as the result of that same philanthropic spirit that had led the Unitarians to establish the many charities already mentioned in these pages. In March 1841, Miss Dix visited the House of Correction in East Cambridge, and for the wretched condition of the inmates she at once set to work to provide remedies. Then she visited the jails and almshouses in many parts of the state, and presented a memorial to the legislature recounting what she had found and asking for reforms. She was met by bitter opposition. But such persons as Samuel G. Howe, Dr. Channing, Horace Mann, and John G. Palfrey came to her aid. The bill providing for relief to the insane came into the hands of a committee of which Dr. Howe was the chairman, and he energetically pushed it forward to enactment. Thus Miss Dix began her crusade against an enormous evil. In 1845, Miss Dix reported that in 3 years she had traveled 10,000 miles, visited 18 state penitentiaries, 300 jails and houses of correction, and 500 almshouses and other institutions, securing the establishment or enlargement of 6 hospitals for the insane, several county poorhouses, and several jails on a reformed plan. She visited every state east of the Rocky Mountains and also the British provinces to secure legislation in behalf of the insane. She secured the erection of hospitals or other reformatory action in Rhode Island, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Indiana, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, Missouri, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, South Carolina, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland. Her labors also secured the establishment of a hospital for the insane of the Army and Navy near Washington. All this was the work of 9 years. In 1853, Miss Dix gave her attention to providing an adequate life-saving equipment for Sable Island, one of the most dangerous places to seamen on the Atlantic coast, and this became the means of saving many lives. In 1854, she went to England for needed rest, but almost at once she took up her humanitarian work, this time in Scotland, where she secured a commission of inquiry, which in 1857 resulted in reformatory legislation on the part of Parliament. In 1855, she visited the island of Jersey and secured great improvements in the care of the insane. Later in that year, she visited Switzerland for rest, but in a few weeks was studying the charities of Paris and then those of Italy. In Rome, she had 2 interviews with the Pope, and the erection of a new hospital for the insane on modern principles resulted. Speaking only English and without letters of introduction, she visited the insane hospitals and the prisons of Greece, Turkey, Austria, Sclavonia, Russia, Germany, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Holland, and Belgium. Day by day, she patiently explored the asylums, prisons, and poorhouses of every place in which she set her foot, glad to her heart's core when she found anything to commend and learn a lesson from, and patiently striving, where she struck the traces of ignorance, neglect, or wrong, to right the evil by direct appeal to the highest authorities. On her return home in September 1856, she was met by many urgent appeals for help in enlarging hospitals and erecting new ones, and she devoted her time until the outbreak of the Civil War in work for the insane in the southern and middle northwestern states. As soon as the troops were ordered to Washington, she went there and offered her services as a nurse, and was at once appointed superintendent of women nurses for the whole army. She carried through the tasks of this office with energy and devotion. In 1866, she secured the erection of a monument to the fallen soldiers in the National Cemetery at Hampton. Then she returned at once to her work in asylums, poorhouses, and prisons, continuing this task until past her 75th year. Her frequent visits to our institutions of the insane now, and her searching criticisms, wrote a leading alienist, constitute of themselves a better lunacy commission than would be likely to be appointed in many of our states. The last 5 years of her life were spent as a guest in the New Jersey State Asylum at Trenton, it being fit that one of the 32 hospitals she had been the means of erecting should afford her a home for her declining years. Miss Dix was called by many Our Lady, our patron saint, and well she deserved these expressions of reverence. President Fillmore said in a letter to her, "Wealth and power never reared such monuments to selfish pride as you have reared to the love of mankind." She had the unreserved consecration to the needs of the poor and suffering that caused her to write, "If I am cold, they are cold. If I am weary, they are distressed. If I am alone, they are abandoned." Her biographer justly compares her with the greatest of the saints, and says precisely the same characteristics marked her, the same absolute religious consecration, the same heroic readiness to trample underfoot the pains of illness, loneliness, and opposition, the same intellectual grasp of what a great reformatory work demanded. Truly was it said of her that she was the most useful and distinguished woman America has produced. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Part 2. Child-Saving Missions. As was justly said by Professor Francis G. Peabody, the Boston Children's Mission was the direct fruit of the ministry of Dr. Tuckerman, and antedates all other conspicuous undertakings of the same nature. The first president of the Children's Mission, John E. Williams, a Unitarian layman, moved later to New York, and became the first treasurer of the newly created Children's Aid Society of that city, formed in 1853. Thus the work of the Children's Mission and the kindred service of the Warren Street Chapel, under the leadership of Charles Barnard, must be reckoned as the most immediate, if not the only American antecedent of the great modern works of child-saving charity. The Children's Mission to the children of the destitute grew out of the work of the Howard Sunday School, then connected with the Pitts Street Chapel. When several men connected with that school were discussing the fact that a great number of vagrant children were dealt with by the police, Fanny S. Merrill said to her father, Mr. George Merrill, "Father, Can't we children do something to help those poor little ones? This question suggested a new field of work, and a meeting was held on April 27, 1849, under the auspices of Reverend Robert C. Waterston, to consider this proposition. On May 9th, the Society was organized to create a special mission to the poor, ignorant, neglected children of this city, to gather them into day and Sunday schools, to procure places and employment for them, and generally to adopt and pursue such measures as would be most likely to save or rescue them from vice, ignorance, and degradation. In the beginning, this mission was supported by the Unitarian Sunday schools in Boston, but gradually the number of schools contributing to its maintenance was enlarged until it included nearly all of those connected with Unitarian churches in New England. As soon as the mission was organized, Reverend Joseph E. Barry was made the missionary, and he opened a Sunday school in Utica Street. Beginning in 1853, one or more women were employed to aid him in his work. In May 1857, Reverend Edmund Squire began work as a missionary in Washington Village, but this mission was soon given into the hands of the benevolent fraternity. In June 1858, Mr. B. H. Green was engaged to visit the jail and lockup in aid of the young persons found there. In 1859, work was undertaken in East Boston and also in South Boston. From this time onward, from 3 to 5 persons were constantly employed as missionaries in visiting throughout the city, persuading children to attend day schools, sewing schools, and Sunday schools, securing employment for those old enough to labor, and in placing children in country homes. In April 1857, Mr. Barry took a party of 48 children to Illinois, and 5 other parties followed to that state and to Michigan and Ohio. Since 1860, homes have been found in New England for all children sent outside the city. In November 1858, a hall in Elliott Street was secured for the religious services of the mission, which included boys' classes, Sunday school, and various organizations of a moral and intellectual character. In 1859, a house was rented in Camden Street especially for the care of the boys who came under the charge of the mission. In March 1867 was completed the house on Tremont Street, in which the work of the mission has since been carried on. An additional building for very young children was provided in October 1890. For years Mr. Barry continued his work as the missionary of this noble ministry to the children of the poor. Since 1877, Mr. William Crosby has been the efficient superintendent, having served for 18 years previously as the treasurer. The mission has cared for more than 5,000 children. Care of the poor. It has been indicated already that much attention was given to the care of the poor and to the prevention of pauperism. It is safe to assume that every Unitarian minister was a worker in this direction. It is well to notice the efforts of one man, because his work led to the scientific methods of charitable relief which are employed in Boston at the present time. When Reverend Ephraim Peabody became the minister of King's Chapel in 1846, he turned his attention to the education of the poor and to the prevention of pauperism. In connection with Reverend Frederick T. Gray, he opened a school for those adults whose education had been neglected. Especial attention was given to the elementary instruction of emigrant women. Many children and adults accepted the opportunity thus afforded, and a large school was maintained for several years. With the aid of Mr. Francis E. Parker, another important work was undertaken by Mr. Peabody. Although Dr. Tuckerman had labored to prevent duplication of charitable gifts and to organize the philanthropies of Boston in an effective manner, with the increase of population the evils he strove to prevent had grown into large proportions. In order to prevent overlapping imposition and failure to provide for many who were really needy but not eager to push their own claims, Mr. Peabody organized the Boston Provident Association in 1851. This society divided the city into small districts and put each under the supervision of a person who was to examine every case that came before the society within the territory assigned him. The first president of this society was Honorable Samuel A. Eliot, who was a mayor of the city, a representative in the lower house of Congress, and an organizer of many philanthropies. This society was eminently successful in its operations and did a great amount of good. Its friendly visits to the poor and its judicious methods of procuring the cooperation of many charity workers prepared the way for the introduction, in 1879, of the Associated Charities of Boston, which extended and effectively organized the work begun by Mr. Peabody. Numerous other organizations might be mentioned that have been initiated by Unitarians or largely supported by them. Humane treatment of animals. The work for the humane treatment of animals was begun and has been largely carried on by Unitarians. The founder of the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals was Henry Bergh, who was a member of All Souls Church in New York under the ministry of Dr. Bellows. In 1865, he began his work in behalf of kindness to animals in New York City, and the society he organized was incorporated April 10, 1866. It was soon engaged in an extensive work. In 1873, Mr. Bergh proceeded to organize branch humane societies, and as the result of his work, most of the states have legislated for the humane care of animals. A similar work of a Unitarian is that of Mr. George T. Angle in Boston, who in 1868 founded and has since been the president of the Massachusetts Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. In 1889, he became the president of the American Humane Education Society, a position he continues to hold. He is the editor of Our Dumb Animals, and has in many ways been active in the work of the great charity with which he has been connected. Young Men's Christian Unions. The initiative in the establishment of Christian unions for young men in cities on a wholly unsectarian basis was undertaken by a Unitarian. Mr. Caleb Davis Bradley, a Harvard undergraduate, who was afterward a Boston pastor for many years, gathered together in the parlor of his father's house a company of young men, and proposed to them the formation of a society for mutual improvement. This was on September 17, 1851, and the organization then formed was called the Biblical Literature Society. Those who belonged to the society during the winter of 1851-52 were so much benefited by it that they decided to enlarge their plans and to extend their influence to a greater number. At the suggestion of Reverend Charles Brooks, minister of the Unitarian Church in South Hingham, the name was changed to the Boston Young Men's Christian Union, the first meeting under the new form of organization being held March 15, 1852. On October 11th of the same year the society was incorporated, many of the leading men of the city having already given it their encouragement and support. educational work in the South. After the close of the Civil War, there was a large demand for help in the South, especially amongst the Negroes. Most of the aid given by Unitarians was through other than denominational channels. But something was done by the Unitarian Association as well as by other Unitarian organizations. Miss Amy Bradley, who had been a very successful worker for the Sanitary Commission, opened a school for the whites in Wilmington, North Carolina. Her work extended to all the schools of the city and was eminently successful. She became the city and then the county superintendent of schools. She was supported by the Unitarian Association and the Soldiers' Memorial Society. Among the Unitarians who at that time engaged in the work of educating the Negroes were Reverend Henry F. Edis in Georgia, Reverend James Thurston in North Carolina, Miss M. Louisa Shaw in Florida, Miss Botum on Ladies Island, and Miss Sally Holly and Miss Caroline F. Putnam in Virginia. In 1868, the Unitarian Association entered upon a systematic effort to aid the Negroes through cooperation with the African Methodist Episcopal Church. The sum of $4,000 was in that year devoted to this work, and it was largely spent in educational efforts, especially in aid of college and theological students. Wilberforce University had the benefit of lectures from Dr. George W. Hosmer, president of Antioch College, and of Edward Orton, James K. Hosmer, and other professors in that institution. Libraries of about 50 volumes of carefully selected books, including elementary works of science, history, biography, and a few theological works, were given to ministers of that church who applied for them. This connection continued for several years, and was of much importance in the advancement of the South. With the 1st of January 1886, the Unitarian Association established a Bureau of Information in regard to Southern education, of which General J. B. F. Marshall, who had been for many years the treasurer of the Hampton Institute, was made the superintendent. This bureau, during its existence of 3 years, investigated the claims of various schools and recommended those most deserving of aid. In 1891, Miss Mabel W. Dillingham and Miss Charlotte R. Thorne, who had been teachers for several years in the Hampton Institute, opened a school for Negroes in Calhoun, Alabama. Miss Dillingham died in 1894, and she was succeeded by her brother, Reverend Pitt Dillingham, as the principal of the school. The Calhoun School has been supported mostly by Unitarians, and it has been successful in doing a practical and important work. During the first 8 years of the Tuskegee Institute, it received $5,000 annually from Unitarians, and in more recent years, $10,000 annually. This has been given by individuals, churches, and other organizations, but in no sense as a denominational work. Concerning the aid given to the Hampton Institute, this statement has been made by the principal. The Unitarian denomination has had a very important part in the work of Hampton. Our first treasurer was General J. F. B. Marshall, a Unitarian who made it possible for General Armstrong first to gain access to Boston and secure friends there, many of whom have been lifelong contributors to this work. General Marshall came to Hampton in 1872, and for some 12 years took a most important part in building up this institution. He trained young men for the treasurer's office, who still hold important positions in the school, and others who have been sent to various institutions. The home of General and Mrs. Marshall here was of incalculable help in many ways, brightening and cheering the lives of our teachers and students. Unitarians have always had a prominent part in the support of Hampton. Mrs. Mary Hemingway was the largest donor to the Institute during her lifetime. She gave $10,000 for the purchase of our Hemingway farm and helped General Armstrong in many ways. Educational work for the Indians. At 3 different periods, the Unitarian Association has undertaken educational work amongst the Indians. The first of these proved abortive, but it is of much interest. James Tanner, a half-breed Chippewa or Ojibwe from Minnesota, appeared before the board of the association February 12, 1855, in behalf of his people. He had been a Baptist missionary to the Ojibways, but had found that he could accomplish little while the Indians continued their roving life and their wars with the Sioux. He therefore wished to have his people adopt a settled agricultural life. The Baptist Home Missionary Society, with which he was laboring, would not accede to his plans in this respect, and desired that he should confine himself to the preaching of the gospel. Unable to do this on account of his liberal views, he went to Boston with the hope that he might secure aid from the Baptists there. He was soon told that he was a Unitarian, and he sought a knowledge of those of that faith. He was thus led to apply to the Unitarian Association for help, which was granted. He secured an outfit of agricultural and other implements, and returned to his people in the spring of 1855. In December of that year, Mr. Tanner attended a meeting of the board of the association, accompanied by 6 Ojibwe chiefs. On this unique occasion, the calumet was smoked by all present, and addresses were made by the Indians. In April 1856, the board reluctantly abandoned this enterprise because the money for the yearly expenditure of $4,000 which it required could not be secured. In 1871, President Grant inaugurated the policy of educating the Indians under the direction of the several religious denominations of the country. To the Unitarians were assigned the Utes of Colorado. The reservation at White River was placed in charge of Mr. J. S. Littlefield, and that at Los Pinos of Reverend J. Nelson Trask. Several other persons took up this work, including Reverend Henry F. Bond and his wife. In 1885, the Utes were removed to a reservation in Utah. In the spring of 1886, Mr. Bond returned to them for the purpose of establishing a boarding school amongst them. But not getting sufficient encouragement, he went to Montana, where in the autumn he opened the Montana Industrial School, with 18 pupils from the Crows in attendance. Buildings were erected, farm work begun, carpenter and blacksmith shops put in operation, all at a cost of $20,000. The school was located on the Big Horn River, 30 miles from Fort Custer. It was the object of the Montana Industrial School to remove the Indian children from their nomadic conditions and to give them a practical education, with so much of instruction in books as would be of real help to them. The boys were taught farm work and the use of tools, while the girls were trained in sewing, cooking, and other useful employments. At the same time, there was constant training in cleanliness, good manners, and right living. The school was fairly successful, and the results would doubtless have been important could the experiment have gone on for a longer period. In 1891, Mr. Bond withdrew from the school on account of his age, and it was placed in charge of Reverend A. A. Spencer. With the 1st of July, 1895, however, the care of the school was assumed by the national government. Extended as this chapter has become, it has failed to give anything like an exhaustive statement of the philanthropies of Unitarians. Their charitable activities have been constant and in many directions. This may be seen in the wide-reaching philanthropic interests of Dr. Edward Everett Hale, whose lend-a-hand clubs, King's Daughters Societies, and kindred movements admirably illustrate the practical side of Unitarianism, its broad humanitarian spirit, its philanthropic and reformatory purpose, and its high ideal of Christian fidelity and service. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, Part 1 of Unitarianism in America, A History of its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Part 1 Unitarians and Reforms. The belief of Unitarians in the innate goodness of man and in his progress towards a higher moral life, together with their desire to make religion practical in its character and to have it deal with the actual facts of human life, has made it obligatory that they should give the encouragement of their support to whatever promised to further the cause of justice, liberty, and purity. Their attitude towards reforms, however, has been qualified by their love of individual freedom. They have had a dread of ecclesiastical restriction and of any attempt to coerce opinions or to establish a despotism over individual convictions. And yet, with all this insistence upon personal liberty, no body of men and women has ever been more devoted to the furthering of practical reforms than those connected with Unitarian churches. No one, for instance, was ever more zealous for individual freedom than Theodore Parker. But he was essentially a reformer. He was a persistent advocate of peace, temperance, education, the rights of women, the rights of the slave, the abolition of capital punishment, reform in prison discipline, and the application of humanitarian principles to the conduct of life. Peace movement. It may be doubted whether any man who ever lived contributed more to spread just sentiments on the subject of war and to hasten the era of universal peace, said Dr. Channing of Noah Worcester, who has been often called the Apostle of Peace. It was the second contest with Great Britain that led Dr. Worcester to consider the nature and effects of war. In August 1812, on the day appointed for a national fast, he preached a sermon in which he maintained that the war then beginning was without sufficient justification, and that war is always an evil. In 1814, he further studied the subject, with the result that he wrote a little book which he called A Solemn Review of the Custom of War. The Solemn Review was widely circulated. It was translated into many languages, it made a deep and lasting impression, and it had a worldwide influence in preparing the minds of men for the acceptance of peace principles. The remedy for war it proposed was an international court of arbitration. Through the efforts of Dr. Worcester, the Massachusetts Peace Society was organized December 28, 1815, one of the first societies of the kind in the world. William Phillips was made the president, and Dr. Noah Worcester the corresponding secretary, with Dr. Henry Ware, Dr. Channing, and Reverend Francis Parkman among its counselors. On the executive committee, with Dr. Worcester in 1819, were Reverend Ezra Ripley and Reverend John Pierce. Other Unitarian members and workers were James Freeman, Nathaniel L. Frothingham, Charles Lowell, Samuel C. Thatcher, J. T. Kirkland, and Joseph Tuckerman. and of laymen Moses Grant, Josiah Quincy, and Colonel Joseph May. In 1819, Dr. Worcester began the publication of the Friends of Peace, a small quarterly magazine, a large part of the contents of which he wrote himself. After the first number, having obtained the assistance of several wealthy friends, he relinquished the copyright, and the numbers were republished in several parts of the country, thus obtaining a wide circulation. He devoted himself almost wholly to this publication and the advocacy of the cause of peace until 1829, when he relinquished its editorship. This must be looked upon as a very remarkable work, wrote Henry Ware the younger. To his wakeful mind, everything that occurred and everything that he read offered him materials. He appeared to see nothing which had not a bearing on this one topic, and his book becomes a boundless repository of curious, entertaining, striking extracts from writers of all sorts and the history of all times, displaying the criminality and folly of war, and the beauty and efficacy of the principles of peace. In his efforts in behalf of peace, Dr. Worcester had the support of Dr. Channing's respectful sympathy and active cooperation. According to Dr. John Pierce, Channing was the life and soul of the Massachusetts Peace Society. For years, says his biographer, he devoted himself to the work of extending its influence with unwavering zeal, as many of his papers of that period attest. From his pulpit, Dr. Channing frequently expressed his faith in the principles of peace, and he strongly advocated those Christian convictions and that spirit of goodwill which would make war impossible if they were applied to the conduct of nations. Not less devoted to the cause of peace was Dr. Ezra S. Gannett, of whom his son says, "He thought that reason, religion, the whole spirit, as well as the letter of the gospel, united in forbidding war. Probably he was non-resistant up to, rather than in, the absolutely last extremity. Although he writes that an English book, which Dr. Channing lent him as the best he knew upon the subject, has made me a thorough peace man. Let the fact of brotherhood be fairly grasped, wrote Dr. Frederick H. Hedge, and war becomes impossible. The tremendous extent and pertinacity of the habit of human slaughter in battle, wrote Dr. William R. Alger, its shocking criminality and its incredible foolishness, when regarded from an advanced religious position, are three facts calculated to appall every thoughtful man and startle him into amazement. It is vain, he said, to undertake to impart a competent conception of the crimes and miseries belonging to war. Their appalling character and magnitude stun the imagination and pass off like the burden of a frightful dream." Worcester's solemn review convinced Reverend Samuel J. May that the precepts, spirit, and example of Jesus gave no warrant to the violent, bloody resistance of evil, that wrong could be effectually overcome by right, hatred by love, violence by gentleness, evil of any kind by its opposite good. "I preached this," he said, "as one of the cardinal doctrines of the gospel, and endeavored especially to show the wickedness and folly of the custom of war." In 1826 he organized a county peace society, the first in the country, and his first publication was in advocacy of this reform. Of the men connected with political life, Charles Sumner was the most devoted and influential friend of the peace cause. As early as March 1839, he wrote to a friend, I hold all wars as unjust and unchristian. His address on the true grandeur of nations, given before the mayor and other officials of Boston, July 4, 1845, was one of the noblest and most effective utterances on the subject. Though a considerable part of the audience was in military array, Sumner showed the evils of war in uncompromising terms, denouncing it as cruel and unnecessary, while with true eloquence, great learning, and a deep conviction he made his plea for peace. The effect was immediate and striking, wrote George W. Curtis. There were great indignation and warm protest on the one hand, and upon the other sincere congratulation and high compliment. Sumner's view of the absolute wrong and iniquity of war was somewhat modified subsequently, but the great purpose of a peaceful solution of international disputes he never relinquished. He said in this oration that in our age there can be no peace that is not honorable. There can be no war that is not dishonorable. This statement was severely criticized, but it indicates his uncompromising acceptance of peace principles. He added these pertinent sentences: "The true honor of a nation is to be found only in deeds of justice and in the happiness of its people, all of which are inconsistent with war. In the clear eye of Christian judgment, vain are its victories, infamous are its spoils." He further declared that war is utterly and irreconcilably inconsistent with true greatness. These views he continued to hold throughout his life, though in a more conciliatory spirit, and on several occasions he presented them before the Peace Society and elsewhere. When in the Senate, he was a leader of the cause of arbitration, and exerted his large influence in securing its adoption by the United States as a means of preventing war with foreign countries. As late as July 1873, he wrote to one of his friends, "I long to witness the harmony of nations, which I am sure is near. When an evil so great is recognized and discussed, the remedy must be near at hand." The work done by Julia Ward Howe for the cause of peace is eminently worthy of recognition. One chapter of her reminiscences is devoted to her peace crusade of 1870. The cruel and unnecessary character of the Franco-Prussian War led her to write an appeal to mothers to use their influence in behalf of peace. The august dignity of motherhood and its terrible responsibilities now appeared to me in a new aspect, she writes, and I could think of no better way of expressing my sense of these than of sending forth an appeal to womanhood throughout the world, which I then and there composed. She printed and distributed her appeal, had it translated into French, Spanish, Italian, German, and Swedish, and then spent many months in corresponding with leading women in various countries. She invited these women to a Women's Peace Congress to be held in London. After holding 2 successful meetings in New York, she began her crusade in England, holding meetings in many places and also attending a Peace Congress in Paris. She hired a hall in London and held Sunday meetings to promote the reform she had deeply at heart. The Women's Congress was a success, and after 2 years of earnest effort, Mrs. Howe had the satisfaction of knowing that she had done something to promote peace on earth and goodwill among men. Temperance reform. Unitarians have been active in the cause of temperance, but again as individuals rather than as a denomination. The emphasis they have put on the importance of individual opinion and personal liberty has made them often reluctant to join societies that sought to promote this reform by restrictive and coercive measures. As a body, therefore, they have shown a greater inclination to the use of moral suasion than legislative power. From Dr. Channing, this reform had the most earnest approval. "The temperance reform which is going on among us," he wrote, "deserves all praise, and I see not what is to hinder its complete success. I believe the movements now made will succeed, because they are in harmony with and are seconded by the general spirit and progress of the age. Every advance in knowledge, in refined manners, in domestic enjoyments, in habits of foresight and economy, in regular industry, in the comforts of life, in civilization, good morals, and religion, is an aid to the cause of temperance. And believing, as we do, that these are making progress, may we not hope that drunkenness will be driven from society?" He regarded the subject from a broader point of view than many, and urged that a sound physical education for all youth, as well as larger opportunities for intellectual improvement on the part of working men, would do much to prevent intemperance. He maintained that to give men strength within to withstand the temptations of intemperance is incalculably more important than to remove merely outward temptations. Better education, innocent amusements, a wider spirit of sympathy and brotherhood, discouragement of the use and sale of ardent spirits were among the means he recommended for suppressing this evil. The Massachusetts Society for the Suppression of Intemperance was organized at the State House in Boston on February 5, 1813, to discountenance and suppress the too free use of ardent spirits, and to encourage and promote temperance and general morality. This was one of the first temperance societies organized in the country, and its chief promoters were Unitarians. Dr. John C. Collins, who published the records of the society, said of the year 1827, when he became a member, that Channing, Gannett, and others were the most active men at that time in the temperance cause. Dr. Abiel Abbott was the first corresponding secretary of the society, and on the council were Drs. Kirkland, Lothrop, Worcester, and Pierce. Among the other Unitarian ministers who were active in the society were Charles Lowell, the younger Henry Ware, John Pierpont, and John G. Palfrey. Among the laymen were Moses Grant, Nathan Dane, Dr. John Ware, Stephen Fairbanks, Dr. J. F. Flagg, William Sullivan, Amos Lawrence, Samuel Dexter, and Isaac Parker. Auxiliary societies were organized in Salem, Beverly, and other towns, and these gave to the temperance cause the activities of such Unitarians as Theophilus Parsons, Robert Rantoul, and Samuel Hoare. Of the more recent interest of Unitarians in questions of temperance reform, there may be mentioned the thorough study made by the United States Commissioner of Labor, and printed in 1898 under the title of Economic Aspects of the Liquor Problem. This investigation was ordered by Congress as the result of a petition sent to that body by the Unitarian Temperance Society. Probably few petitions have ever been sent to Congress that contained so many prominent names of leading statesmen, presidents of colleges and universities, bishops, clergymen, well-known literary men, and other persons of influence. The Unitarian Temperance Society was organized September 23, 1886, in connection with the meeting of the National Conference at Saratoga. Its purpose is to work for the cause of temperance in whatever ways may seem to it wise and right, to study the social problems of poverty, crime, and disease, and their relation to the use of intoxicating drinks, and to diffuse whatever knowledge may be gained, to discuss methods of temperance reform, to devise and, so far as possible, to execute plans for practical reform, to exert by its meetings and by its membership such influence for good as by the grace of God it may possess. It has held annual meetings in Boston and other meetings in connection with the National Conference. It has published a number of important tracts, temperance textbooks, and temperance services for Sunday schools, and it has exerted a considerable influence on the denomination in shaping public opinion in regard to this reform. The presidents of the society have been Reverend Christopher R. Elliott, Reverend George H. Hosmer, and Reverend Charles F. Dole. The subject of temperance reform has been before the National Conference on several occasions and in various forms. At the session of 1882, a resolution offered by Miss Mary Grew was adopted, that the unutterable evils continually wrought by intemperance, the easy descent from moderate to immoderate drinking, and the moral wrecks strewn along that downward path, call upon Christians and patriots to practice and advocate abstinence from the use of all intoxicating liquors as a beverage. In 1891, a series of resolutions recommended by the Unitarian Temperance Society were adopted as expressing the convictions of the conference. First, that the liquor saloon, as it exists today in the United States, is the nation's chief school of crime, chief college of corruption in politics, chief source of poverty and ruined homes, chief menace to our country's future, is the standing enemy of society, and as such deserves the condemnation of all good men. Second, that whatever be the best mode of dealing with the saloon by law, law can avail little until those who condemn the saloon consent to totally abstain themselves from the use of alcoholic drink for pleasure. Third, that we affectionately and urgently call on every minister and all laymen and women in our denomination, our old, our young, our rich, our poor, our leaders and our humblest, to take this stand of total abstinence, remembering those that are in bonds as bound with them, and throw the solid influence of our church against the influence of the saloon. End of Chapter 16, Part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2 of Unitarianism in America, A History of Its Origin and Development by George Willis Cooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Part 2. Anti-slavery. In proportion to its numbers, no religious body in the country did so much to promote the anti-slavery reform as the Unitarian. No Unitarian defended slavery from the pulpit or by means of the press, and no one was its apologist. Many, however, did not approve of the methods of the abolitionists, and some strongly opposed the extreme measures of a part of that body of reformers. The desire of Unitarians to be just, rational, and open-minded exposed many of them to the criticism of being neither for nor against slavery. But it is certain that they were not indifferent to its evils, nor recreant to their humanitarian principles. The period of the anti-slavery agitation was truly one that tried the souls of men. and those who were equally conscientious, desirous of serving the cause of justice and humanity, and solicitous for the welfare of the slave, widely differed from one another as to what was the wise method of action. Among those severely condemned by the anti-slavery party were several Unitarian ministers of great force of character and of a genuinely humanitarian spirit. 3 of them may be selected as representative. Dr. Orville Dewey had seen something of slavery and was strongly opposed to it. He thought the system hateful in itself and productive of nearly unmingled evil, and yet he was not in favor of immediate emancipation. His frequent indictments of slavery in his sermons and lectures were severe in the extreme, but his demand for wise and patient counsel and for a rational method of gradual emancipation subjected him to severe condemnation. And nothing else brings out the nobleness of Dr. Dewey into such bold relief as the fact, says Reverend John W. Chadwick, that the immeasurable torrent of abuse that greeted his expressed opinion did not in any least degree avail to make him one of the pro-slavery faction. He differed from the most earnest of the anti-slavery men only as to the best method of getting rid of the curse of human bondage. As early as 1830, Dr. E. S. Gannett said that the greatest evil under which our nation labors is the existence of slavery. It is the only vicious part of our body politic, but this is a deep and disgusting sore. It must be treated with the utmost judgment and skill. The violence of the abolitionists he did not approve, however, for his respect for law and constituted authority was so great that he was not ready for radical measures. He abhorred slavery, but he was not willing to condemn the slaveholder. He was therefore regarded by the abolitionists as more hostile to them than any other Unitarian minister. His attitude as a peace man, his strong regard for justice and fair dealing, as well as his earnest faith in the gentle influence of the gospel, forbade his accepting the strenuous methods of the abolitionists. He would not, however, permit anti-slavery ministers to be silenced in Unitarian meetings. When he saw something of slavery in 1833, he expressed his convictions in regard to it in these forcible words: "It is the attempt to degrade a human being into something less than a man. Not the confinement, unjust as this is, nor the blows, cruel as these are, but the denial of his equal share in the rights, prerogatives, and responsibilities of a human being, which brands the institution of slavery with its peculiar and ineffaceable odiousness." Another minister who came under the condemnation of the abolitionists was Reverend John H. Morrison, and yet he preached sermons against slavery that met with the vigorous disapproval of his congregation. "We all agree," he wrote in 1844, "in the sad conviction that slavery, in its political influence, more than all other subjects, threatens to upturn the foundation of our government; that in its moral and religious bearings it is a grievous wrong to master and slave; and that, as it is in violation of the fundamental principles of Christian duty, it must, if continued beyond the absolute necessity of the case, be attended with consequences the most disastrous." Again, when Daniel Webster made his 7th of March speech in 1850, Dr. Morrison, then the editor of the Christian Register, took the earliest possible opportunity to express himself as strongly as he could against it. "We at the North," he wrote, believe that slavery is morally wrong. He said that the government, in its attempt to defend slavery as against the moral convictions of a large number of the people, was doing the country a great harm. The position of these men, and of others who thought and acted with them, can best be understood by recognizing the fact that they were opposed to sectarian methods in promoting reforms as in advancing the interests of religion. It is probable that in these heated times neither party did full justice to the spirit and purposes of the other. Even so gentle and charitable a man as Reverend Samuel J. May speaks of the discreditable pro-slavery conduct of the Unitarian denomination. The Unitarians as a body, he says again, dealt with the question of slavery in anything but an impartial, courageous, and Christian way. Continually in their public meetings the question was staved off and driven out because of technical, formal, verbal difficulties which were of no real importance, and ought not to have caused a moment's hesitation. Avowing among their distinctive doctrines the fatherly character of God and the brotherhood of man, we had a right to expect from the Unitarians a steadfast and unqualified protest against so unjust, tyrannical, and cruel a system as that of American slavery. And considering their position as a body, not entangled with any pro-slavery alliances, not hampered with any ecclesiastical organization, it does seem to me that they were preeminently guilty in reference to the enslavement of the millions in our land with its attendant wrongs, cruelties, horrors. They refused to speak as a body, and censured, condemned, execrated their members who did speak faithfully for the downtrodden, and who cooperated with him whom a merciful providence sent as the prophet of the reform. The testimony of Reverend O.B. Frothingham is fully as condemnatory of Unitarian timidity and conservatism, even of the moral cowardice betrayed by many of the leaders. He says the Unitarians as such were indifferent or lukewarm. The leading classes were opposed to the agitation. Dr. Channing was almost alone in lending countenance to the reform, though his hesitation between the dictates of natural feeling and Christian charity towards the masters hampered his action, and rendered him obnoxious to both parties, the radicals finding fault with him for not going further, the conservatives blaming him because he went so far. Mr. Frothingham finds, however, that the transcendentalists were quite universally abolitionists, their faith in the natural powers of man making them zealous promoters of the cause of the slave. He insists that as a class, the Unitarians were not ardent disciples of any moral cause, and took pride in being reasoners, believers in education and in general social influence, in the progress of knowledge and the uplifting of humanity by means of ideas, but that they permitted these qualities to cool their ardor for reform and to mitigate their love of humanity. The biographers of William Lloyd Garrison are never tired of condemning Dr. Channing for what they call his timidity, his shunning any personal contact with the great abolitionist, his failure to grapple boldly with the evils of slavery, and his half-hearted espousal of the cause of abolition. The Unitarians generally are by these writers regarded in the same manner. Most of the accounts mentioned were written by those who took part in the agitation against slavery, in condemnation of those who had not kept step with their abolition pace, or in apology for those whose words and conduct were thought to need defense. The time has come, perhaps, when it is possible to consider the attitude of individuals and the denomination without a partisan wish to condemn or to defend. In this spirit, the statement of Samuel J. May is to be accepted as true and just when he says, "We Unitarians have given to the anti-slavery cause more preachers, writers, lecturers, agents, poets than any other denomination in proportion to our numbers, if not without any comparison." Among those who listened to William Lloyd Garrison when, in October 1830, he first presented in Boston his views in favor of immediate emancipation, were Samuel J. May, Samuel E. Sewall, and A. B. Alcott, and these men at once became his disciples and friends. When Garrison organized the New England Anti-Slavery Society in December 1832, he was actively supported by Samuel E. Sewall, David Lee Child, and Ellis Gray Loring. It was to the financial support of Sewall and Loring, though they did not at first accept his doctrine of immediate emancipation, that Garrison owed his ability to begin the Liberator and to sustain it in its earliest years. For many years, Edmund Quincy was connected with the Liberator, serving as its editor when Garrison was ill, absent on lecturing tours, or journeying in Europe. The Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society, which in 1835 succeeded the New England Society, had during many years Francis Jackson as its president, Edmund Quincy as its corresponding secretary, and Robert F. Walcott as its recording secretary, all Unitarians. In 1834 was formed the Cambridge Anti-Slavery Society, under the leadership of the younger Henry Ware, and the membership was largely Unitarian, including the names of Dr. Henry Ware, Sidney Willard, Charles Follen, William H. Channing, Artemus B. Muzzy, Barzillai Frost, Charles T. Brooks, and Frederick H. Hedge. The purposes of the Society were stated in its constitution. We believe that the emancipation of all who are in bondage is the requisition not less of sound policy than of justice and humanity, and that it is the duty of those with whom the power lies at once to remove the sanction of the law from the principle that man can be the property of man, a principle inconsistent with our free institutions, subversive of the purposes for which man was made, and utterly at variance with the plainest dictates of reason and Christianity. In 1843, Samuel May visited England, and at Unitarian meetings described the obstacles in the way of the abolition of slavery and spoke of the apathy of American Unitarians. He advised the sending a letter of fraternal counsel to the Unitarian ministers of the United States in behalf of the unhappy slave. Such a letter was prepared and signed by 85 ministers. It was published in the Unitarian papers in this country, a meeting was held to consider it, and a reply sent to England signed by 130 ministers. Mr. May was severely condemned for his part in causing such a letter to be sent, and the reply was rather in the nature of a protest than a friendly acceptance of the advice given. A year later, however, this letter was again the subject of earnest discussion. In Anniversary Week, 1845, a meeting of Unitarian ministers was held to discuss their duties in relation to American slavery. The call for this meeting was signed by James Thompson, Joseph Allen, Caleb Stetson, Samuel Ripley, Converse Francis, William Ware, Samuel J. May, Artemus B. Muzzy, Oliver Stearns, James W. Thompson, Alonzo Hill, Andrew P. Peabody, Henry A. Miles, Frederick H. Hedge, James F. Clark, George W. Briggs, Samuel May, Barzillai Frost, Nathaniel Hall, David Fosdick, and John Weiss. At the third session, by a vote of 47 to 7, it was declared that we consider slavery to be utterly opposed to the principles and spirit of Christianity, and that, as ministers of the gospel, we feel it our duty to protest against it in the name of Christ, and to do all we may to create a public opinion to secure the overthrow of the institution. It was also decided to appoint a committee to draw up, secure signatures to, and publish a protest against the institution of American slavery as unchristian and inhuman. Though some of those who spoke at these meetings condemned the abolitionists, yet all of them expressed in the strongest terms their opposition to slavery. The committee selected to prepare this protest consisted of Caleb Stetson, James F. Clark, John Parkman, Stephen G. Bulfinch, A. P. Peabody, John Pierpont, Samuel J. May, Oliver Stearns, George W. Briggs, William P. Tilden, and William H. Channing. The protest was written by James Freeman Clarke and was accepted essentially as it came from his hands. It was signed by 173 ministers, the whole number of Unitarian ministers at that time being 267. Some of the most prominent ministers were conspicuous by the absence of their names from this protest. It must be understood, however, that those who did not sign it were as much opposed to slavery as those who did. This protest, said the editor of the Christian Register in presenting it to the public, is written with great clearness of expression and moderation of spirit. It exhibits unequivocally and distinctly the sentiments of the numerous and most enlightened body of clergy whose names are attached to it, as well as many other ministers of the denomination who may be disinclined to act conjointly, or do not feel called upon to act at all in any prescribed way on the subject. It was not a desire to defend slavery that kept these ministers from signing the protest, but their excessive individualism and their unwillingness to commit the denomination to opinions all might not accept. A few paragraphs from the protest will indicate its spirit and purpose. Especially do we feel that the denomination which takes for its motto liberty, holiness, and love should be foremost in opposing this system. More than others, we have contended for three great principles: individual liberty, perfect righteousness, and human brotherhood. All of these are grossly violated by the system of slavery. We contend for mental freedom. Shall we not denounce the system which fetters both mind and body? We have declared righteousness to be the essence of Christianity. Shall we not oppose the system which is the sum of all wrong? We claim for all men the right of brotherhood before a universal Father. Ought we not to testify against that which tramples so many of our brethren underfoot? We, therefore, ministers of the gospel of truth and love, in the name of God the universal Father, in the name of Christ the Redeemer, in the name of humanity and human brotherhood, do solemnly protest against the system of slavery as unchristian and inhuman, because it is a violation of right, being the sum of all unrighteousness which man can do to man, violates the law of love, degrades man, the image of God, into a thing, necessarily tends to pollute the soul of the slave, to defile the soul of the master, restricts education, keeps the Bible from the slave, makes life insecure, deprives female innocence of protection, sanctions adultery, tears children from parents and husbands from wives, violates the divine institutions of families, and by hard and hopeless toil makes existence a burden, eats out the heart of nations, and tends every year more and more to sear the popular conscience and impair the virtue of the people. We implore all Christians and Christian preachers to unite in unceasing prayer to God for aid against this system, to leave no opportunity of speaking the truth and spreading the light on this subject, in faith that the truth is strong enough to break every yoke. And we do hereby pledge ourselves, before God and our brethren, never to be weary of laboring in the cause of human rights and freedom until slavery be abolished and every slave made free. Although many ministers and laymen took the position that the question of slavery was not one that should receive attention in the meetings of the Unitarian Association or other religious organizations, that these should be kept strictly to their own special purposes, it was not possible to exclude the one great exciting topic of the age. How persistently it intruded itself is clearly indicated in words used by Dr. Bellows at the annual meeting of the association in 1856. Year after year, this horrid image of slavery come in here, he said, and obtruded itself upon our concerns. It has prevented our giving attention to any other subject. We could not keep it out of our minds. And why is that awful crime against humanity still known in the world, still supported and active in this age of Christendom? But because it is in alliance with certain views of theology with which we are at war. At the same meeting, strong resolutions of sympathy with the free settlers of Kansas and with Charles Sumner, because the barbarity of the slave power had attempted to silence him by brutal outrage, were unanimously adopted. End of chapter 16, part 2.